Good morning and welcome to Warden Law in the northeast of England. It's a new era for British karting as the Bambino Kart Club joins with the Cadet Kart and Junior Kart Championship to form the Kart Championship. All three championships racing under the same banner now to create the largest 5 to 15-year-old championship in the country. We are at Warden Law for the first of 6 rounds of this championship, 5 of which will count as we'll crown our champion at Wilton Mill towards the end of the year. Here at Warden, it's a 1,200 metre track, 12 turns with 5 feet of elevation. The main of that is up towards the gasworks hairpin as the track drops away in a right-hander, which is a primary overtaking zone for our drivers. Scattered clouds is the expected weather conditions today. Yesterday, though, we had qualifying for most of our classes in the sunshine. A few of them had it in the wet. All of Heat 1 yesterday afternoon, that was in the wet. We had some great racing yesterday. We saw some drivers as well coming right the way through the field in those wet weather conditions. So we start today with Heat number 2 for all of our classes. Then we'll have Heat 3 and the finals. Points from the heats are cumulative. That'll give us our grid positions for the finals. We'll be starting the day with our junior Rotax class, won yesterday by Ben Horner, and as we have a start where you finish format here in the Kart Championship, he'll be starting Heat number 2 off pole position. In Friday practice though, he had some problems. He ended up with a bent chassis on Friday to take that one towards the front of the grid and then ultimately win yesterday. Was a great feat alone for Ben Horner. So we'll take a look at our grids for the first race of the day. We've got 21 on the bill for you through our 7 classes, 2 more heats for each of them, and then the finals as well. So first race up for you today will be Heat number 2 for Junior Rotax. Grid on your screen then sees the front row of Ben Horner and Kasper Tobolewski. Those two drove off into the distance yesterday, 7 seconds in front of the rest of the field as they battled it out for the victory. Then it's Sam Stoner and Ollie Naylor on row 2, Gregor Reed and Benjamin Lee on row number 3. Row 4 sees Harry Hurst-Grover and Callum Foster, 2 ex-kart drivers, with Harry Higgs and Bartek Filipiak rounding out your top 10. Archie Carter and Jensen O'Neill Going share row number 6. Row 7 will be Emily Cooper and Martin Wright in front of Melissa Adrian and Jason Duckis, with Jacob Anslow and Max Haller on row number 9. The top 20 rounded out by Archie Dyson and Joshua Jarvis, with Christian Stefanoff and Rhys Owen on row 11. Molly Pugh and James Kell share row number 12. Ellis Garrett will be on row 13 alongside James Philip Byrne, with Harrison Bishop and Kieran Thompson on row 14. Amelie Ackett and Archie Doherty 29th and 30th respectively. Our grid rounded out by Ethan Bath, Frankie Smedley, Harrison Purnell and Ewan Stevenson, Ollie Poole and James Waring. Retiring from the race yesterday, James Waring, one of the rear wheels departing from that car. Ollie Poole pulled off into the pit lane, so as they didn't finish the race, they will start from 35th and 36th respectively in our junior Rotax class. There is your front row. On the left, Ben Horner in the 12, moving up from Minimax towards the end of last season in the Cadet Kart Championship, sharing the front row with Kasper Tobolewski on the other side. There he is in the 20. Let's see if we, from any of our drivers, we can get our first wave of the season. In the background there, we see Ollie Naylor. He came through the field yesterday to make up 3 places on the last lap to put himself up into 4th. Sam Stoner in the 38 will go off P3 in the SSR kart. So we make our way down. There is Ollie Naylor, who yesterday took full advantage on the final lap into the Senna 1 hairpin. We'll run you around the track on the rolling up lap. He made the move down the inside. As one driver made the move, he made the move down the inside of both of them. Made up a number of places on that final lap. As you can see here at Warden Law, the sun is out, it's shining, which is a great change from yesterday afternoon with the qualifying sessions taking place in the wet weather. There's Harry Hurst-Grover, who was in 4th place and going well towards the end of the race yesterday until a move down the inside demoted him a few places towards the grid. And there is Callum Foster, Bartek Filipiak on the other side of him in the number 8 kart. here at Warden Law. You see here it's a capacity grid of 36 karts for our junior Rotax class. The 45 of Harry Higgs looked very, very quick in the dry in Friday practice when I was watching from the pit wall here at Warden Law. Yesterday's race was in the wet, so I'm expecting good things from Harry Higgs in the 45. If he carries the pace that he was certainly showing in Friday practice through onto the dry tarmac here today, I think we've got a driver that can start making inroads towards the front of the field. Jensen O'Neill going, the 13-year-old from Northampton there in the 72. The vice champion in Tillotson T4 and won the Tillotson T4 Winter Cup, which was part of the BKC package at Wilton Mill back in December. It definitely was a Winter Cup at times because it was snowing at some miles during that race day. There's Melissa Adrian in the 10. She made the jump up mid-season last year as well from Minimax into juniors. So she's still got plenty of time, joining us from Lincolnshire. Now, our junior Rotax class, you'll see drivers all the way from 12 years old all the way up to 16. So in terms of age, there's quite a spread in sort of age going through in junior Rotax. It's very similar to cadet, where there's a 4-year sort of lifespan for our drivers in the class. We'll have a look at some of the intermediate classes later on. So Minimax is one which is in a bit of a transitional phase at the moment in the UK with the introduction of the Interspec Mini. Here in the Kart Championship, we're sticking with the 22 spec chassis, so you'll see them on the same size chassis as our junior Rotaxes, but with a slightly less powerful Minimax engines that will be restricted, so they'll be a little bit slower, but the karts look exactly the same. There's the 99 of Rhys Owen, another driver from Lincolnshire, started out karting on grass tracks at the age of 7 before turning his hand to tarmac. This will be his first national championship within the UK. Is James Kell, one of the Driven Dream drivers. We'll talk about that a little bit later on, as season 1 of that docu-series is almost upon us, and we commence filming of season 2 here today at Warden Law. The first race, though, appears to be upon us as the front runners make their way out, which means our cameraman is going to have to make a hasty retreat towards the back of the field unless he wants to be skittled by some junior Rotaxes, and I can assure you that is not pleasant. Rolling start it will be for our juniors, so they will make their way round with Ben Horner leading the way. They'll go Noah's Ark style, which is 2x2 towards the start line. There's tram lines on the track. You'll see them when we cut to our turn 1 camera, and our leader Ben Horner will dictate the pace. He's out onto the back straight now, which is anything but straight here actually at Warden Law, with the back chicane and then the back straight curving round as we enter sector 3. So there are our race leaders, just trying to get some temperature into those Mojo tyres whilst the sun is out. There is a lot of breeze. This is Gasworks hairpin. It's downhill. You can't see it too much, but when they're coming in at race pace round there, you'll see the elevation change as the kart drops away. So Horner at the moment on the outside of the horseshoe, will be on the inside as they head towards that first corner at turn 1 before the kink left at Brian's Bend, and then the heavy braking zone where we get the concertina effect of the dog leg, which is the one where it's just important for the drivers to get round on that opening lap. Horner then will lead them round the triple apex left of the horseshoe before Paddock Bend. As Harry Hurst Grover takes the car all the way to the outside of the track and then jacks it around, just trying to get some heat into those front tyres really, because they want that bite as they head towards the first corner. They've got to have the confidence that that kart is going to turn exactly as they want. You can see the tram lines now on the track. The pace will rise as they hit the cones for the acceleration zone. Will the lights go out? We're away and racing in heat number 2 for junior Rotax. It's been a good start from Tomalewski, and Ollie Naylor comes through from P4 up into second place. Contact between Naylor and Tomalewski, side pod to side pod, and Ollie Naylor leads into the dogleg for the first time. It was a slow start from Horner on the inside. He's managed to recover up to 3rd place in front of, it looks like Bartek Phillips. It's Callum Foster in the 69 who's come through. as they head down towards centre one for the first time. Sam Stoner makes the move down the inside of the 33 of Benjamin Lee, and Tomilewski sweeps around the outside of Ollie Naylor, and Ben Horner from third place is through into the lead. Naylor was in a sandwich there, had to back out, and then Naylor with contact into the back of Tomilewski. That's not going to do his front fairing any good. We'll explain what that means in a few moments' time when this first opening lap calms itself down. As they make their way round the horseshoe, the top four of Callum Foster tagging onto the back of Ollie Naylor, already starting to break away from Benjamin Lee as they're going to head round towards an overstart finish for the first time. Horner leads from Tomilewski, Ollie Naylor, Callum Foster, Benjamin Lee with Gregor Reid, Sam Stoner, O'Neill going, Hurst Grover and Bartek Filipiak completing your top 10 as they make their way through to the dog leg. We've got Foster all over the back of the fast starting Ollie Naylor. What I mentioned as Naylor made contact with Tomilewski on the way round there in terms of the front fairing is on all of our karts from the cadets up in our classes here at the Kart Championship, we have what is effectively a push-in nose as they move down the inside there by Benjamin Lee on Callum Foster. Looks like Foster got balked on exit because Lee has made up a lot of places, and down the inside will come the 49 of Gregor Reid, makes the move down into the Gasworks hairpin. Now, regarding the front fairing, if too much pressure is placed upon that front fairing by running into the side pod or the back of another kart, that will push in and then will drop down. And if you're at the circuit, you'll often hear that nose then skimming across the tarmac. And when that driver comes in at the end of the race, they will be given a 5-second penalty for that front fairing. That front fairing penalty is not up for discussion, I may add as well. As soon as that's dropped down or pushed in, even the slightest bit, you will be given a penalty. Fastest lap then from Ben Horner, opens up a gap of 1.357 seconds from Kasper Tomilewski, which is exactly what he did yesterday in the wet. Tomilewski then closed that gap in towards the end of the race. They finished within a few tenths of each other, as you see there the 14 of Harry Hurst Grover. 15-year-old from Rochdale now trying to give a bit of a come on to the drivers behind him. Wants them to help catch up with Sam Stoner and Callum Foster. Foster's going to try and hang it all the way around the outside there, and then he's going to get hung out to dry as down the inside comes the 72 of Jensen O'Neill going, and they're going to run side by side down start finish. They know Foster too tight on exit, and Bartek Filipiak sweeps through as well as Gregor Reid from P5 with a 55. 4.27 sets the fastest lap of this race. Jensen O'Neill going then up into 8th place. Harry Hurst Grover, the next driver in front of him, although that will be brief because he is already making his way through on Sam Stoner up into 6th place. O'Neill going is going to be forced out wide there by Bartek Filipiak. These drivers battling it out already, but there's certainly drivers in front that are catchable if they were to all work together and push on. Filipiak's now going to be on the inside. O'Neill going. He's going to have to get back into line, or he's going to get hung out like Callum Foster did on the previous lap. Foster's just almost been shoehorned wide there by Harry Higgs in the 45, and Higgs has found a way through, and he will find himself up inside the top 10 for the first time in this race. Horner with the fastest lap from P1 opens the gap up to 1.8 seconds from Kasper Tomilewski. So Horner with 2 heats victories certainly on the horizon. Let's see whether Tomilewski closes in. What we often find with Rotaxes is, because the race is in the region of around about 10 minutes when you add that 1 lap on at the end of the race, is our drivers will, in terms of tyre pressures, they'll either set to go to be good at the start and open up a gap, or they'll wait for their tyres to come in towards the end. It's very, very difficult at times for them to get the tyre to operate at the optimum level for the entire race here in our junior and our mini-max classes as well. The tyre compound very, very soft, and particularly as we go deeper into the day and the temperature comes up, as looked like Benjamin Lee was trying to make a move there on Ollie Naylor for 3rd place. The top 2 have got a fairly comfortable gap of 1.6 and 0.9 of a second respectively, as Tomilewski sets the fastest lap, takes 2 tenths out of Ben Horner in the lead at the moment. So it's Horner from Tomilewski. This is the battle for 3rd place with Naylor, Lee and Gregor Reid. 3rd down into 5th. Then they've got a gap back to Hurst Grover, Stoner, Filipiak, O'Neill going, and Higgs as they've spent the early phase of this race battling out. Lee's going to send one down the inside. Ollie Naylor takes the wider line, tries to get the cut back but can't, and then he's balked on exit, and he will find that Gregor Reed is on the car in the line where he wants to be. Gregor Reed then through up into 4th place, and he's close enough to Benjamin Lee to potentially get a bit of slipstream down this start-finish straight. Ducks out as they head down towards turn 1, and in the space of half a lap, Gregor Reed has gone from P5 to P3. Tomilewski once again sets the fastest lap, down by another 1/10 of a second on Benjamin Horner. Let's see whether he can close in. He's faster in sector 1 as well by another 1/10. So Tomilewski seems to have that kart coming to him in the latter phase of this race. Still 3 minutes and 1 lap to go at the end of this one. So at the moment, they're effectively racing against the time. If they cross the line with a few seconds to go, they're going to get another lap in. So we'll watch that and we'll try and figure it out. They're lapping currently in the region of about 53, 54 seconds. So as we head towards the end of this race, we'll be able to figure out. Looks like there's a blue flag out over start finish. So it could be that our leaders are catching up to some lap traffic. As here, Gregor Reed hasn't managed to break free of Benjamin Lee, and Lee is close enough to try and do exactly the same as Gregor Lee did to him on the previous lap. Has the door closed on him as Tomilewski takes another 10 out of Ben Horner. It's fractions though at the minute, where he needs chunks with the time coming down to 2 minutes plus 1 lap. So Tomilewski with fastest lap after fastest lap, but Ben Horner at the moment looks like he's done enough to create sufficient cushion that when it comes to heat number 3, he's only going to have to finish in 2nd place behind Tomilewski to be on pole position for the final. These two will look like they're going to battle it out. There's a move going to be down the inside there by the 33 of Benjamin Lee, and there's contact there with Ollie Naylor. Lee was going to be sandwiched in the middle, up in the air. Looked like there was some lap traffic in the middle there as they tried to find a way through, and that's balked Benjamin Lee. He was on the other side. Ollie Naylor got down the inside. Lee was in a sandwich in the middle. Now Ollie Naylor's right on the back of Gregor Reed. Another fastest lap from Tomilewski. We might as well put that one on rinse and repeat, because lap after lap he's just setting fastest lap. Reed over the exit curve. Benjamin Lee takes a huge chunk of curb, and that's going to slow him down on the exit. Even though these karts are big and heavy, they still don't ride over the curb on the outside there of the dogleg overly well. It's an important corner just as they head then down towards the left-hander at St. John's. You line yourself up. We've got the 20 off on the outside there. Look like the 20. If it is, that's Tomilewski out of 2nd place. We'll confirm that in a few moments when they come over. I think it's the 29 we're getting confirmation. That's Jacob Anslow off on the outside. So using the 9 there with the 0. Tomilewski then still safely in 2nd, and this time takes a massive chunk out of Ben Horner. A full second out of Horner. The gap now for the lead, only 4/10 of a second, with 30 seconds plus 1 lap remaining here as we focus on the battle for 3rd place. Let's see if we can see the gap for the lead out in front though, because Tomilewski taking a full second out of Ben Horner on that previous lap. Just in front of this one will be our leaders. I'm fairly sure they're going to be close enough, and already Tomilewski has found a way through on Ben Horner. That kart coming good right towards the end of the race, particularly now as they start to make their way through some lap traffic. It's all about traffic management now, not getting balked behind a slower runner as they're starting to make their way through the tail end of the field. The 25 looks over the shoulder, opens up the door down the inside. Tomilewski is through down the inside. Horner's going to follow through as well, with the final lap board being shown over start finish. Benjamin Lee sets the fastest lap. The time's tumbling here at Warden Law. Tomilewski, though, the kart coming good, made up a second 2 laps ago. Was that lap traffic, or was that the kart just coming really, really good in the final phase of this race? And it looks like it could be 1-1 in the battle between Tomilewski and Horner as they head down towards the back chicane for the final time, onto the back straight, which is just a long, long curve towards the Gasworks hairpin. Heavy braking zone down the hill as well as the kart goes light, then into the triple apex left of the horseshoe. Horner's going to have one final opportunity to dive down the inside into Paddock Bend. Not close enough on Tomilewski, and Casper Tomilewski wins heat number 2 in Junior Rotax from Ben Horner. Then it's the race-long battle behind between Gregor Reed, Ollie Naylor and Benjamin Lee, with Harry Hurst-Grover closing in at the end, having broken away from Sam Stoner, Bartek Filipiak, Jensen O'Neill going, and Callum Foster completing your top 10 with Archie Carter, Rhys Owen, Harry Higgs, Joshua Jarvis, Martin Wright and Jason Duckis in front of James Waring, who comes all the way through from the back row of the grid to finish in 17th place. That's where he'll start heat number 3, so he's got really good eyes on the top 10. He finishes in front of Emily Cooper, Max Haller, and the top 20 completed by James Philip Byrne. As you see here at Warden Law, as soon as the checkered flag comes out, the pit exit is straight on at the end of turn 1. So all of our karts now making their way into the Parc Fermé holding area. There's a weighbridge down there as well, so all of our karts, or at least a selection of, so the top 3 at least, and then a random allocation of others will be pulled in. The gentleman there with the woolly hat, what he's doing is he's checking the front fairings to make sure none of them have dropped down. We'll report back. It looks like they're the 16 of Jason Duckis, who was inside the top 15. Looks like he had a look, a shake of the head, and the gentleman in the woolly hat puts a mark against the name. So it looks like he may have picked up a 5-second penalty down there as we just watch the rest of our field coming into pit lane. Our drivers will be down there until all the karts are in and checked and the scrutineer is happy. That's when the parents and helpers will be invited in to get those karts up onto trolleys. They'll be returned into pit lane. So at the moment, all of our drivers are down there in Parc Fermé. There's Gregor Reed, who had a great race. Benjamin Lee there in the blue helmet, and Ollie Naylor in the yellow. Fist pumps all round between the 3 of them. Great racing throughout. It's a shame to an extent that towards the end we had to pull away from that great battle that was race long, because Kasper Tomilewski closed right in on Ben Horner at the end to take a great victory, taking a chunk of time out of Horner in 1 lap alone. As the rest of the field still making their way in to that holding area down here at Warden Law. We've got 7 classes, of course, as an already we've got the next class down there on the grid. So for you here today then at Warden Law, next up it will be Iami Bambino, heat number 2. Grid on your screen then, in the same order that they finished the race yesterday, which sees James Roots on pole position and Chester Fawkes, who finished last year's Motorsport UK British Championship Coma C50 Bambino in 3rd place before moving up into Iami. Then it's William Crombie and Darren Dimitrov. Chloe McGill, who was running inside the top 3 yesterday and then had a carb failure on the final lap, pretty much just almost pushed the kart over the line for P5, with Freddie Baker starting in 6th place. Then it's Albert Farrer and Theo Poyser, Jack Harney and Harris Barber completing your top 10 in front of Charlie Page and Maximilian Milansky. Sophia Page starts 13th, Charlie Holmes, Austin Anderson, Freddie Purnell and Leo Harang, your 17 runners in this Iami Bambino class. What you will see as we cut to the grid on this one is a number of parent helpers making their way down the grid, because with our Bambinos and our Honda Cadets as well, although some of our drivers are like not to have their parents come down, they are just going to help their drivers into position. So our runners making their way into position, and the final one just getting rolled back there as they've just missed their start mark. There's a gap in the fence to the left-hand side of the timing tower where all of our parent helpers will go. Now, as they've rolled round, what they may have done is just turn the engines off just to preserve them. Then they'll get a board that says to turn them on. So this is where all of our parents and helpers get to work the arm muscles. Bit of a tap on the head. The final bit of encouragement for our drivers as they make their way off. There's a gap in the fence just next to the timing tower, although some of them electing to go a little bit more Krypton factor over the fence. And we are away and racing in Iami Bambino. It's been a great start from Chester Fawkes off the outside of the front row. managing to get the jump on James Roots. Chloe McGill from P5 coming up into 4th place. William Crombie dropping down into 5th in the green helmet. But out at the front, Chester Fawkes with a lightning start from James Roots. Your top two making their way round the dog leg then for the first time here at Warden Law. 9 minutes plus 1 lap for our Army Bambinos. I was speaking to some people in the paddock last night. This one, certainly on paper at least, too close to call, because everyone will have an opinion on who's the championship favourite at the very least. And I think everybody's probably got a different name in the hat for this one. A very, very close class for our 6 to 8 year old drivers. Chester Fawkes with a good start, but James Roots coming good at the Gasworks hairpin and slides down the inside of Chester Fawkes to retake the lead that he had in terms of pole position at the start of this race, with Fawkes making the good start. Behind, though, there is the 65 of Darren Dimitrov coming up into 3rd place. Then there's a gap back to Chloe McGill and William Crombie in 5th place. Charlie Page, Freddie Baker, Theo Poyser, Jack Harney and Harris Barber completing your top 10. As the top two look to move away. And now can Chester Fawkes stick with James Roots? Roots, who made up around about 10 kart lengths as they bounce their way over the tarmac and then the concrete curb on the outside of the left-hander of St. John's. And Fawkes at the moment just sticking with James Roots. Maybe not wanting to show his hand too early, or maybe just stick with and push away. Because right behind them they've got Darren Dimitrov, who will want to try and close in as well. And now Fawkes just pushing along on the back of James Roots. The gap back to Dimitrov was just around about just under 0.4 of a second on that previous lap. So they look to try and open up the gap round the final corner for the second time to begin lap number 3. Quick look over the shoulder. Roots sets the fastest lap, being pushed along by Chester Fawkes. The gap opening up to 0.9 of a second to Darren Dimitrov. So the two leaders looking to turn this one into a 2-horse race. It could well just be decided in a final shootout in the last couple of laps if they play this, play their hand nicely. Roots and Fawkes working together at the moment to break away from the rest of the field. Then this, and certainly inside the top 6, equidistant gaps between Dimitrov, McGill, Crombie and Page. And then a little further back we've got Theo Poyser, Freddie Baker, Jack Harney and Harris Barber. So the top 10 exactly as it was a lap previous, in front of Albert Farah, Max Mikalski, with Sophia Page, Leo Harang, Austin Anderson, Charlie Holmes and Freddie Purnell. Lap times for our Army Bambinos currently in the 105s for our front runners. So there is a high likelihood that they will catch some lap traffic, as we see Chloe McGill in the 18. William Crombie from P5 sets the fastest lap, so McGill could be coming under pressure shortly. Let's have a quick look how much quicker he was on that previous lap. It was a fraction, just under 0.5 as they make their way through. So fine margins for our Army Bambinos. Down towards this centre 1 hairpin. Then it's a cutback and almost a like-for-like corner for centre 2. But centre 2 very, very important, because then you'll never really straighten up before you head towards that back chicane. So if somebody can get down the inside of you there, you will be hung out on the outside. And there's not much point really in holding on to try and hold all the way around the outside there, because you will get squeezed into that back chicane. The top 2 still trying to break away, although Dimitrov now managing to maintain the gap at around about 0.9 of a second, as down the inside goes Austin Anderson on Charlie Holmes. That moves him up into 15th place as Crombie and McGill exchange fastest laps. McGill now with a 1:04.994, setting the fastest lap of the race. The only driver so far to dip down into the 1:04s is Chloe McGill, making the transition from Coma C50 Bambino last year, where she ran very, very well, has made the transition almost seamlessly into the IARMY category, and she's now right on the back of Darren Dimitrov, as lap traffic in front will now be coming into play for our leaders. as they make their way through. Now it's all, as we mentioned, with the road taxes, but even more important now is traffic management as our two leaders sweep round the outside of the 63 of Charlie Holmes. Down the inside goes Darren Dimitrov, and in the background Chloe McGill wasn't able to get through as cleanly in terms of time lost, and now she's got to make up 4 or 5 kart lengths on Dimitrov, and she was right on the back of him halfway through the lap, as we've got a number of karts all running nose to tail from 7th place all the way down to 11th. That's Poyser down to Barber, the 70 down to the 12 is at the front. The top two still nose to tail, the gap still 0.8 of a second from Darren Dimitrov as Chloe McGill once again setting the fastest lap. In the moment, more lap traffic in front as our two leaders try to stay close enough to each other that the toe isn't lost. There's a little bit of rubbing on the way out as they just try and find each other's line into that back chicane. The Roots and Forks still the top two in front of Dimitrov and McGill. I'm not sure, however, with 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, that they've opened up enough of a gap just to turn this one into a 2-horse race, because one overtake, one little bit of time lost, and that's going to allow Darren Dimitrov and a charging Chloe McGill, who's now right back up on Darren Dimitrov for P number 3. This is your leading duo. Once again, Chester Forks just continuing to push as it's Chloe McGill on Darren Dimitrov. Different line from James Roots and Chester Forks through the left-hander of Bryans. Chloe McGill on the previous lap, half a second quicker than Darren Dimitrov in front, but catching up is one thing, finding a way through is another. And that may well just be the case, that McGill is faster in a section of the track that it just isn't good for overtaking. Can't overtake on every corner, you often have to line it up and make it work for you, as the leading duo sweep round the outside now of Freddie Purnell as they head down towards Gasworks. Into the right-hander as McGill sweeps around the outside and loses time on Dimitrov. Twice she's closed up on the back of Darren Dimitrov, and twice she's been unfortunate when it comes to finding a way through on the lap traffic, and will have to close up once again if she's got eyes on P3. Dimitrov now a second behind Forks and Roots with 1 minute plus 1 lap to go, as Charlie Page up onto the back now of William Crombie for 5th and 6th respectively. Page making his way through the field up into 6th place now, right on the back of William Crombie. Still a great battle going on behind, although it looks like Albert Farrer has managed to break away from Freddie Baker and Theo Poyser, Harris Barber and Jack Harney as well. There's now Charlie Page, who's closed up on the back of William Crombie at a fair rate of knots. Once again now has got to try and find a way through. Closing is one thing, overtaking another as they sweep through the back chicane. Then they're likely to get one more lap in before the last lap board comes out here, in fact, because they've got 24 seconds of this race to go as they head round the horseshoe. It may well be quite tight as they make their way through. Round the final corner, 15 seconds to go. They are going to get 2 more laps in here as Chester Forks has dropped slightly off the back of James Roots, 0.2 of a second, but using the slipstream, closes right up towards turn 1. They'll see the last lap board next time round. Will Forks be happy enough with 2nd place and the points accumulated towards a front row start in the final at the end of the day, or will he want to take the victory? Takes a chunk of curb. You can see the gap open up there as he takes that chunk of curb, loses the momentum, and it will give James Roots a little bit of respite for 2 or 3 corners at the very least. Darren Dimitrov still within a second of our leader and closing in fact, as you see in the background. Chloe McGill once again, another fastest lap with a 1:04, still the only driver to drop into the 1:04s. You see her there in the background, white helmet, pink kart, the 2 leaders still nose to tail. Last lap board awaiting our front runners as they come round this time. More lap traffic in front for them to negotiate as they make their way round the horseshoe. Where will they find the lap traffic? It's in the middle of Paddock Bend. They sweep round the outside, and Darren Dimitrov dives down the inside and moves up into 2nd place. Could even be the lead as he's moved to the inside of James Roots. Will he duck out of the slipstream? He's through. A 2nd place is going to have to settle for at the moment. And I said earlier on, it would take one overtake to bring this field back together, and that's exactly what's happened. Lap traffic coming into play round the final corner, and the two leaders now, it's between Roots and Dimitrov. Chester Fawkes dropping down. Chloe McGill ducks out the slipstream as they head down towards Senna 1. Has the door closed, though, by Chester Fawkes. Can Darren Dimitrov do to James Roots what Chester Fawkes was hoping to do? Fawkes playing the long game towards the end of the race, and that taken completely out of his hands as they failed to negotiate the lap traffic in a timely manner. And now it's going to be between Roots and Dimitrov, heading towards Gasworks for the final time. Is there anything Darren Dimitrov can do? Right under the rear bumper of the 5 of James Roots, round the horseshoe. Will he make a move down the inside into paddock? Or will he try and get a good run out of the final corner? It's a short run to the checkered flag, pulls out the slipstream, Roots closes the door, and James Roots takes victory in heat number 2 from Darren Dimitrov and Chester Fawkes, with Chloe McGill in P4, Charlie Page moving through the field to P5, with William Crombie in 6th place. Albert Farrow will come over the line in a few moments' time for 7th place. As we keep an eye out, there he is over the line. There's a battle going on in the background. Freddie Baker on the final lap, moving up into 8th in front of Harris Barber and Jack Harney, with Theo Poyser dropping down from 8th into 11th, with Max Michalski and Sophia Page crossing the line in 13th. Still waiting for a few more runners to come through to complete their race. In 14th, it should be Leo Harang, with Charlie Holmes just behind in 15th. Austin Anderson already taking the checkered flag, in front of then Freddie Purnell in 16th and 17th, respectively. Just having a quick look at our live stream comments in our live chat. Thank you to everybody that's got in touch already. We've got Sunbather on just saying good morning, everybody. Looking forward to some great racing today. Joshua Owen saying good morning to myself. Good morning back to yourself, Joshua, and Michael Burke joining us from Australia as always. It's 8:53 in the evening over there watching the racing. Emma's been on saying good morning, good luck to Harry Hurst Grover. And Archie, I don't know when you mentioned it, he asked what class is next. So I'll tell you what class is next right now. It's time for Mighty Bambino. Same as always then for our classes. Yesterday's Heat 1 winner Alfie Garrett will start off pole position, with last year's champion Ansel Murray joining him on the front row. Oakley Riggs and Ralph Martin are on row 2, with Sidney Nell and Junior Wright on row number 3. Then it's Oscar Maskell and Ava Garrett in front of Max Joy and Harley Bradbury Stretton completing your top 10. Heath Smith starts 11th with Elijah Sang in 12th place, with Arthur Bath and Hadley Jarvis in front of Jude Taylor, Jensen James Williams and Henry Ward completing your 17 runners. Now, with the exception of my voice, don't be put off in a few moments' time by the fact that you'll not hear the traditional engine sound of a kart out there. Our Might E Bambino, the focus being on the E, is that these are electric powered Bambino karts. They're, in terms of the size and the tyres they use, exactly the same frame, tyres and everything that the Iami Bambinos were out on a few moments ago. But here, with the exception of a normal traditional petrol-powered powertrain, these are battery-powered karts. It's a strange sensation when you're at the track, particularly because you're used to hearing a lot of noise, and what you can hear is road noise from the tyres on the tarmac. What these karts do have, very, very similar to a hybrid vehicle, is the initial power burst in terms of output. As soon as you put your foot down, you get pretty much 100% of the power that you want. So rather than a normal petrol engine spooling up and having to go through the rev range, these cars are very, very quick off the standing start and immediately out of corners, which is great in the dry. Means that when it does rain, like it did yesterday afternoon, our drivers have to use a huge amount of skill and control to try and feather the throttle and have to limit the amount of power they put in, because if you just put your foot down as you normally would in any other type of form of motorsport, you get a huge amount of power burst, the rear wheels spin up. Luckily today it's nice and dry. All of our drivers on slick tyres. Standing start then for our iArmy Bambinos. We'll go back to rolling a little bit later on with Micromax next up before Honda Cadet. Have a quick look. The red lights are on the overhead gantry. They extinguish and we are away and racing in our mighty Bambino. Ansel Murray in the one on the outside, the reigning champion, makes a good start and will sweep all the way through round the outside of Alfie Garrett, the Heat 1 winner, to lead round the first corner as they head then down towards the dogleg, the first heavy braking zone of this track. As we've got there, looks like the 18 of Heath Smith, and then we've got contact in the background, the 24 and the 15. That's Oscar Maskell in the 15, Arthur Bath in the 24, facing at each other. Those two can't move, no reverse gear on karts, of course, and they're going to have to wait for some marshal assistance to split them up. They're going to then rejoin the race, albeit some half a lap behind the rest of the field. Unfortunately for them, let's see if either of them can make some progress towards the rest of the field in front. The two leaders, though, already looking to have broken away at the front. We'll have a quick check in terms of timing when they come over in a few moments' time. Ansel Murray with the fastest second sector, which we knew he was going to be quick in the first one, of course, because he swept round the outside to take the lead. As we've got four karts pretty much side by side as they head down towards things, and it looks like Garrett's managed to get to the inside of Ansel Murray. They're going to run side by side down the start-finish straight. Garrett's on the inside, Murray on the outside. Who's going to be brave? Murray's getting a help down by Ralph Martin, trying to push him through down the outside, but it is Alfie Garrett through into the lead in the green helmet, with Ansel Murray in second place, Ralph Martin in third, and Oakley Riggs going with them as well. The top four breaking away in this mighty Bambino heat number 2 as Riggs tries to put a move down the inside of St. John's. That's the left-hander before they join that intermediate straight before the double switch back of Senna 1 and 2. Ralph Martin looks like he's got a good run actually round Senna 2. Looked like he was going to try and cut to the inside there of Ansel Murray, but couldn't get to the inside. The good thing with these karts, with them being battery powered, is the overall parity of these karts is very, very close. Puts all the emphasis on the driver as Ansel Murray gets a good line, tries to close up there on Alfie Garrett, who won yesterday's opening heat. You see Ansel Murray there with the 96 on the back of his helmet. That's his traditional race number and the one that he ran last year on his way to the 2022 Mighty Bambino Championship. Now running the one as he has the right to do so, having won the championship. The gap less than a tenth of a second though now as Ansel Murray closing up and pushes Alfie Garrett down the straight. What they have done in maintaining that slipstream between the three of them and not trying to chop and change and overtake is open up a gap now to Oakley Riggs, who was with them at this point on the last lap. You saw he was right on the back of Ralph Martin, has now dropped away into a comfortable but lonely fourth place for Oakley Riggs at the moment. Behind you've got Sidney Nall and Elijah Sang, who's moved up from 10th place up into 6th. As the top three make their way through that back chicane. Huge curb on the outside as well. Later on you will see, if we have the similar camera shot, certainly with our Junior and Minimax, Honda Cadet as well potentially, as there's some lap traffic in front, how much they're going to attack that curb on the outside as they find their way through. Ralph Martin elects to go all the way around the outside. It will be slower to start with, but I think then he's going to scrub off less speed, and then that's going to allow him to catch up back up to Ansel Murray. More lap traffic in front as they make their way down the start-finish straight. Alfie Garrett with the fastest lap of the race, some half a second quicker than those behind. He managed to find a way through on those in front of him in terms of traffic and has opened up a gap now of half a second, at 1 minute and 10 for Alfie Garrett, with now Ansel Murray being occupied with Ralph Martin behind. Could this play into the hands of Alfie Garrett and allow Garrett to open up even more of a gap as Heath Smith moves himself up into the top 10. JJ Williams drops down into 11th place. It looks like Williams may have had a problem on the previous lap because he's dropped, well, certainly on timing, showing that he's dropped down into 11th place.
Dad forgot to put it on charge.
Around the 6th, that's Harley Bradbury Stretton. He's moved up from the tail end of the top 10 up into 6th place. Got Elijah Sang in front of him in the 5-year-old from Bournemouth in Dorset, so he's had a long trek up here to Warden Law. He's going to have a similar trek next month as well when we go to Rower in Cumbria. He'll be very thankful when we go to Clay Pigeon at Dorset at round 5, because it'll feel like it's just round the corner compared to the travel in the early part of this season for the this national championship. Lap traffic in front, and Sang was able to get through, in which and Bradbury Stretton couldn't, as they make their way. See down the start-finish straight in terms of the for even with the lap traffic, the actual straight line speed of these karts very, very similar, and that's what we were talking about earlier regarding parity of equipment, as Elijah Sang starting to make his way through the lap traffic as well in 6th place, sweeping around the outside and losing minimal time. He now has a more comfortable gap to Harley Bradbury Stretton. Stretton are hoping to close that gap back up. We've still got 3 minutes and 20 remaining, plus 1 lap of this mighty Bambino heat number 2. So they make their way through. Ralph Martin with the fastest lap. That's moved him up closer, and that's a move down the inside by Ansel Murray for the lead on Alfie Garrett, and Ansel Murray will lead them over the line, with Garrett now in 2nd place. Ralph Martin, the driver on the charge, setting with the fastest lap of the race on the lap preceding this one, and the leading trio now still nose to tail, albeit in a different order. Lap traffic in front. Ansel Murray's going to try and sweep round the outside, bounces over the curb, and they're going to go side by side, and then all the way around the outside goes Ralph Martin on the grass as he overtakes the lap traffic, and that's really opened up the gap. They're going to have to now try and close this back up. More lap traffic in front as they find their way through. It looks like this time Alfie Garrett's closed up on Ansel Murray, so he's took advantage of the second batch of lap traffic. It's dropped Ralph Martin away, though. He'll be hoping that these two in front start battling it out sometime soon to give himself an opportunity to close right back in. And that's exactly what's happened there as Ansel Murray goes wide. Garrett will get the switch back, but he's on the outside of the horseshoe. Will he cut back to the inside? He does. It's going to put him on the outside, though, for the final corner, but it doesn't matter because he's already through on Ansel Murray. Alfie Garrett then will lead over the line. They're chopping and changing lap on lap. 2 minutes plus 1 to go for our leading duo. The gap is almost a second back, and Ansel Murray's back down the inside of Alfie Garrett into the first corner. Garrett's going to try and run this one all the way around the outside. Holds on from Ansel Murray, and these two battling it out will be music to the ears of Ralph Martin. And behind, it's going to give him an opportunity in this contact. The door closed on Ansel Murray. Martin sweeps round the outside for 2nd place. Murray went for the move down the inside, had the door closed on him by Alfie Garrett. Came into a gap that was always going to close there, I think, and Ansel Murray will drop down into 3rd place. Ralph Martin up into 2nd. The gap now just over half a second by the look of it from Alfie Garrett that they're going to have to try and close in before the end of this race. 1 minute remaining, so they'll get round in plenty of time. So we're going to have 2 more laps for Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray to close in on Alfie Garrett in front. We'll have a look at the time in terms of the gap between them as they come over. Then if you're looking at live timing as well, which is live.alphatiming.co.uk/BKC, you'll be able to see the sector times as well. So you'll be able to see if any of these drivers are closing in, which is their most competitive sector. The leader sweeps round the outside of some more lap traffic. The duo behind as well. Now of Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray doing exactly the same. Murray's going to have to push Martin here onto the back of Alfie Garrett if they've got aspirations for the victory. If they start battling it over 2nd place, it'll hand it to Alfie Garrett. They've got to work together to turn this one into a 3-kart battle for the lead. Somebody with a little spin in the middle there of Senna 1, so there'd have been no overtaking opportunity anyway, as the yellow flag would have been out. 0.8 of a second is the gap. Alfie Garrett's got some more lap traffic to contend with in front as they head down, and now Ansel Murray's got the run on Ralph Martin. Martin almost waves him through, but I think it's more of a hand of saying, you know, we should be working together, as Martin then gets the cut back. The more traffic in front. Garrett's already managed to negotiate. Can Martin and Murray get through cleanly? Last lap board will be out as they come over start finish. It's displayed on the overhead gantry. There's your leader with some lap traffic in front. Sweeps all the way around the outside. Not sure second and third are going to be quite as fortuitous in finding a way through, although they have managed to find the gap, thread the needle, and they are still close enough to take advantage of any mistake from Alfie Garrett in front. But I think it's going to need a special lap from these two as Alfie Garrett finds a way past his sister Ava in the 44 kart, and the second and third do the same and sweep through as well. Still 0.8 of a second. Looking at the sector 1 times, it looks like Alfie Garrett opened up more, 0.4 of a second further. Sector 2, the timing beam is around about now as they come through. Garrett holds the gap. It's going to be a battle for second because Alfie Garrett's going to take his second victory of the weekend by the look of it. Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray still battling it out over second place. The green helmet in front. Your leader and winner-elect is Alfie Garrett. The checkered flag already waving for Alfie Garrett. 2 races and 2 victories to begin the Mighty Bambino Championship from Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray completing your top 3. I think we'll be hearing a lot of those 3 throughout this season towards the front of this Mighty Bambino grid. Checkered flag flying already for Oakley Riggs and in 4th place. Some of our lap traffic taking the checkered flag as well. Heath Smith will be classified in 10th place in front of JJ Williams, with Ava Garrett and Oscar Mescal taking the checkered flag as well in 14th and 15th respectively. Elijah Sang crosses the line for P5 in front of Sydney Nell and Harley Bradbury Stretton in 7th place. And then we're going to have Junior Wright coming through in 8th. There he is in the 11 in the background, battling it out with Max Joy is a little further back. So Junior Wright really happy there with his 8th place. Max Joy will cross the line in a few moments' time to round out our Mighty Bambino class. Just dipping back into the live chat comments as well, just to see. Karting Boy's been on saying, when is Honda Cadet? Well, that'll be in around about 15 minutes' time. We've got Micro Max up next, then it'll be Honda Cadet before we then go to Coma C50 Bambino and Mini Max. That'll be our cycle of races that will be consistent throughout the day. Next race up then, it's time for heat number 2 in Micro Max. James Fabricius, who in the rain yesterday drove off into the distance. I was about to say off into the sunset, but we didn't really have much of one of those with the cloud cover. He shares the front row with the 61 of Fraser Anderson. Fabian Ganhock and Buddy Hugo, who came all the way through the field yesterday from 10th to 4th, share row number 2. Jos Huschke and Marley Fisher are on row number 3. Then it's Arthur Farah and Harry Neeson, Leo Livings and Lewis Herbertson in front of Surrey Gallagher and George Swire on row number 6. Then it's Elliot Dimelo with Logan Jones, with Morgan Weston and Alfie Mayer on row 8. Caden Simpson starts 17th with Jack Holmes alongside on row number 9. Alice Fairclough and Harvey Wagstaff on row number 10. Then it's Logan Roll and Harry Quintock with Sebastian Clark and Jack Mellon on row number 12. And we've got our final 2 runners on row number 13, Bailey Wolf and Jack Hutchinson. Field will make their way round. Micromax, the youngest of our Rotax family drivers in the 7 to 11 age range, and it is a rolling start for our Micromax class. Having a quick look at the live chat as well. We've got Sebastian Benson saying good luck, Harrison Bishop, and Catherine Potter saying good luck, everyone. So they make their way round the horseshoe into the rolling start positions. We've got Karting Boy back on saying good luck to Ed Spain as well. So they're making their way round now for our Micro Maxes into the tram lines. We look for the lights. It's going to be a false start. So we're going to go round once again. As you see the drivers, they put the arm in the air to let everybody behind know that it's non-racing conditions. So in terms of that, what would have happened over the start finish, on that overhead gantry on the left-hand side there would have been a green square with a yellow cross on it. That is our false start flag. And that means that our drivers weren't in the correct position. They're going to be rolling round once again So it's going to be James Fabricius leading them round. Looked like the front were in the tram lines nicely, so the tail of the field either not close enough or not still within the tram line. So we're going to give them another opportunity to get into position. So as you can see at the moment, drivers just continuing to use the opportunity to get the heat in the tyres. We're going to have a quick dip back into the live stream comments. Tim Winters has been saying, why are we on to the second heats already? Well, that's because yesterday we had qualifying and heat 1 yesterday. Today we're going to have heat 2, heat 3 and our finals. So we didn't all get up at 5 in the morning to get heat 1 out of the way. There's the 39 of Jack Mellon already off into retirement. So that could potentially have been the reason why we've had the false start, as that kart could have been on track, moved out of the way. So Jack Mellon, who was in 24th place, will take no further part in heat number 2, which means he's going to start heat 3 from the back in this start where you finish format. Into the tram lines once again we go for our micros. The green is go, and we're away and racing as Fabricius can't make advantage of that P1 start, and Anderson sweeps all the way around the outside from the outside of the front row P2 to lead them through towards the dogleg for the first time. Caden Simpson looks like he's made a good start from 17th. He's on the periphery of the top 10 as Anderson will lead them down the middle straight in front of yesterday's race winner Fabricius, and then Fabian Gandhock with a black number plate. That shows that he's a novice runner, running very, very well up into 3rd place. Buddy Hugo takes a tight line. He's up over the curbs. He started in 4th place. Looks like he could be down in 7th or 8th as he's going to get squeezed out by the 81 of Marley Fisher. Side by side, Gandhock is down the inside of Fabricius. Fabricius with the switchback tries to get back down the inside. Door closed by Gandhock. And then Buddy Hugo with a good switch back on the 81 of Fisher. Fisher's going to sweep round the outside, though. Can he hold on round that triple apex left? He can't. And Buddy Hugo is through in front then of Marley Fisher. And it looks like that's Harry Neeson just behind. Over the line they come then for the first time as Anderson has started to open up a gap here from Fabricius, who is having to hold off the 24 now of Arthur Farrer, who's moved through up into 3rd place. Gandhock, who was up into 2nd, is down into 4th place, and it's Jos Huschka in 5th. Then there's a gap back to Leo Livings. Buddy Hugo battling out with Marley Fisher, Harry Neeson and Surrey and Gallagher complete your top 10. As just in front of the commentary box, we've already got Jack Mellon walking back into the paddock. He's left his kart all lonely in the middle of the track, and as we know with race drivers, when they leave the helmet on when they're walking back, they are far from happy. The gap out at the front, though, is almost a second for Fraser Anderson from the rest of the battle. Looking at the background, though, the 24 of Arthur Farrer, you could see the nose cone bobbing up and down. That means he's likely to incur a 5-second penalty because it looks like there's been too much pressure applied on the front of that nose. And Arthur Farrer, no matter where he finishes, so at the moment you can see the gap to the leader from Arthur Farrer is 1.4 seconds. He'd have 5 seconds added onto that, so the gap would be 6.4, and he'd be reclassified within the order. So as it stands at the moment, he would be down in 9th place with everybody else moving up one. But as the race expands and the gap between all of our runners, it means that the closer he can get to the front, and even if he was at the front, he could open up a gap of over 5 seconds, still have that penalty and still take the victory from everybody else. Just having a quick look at the live timing, we have had a fastest lap from Fraser Anderson, who continues to open up the gap at the front of this field from James Fabricius, who's got himself a little bit more of a gap from Arthur Farrer than what he had earlier on. They were battling it out in the early phase, so the field's starting to spread out. In the background there looks like Leo Livings and Buddy Hugo, as Hugo slides down the inside of Marley Fisher. Trying to find out where Leo Livings has gone, because on the previous lap they were really, really close together. I think that's him in the background. And the white machine will confirm that as they come over the line this time. It's Fabricius in 2nd place. Arthur Farrer sets the fastest lap, goes down under the 1 minute mark, the first driver to do so, and he's 4/10 quicker than James Fabricius in 2nd place. Anderson with a gap of a second, continuing to lead out at the front. Then it's Gandhock in 4th, Huschka in 5th, Livings, Neeson, Fisher, Hugo and Jack Holmes, your top 10. So it looks like it was Buddy Hugo at the time battling with Marley Fisher. Moved down the inside by the 15 of Alfie Mayer. On the 41 of Surrey and Gallagher. The cutback's going to be in the background from the inside. 27 gets down the inside. That is Morgan Weston finding a way through. Then is that Alice Fairclough in there as well by the look of it on the back? No, somebody else with a blue helmet. confirm in a moment. Fairclough in 17th place as they're 3 wide and on the grass. As there looks like the 41 gets some air and then runs out of grip and all the way around the outside. That is Fairclough trying to stay on track by the look of it, managing to keep the kart facing in the right direction, but it was the 41 of Sorry and Gallagher facing the wrong way in the middle of the horseshoe, kart splitting either side, and Fairclough having to take to the grass in evasive action, now coming under pressure by the 77 of Caden Simpson for 17th and 18th respectively. Fastest lap from James Fabricius, 0.8 of a second now off the back of Fraser Anderson, takes 2 tenths out but also has Arthur Farah behind. We know Farah's going to pick up a penalty because of that drop nose in front. You can see it already bouncing along the tarmac. Either that or they've just got it set at a really aggressive downward angle, but I think that's very, very unlikely. This is your battle for second then with James Fabricius and Arthur Farah. Lap 1 Fabricius was quicker, then it was Farah, then it was Fabricius, and vice versa as they managed to chop and change in terms of closing that gap up, and Farah now content at the moment with pushing James Fabricius along. Farah sets the fastest lap, as does Fabricius. The gap down by another 1/10 of a second on your race leader, Fraser Anderson, and we've still got 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go. This one could go right down to the wire if Fabricius and Farah continue to push towards the back of Fraser Anderson. It's all about playing the long game. If they start battling it out over second place, then the chances are that is all they're going to be battling it out for. As if they keep pushing each other together, there's going to be a chance of a victory here as they take a huge chunk of that exit curve in the back chicane, trying to close that gap once again. Having a look at the sector times, Farah fastest in sector 2. The gap's going to be coming down again. It was 7/10 of a second on the previous lap. As long as he can get the final paddock bend hairpin right, 7/10 on the previous lap. Remains fairly consistent this time as Fabricius makes a radiator adjustment. That's what he was doing with the right hand there, lifting that radiator flap up. They get feedback on the data logger on the steering wheel as to what the engine temperature is as Fraser Anderson sets the fastest lap of the race, doing everything he can on his own out at the front, effectively against 2 karts behind, pushing each other along. Because 2 karts will always go quicker than 1 in a straight line because they're only punching 1 hole through the air. And the driver behind will take advantage of that, push the first kart along as well, as they now head down towards Gasworks. The time elapsing down towards 2 minutes. This time, though, noticeably closer. That gap is no longer 7/10 of a second. It's 3/10 at best, I think, as now Fabricius and Arthur Farah closing up on the back of Fraser Anderson. Gap down to half a second, 2/10 out on this lap as they run down the straight. Looks like, in all honesty there, Fraser Anderson's got some good straight line speed. Looks like that kart is geared for straight line, and then certainly in the middle part of the circuit, the twistier complex, that's where Fabricius and Farah close up on Fraser Anderson. But certainly Anderson geared to be able to carry the speed down that straight. That's going to mean that, in all honesty, the chances are that the overtake will not happen down into turn 1, but the chances are they will prove me wrong after having said that and make me look silly. Over the back chicane, and the second and third have really closed up in this middle twisty infield section, and Anderson will have to defend at least towards that final corner. 1 minute and 10 remaining, 55 seconds or 59 seconds is the lap time, so they're going to cross the line fairly close to that mark. They could get 1 lap, could be 2 more here, could even be 3 if they get through. There's Fabricius pushing on. See Anderson opening up that gap in a straight line down this long start straight here at Warden Law as they make their way through. Now into the infield section. This is where Fabricius and Farah are strong. They've opened up a gap of over 5 seconds to Fabian Gandhot, which means Arthur Farah at the moment in 3rd place. If he does pick up that 5-second penalty, it won't cause him too much of a problem because he's going to be in 3rd place anyway. That's the worst case scenario if he stays where he is out there on track. There's this leading trio now. Fraser Anderson takes a tighter line into Gasworks, slightly defensive, and then Fabricius is there with him as well. 10 seconds to go, 8 on the overhead gantry over start finish. Not sure they're getting round in enough time. Likely to get the last lap as they come over. It could almost changed just as they're right underneath it. Last lap it is for Fraser Anderson. 59 seconds to hold on to the victory from James Fabricius and Arthur Farah. Dogleg for the final time. Anderson opened up that gap once again down the start-finish straight. Another radiator flap adjustment from James Fabricius, willing absolutely everything he can out of this Micromax car into Senna 1 for the final time. Farah continuing to push third place, and they've closed right up in Senna 1, trying to get the cutback. The move, chances are here, it's going to be at Gasworks down the inside. We know Anderson can defend well into there. He has done on the previous 2 laps. And will almost certainly white line this one down the inside. Farah's coming down the inside on Fabricius. Fabricius doesn't need to defend that one because there's a penalty coming almost certainly for Arthur Farah, which will promote James Fabricius back up into second place. Arthur Farah, though, through into second on track at least. Anderson's going to get the run out of the final corner, and Fraser Anderson takes victory in heat number 2 from Arthur Farah and James Fabricius as the checkered flag comes out. Then it's going to be Fabian Gandhock in a drag race to the line with Josh Huschke. He holds off Huschke for 4th and 5th respectively. Then it's going to be Neeson, I think, in front of Leo Livings with Alfie Mayer, Buddy Hugo and Jack Holmes. Complete your top 10 in front of Marley Fisher, Morgan Weston and Caden Simpson up into 13th with George Swire and Lewis Herbertson completing your top 15. Having a quick look once again at some live chat comments. So we had one in there asking, are these karts electrics? That would have been Ben Price asking about our Mighty Bambino. Yes, they are. And a few others as well. Catherine Potter saying good luck to Jos and Buddy and everyone else that's doing amazing. And Alan Jones saying, come on, Logan, get your foot down. There is James Fabricius, who finished in 3rd, but I think will be classified 2nd in the standings later on when all of the post-race penalties are applied. Speaking of any post-race penalties, I will have a quick look at anything that we've had from heat number 2 earlier on. So we started off with Junior Rotax. Heat number 2, we had a few front fairing penalties in that one for Filipiak, Melissa Adrian, Ben Horner, Jason Dukis, Christian Stefanoff, Ethan Bath, Kieran Thompson and Harrison Purnell. So they were all front fairing penalties in that one. Having a look at Iami Bambino, that one is clear with the exception of Harris Barber, who picked up 5 seconds for gaining an unfair advantage. And Micromax, we are just running through. We are missing a heat number 17. So we'll come back to that one in a few moments' time because it is time now for some Honda-powered racing with Honda Cadet. Grid on your screen then, Theo Bradshaw, who moved through from the second row to dominate Heat 1 in the wet yesterday. Starts on pole position with Ryan White alongside Ashley Haas and Bella Fairclough on row 2, Jensen Hookie and Joshua Sullivan on row number 3. Then it's Alfie Forrester and Fenton Stoneman, Larry Price and Ralphie Branscombe complete your top 10 with Ed Spain and Archie Loveridge on row number 6. Kevin Ivanov starts in 13th, who showed some great pace in the morning practice session earlier today with Sam Green Gomez alongside. Cameron Tipping starts 15th with William Howard for company. Ella Dixon and Sam Hayes start on row number 9. Then it's Rio Wardley and Matthew Plant, George Ralston and Morgan Cooney in front of Ronnie Legg and Freddie Housego on row number 12. Then it's Lewis Gilbertson and Jacob Leathenby with Max Housego and Samuel Yeadon in front of Otto Amy and Luke Jardine on row number 15. Then it's Thomas Battershill in 31st. Jensen White and Max Taddy, they start 32nd and 33rd respectively. They both retired from the race yesterday. Max Taddy involved in a lap 1 incident which took him out of the race. Jensen White, the chain came off on the opening lap at the back chicane and he was out of the race as well. They'll start from 32nd and 33rd respectively. Both of those in my, honestly, 10 drivers. We've got 1/3 of the grid here that I've got down that could have a chance of winning the championship here in the Cadet Kart Championship. And those 2 drivers are up there as well. I'm not sure Not sure what that is or whereabouts it is, but we've got some debris on track. Looks like that could be on the exit of the dogleg. It is the exit of the dogleg. There is some debris. It does seem to be well off the racing line, though. But there is definitely something out there. I'm not sure what it is, but it does look quite sizable. Luckily, it is well off the racing line, though, as you can see, as they'll be cutting through towards where that puddle is on the right and then hitting the curb on the left. So I don't think it's going to be too close as we wait for the final few runners to get themselves into the correct position down there on the grid. Then the helpers will exit via the hire car exit gate down there, as they will receive in a few moments a 5-second board. Then you'll hear the engine notes rise for our Hondas. Lights are out already, and it's away and racing. It's a good start from Fenton Stoneman by the look of it, as the field sweep down towards the first corner. Ryan White's managed to get past Theo Bradshaw at the start, so Ryan White leads as the rest of the field get themselves into what will be a single file order by the time they get towards the dogleg, because if they don't, they're going to have to be nice and brave and stick it out round the outside. Looks like everyone's made it through there cleanly. Yesterday it was Senna 2 where the problems arose for all of our runners. Can everybody get themselves cleanly around there? This is the Senna 1 hairpin. Senna 2 is where the action was yesterday, where the field concertina together. Ryan White, though, leading from Theo Bradshaw. That's your front row. Alfie Forrester from 7th place is up into P3. Lightning start for the 79. Down the inside comes Jensen Hookie, the BKC champion on the 160 last year. And that's Ashley Haas in the background. Bella Fairclough in the 5 on the inside. Sullivan in the 13 on the outside. And Ralphie Branscombe trying to get his nose down the inside in the 96 kart. So they hit onto the start-finish line. Hookie with his arm up in the air. Agreed with something, but it's Ryan White leading the way then from Theo Bradshaw over start-finish at the end of the first lap. Then it's Alfie Forrester still up into 3rd place with Ashley Haas, Bella Fairclough, Jensen Hookie, Joshua Sullivan, Ralphie Branscombe, Ed Spain and Kevin Ivanoff up into the top 10. Then it's Fenton Stoneman, Archie Loveridge, Sam Green Gomez, Cameron Tippin, Larry Price completing your top 15. As moves through the field, Kevin Ivanoff carrying that form that he showed this morning in the practice session through onto the track here today at Warden Law is absolutely flying in the 50. Keep an eye out, there he is at the moment. Looks like he's on the back of the 72 of Ed Spain. Can't get down the inside at Gasworks, but he's carrying a huge amount of pace. Kevin Ivanoff, down the inside he goes now into the horseshoe. Don't often see moves there. And he's through on Ed Spain. Ralphie Branscombe in the background as well, as Ryan White sets the fastest lap. Opens up a gap of 0.3 of a second to Theo Bradshaw. Then it's Alfie Forrester still in front of Ashley Haas and Bella Fairclough, Joshua Sullivan, Jensen Hookie. Ivanoff up into 8th place. Ed Spain and Ralphie Branscombe rounding out your top 10. Then there's a bit of contact there into the dogleg with Branscombe into the back of Ed Spain. Then he feels the need to look over his shoulder to see how close Fenton Stoneman is. So we've got a yellow flag out over start finish. Could have somebody off up at turn 1. We'll keep an eye out to see if there's anybody dropping down the order at the end of this lap as to whom that might be. It's still out, so as Archie Loveridge gets down the inside of Fenton Stoneman into that back chicane. Now Jensen Hookie coming under pressure from Kevin Ivanoff. Ivanoff down the inside of Jensen Hookie, and Ralphie Branscombe does exactly the same to the 72. That's the 95 of Jacob Leathenby being pushed off down there at turn 1, so that's why the yellow flag was out. Down there at turn 1, the kart being pushed off into the pit lane. It's not actually, it's down towards the final corner. It's been pushed back into the hire kart pit lane right in front of my commentary position, as a few people are having a quick look at that kart to see if they can get it back out, but I think that one is a no-go. Jensen Hookie and Kevin Ivanoff are continuing to, at the moment, squabble over 7th place. Hookie back in front of Ivanoff and then asking Ivanoff to push him, having just got past. They want to try and close the gap to the karts in front, which still sees Ryan White leading the way. Alfie Forrester is coming under pressure from the 17 of Ashley Haas, and Haas is through, and then Forrester will try and keep it to the inside of Bella Fairclough. Fairclough sweeps round the outside, and they are through into third and fourth respectively, and then Forrester gets a little bit of snap oversteer in the middle of the corner. He's going to find Joshua Sullivan right on the back of him, and then he's going to come to the inside as they head down towards turn one. Sullivan on the inside of Forrester. Forrester sweeps round the outside and holds on at the timing for the lead to fifth place. Sullivan with the fastest lap of the race, closing up right on the back of Alfie Forrester, now up into in sixth place, trying to close in on the 79 machine, who had that lightning start down the inside into centre one. Sullivan has the door closed on him by Forrester. He took that tighter line into the centre one hairpin. As we, in front of them, we watch Ashley Haas and Bella Fairclough trying to break away. In the background though, now Kevin Ivanoff has found a way past Jensen Hookie and is closing in on this battle for third all the way down into sixth. Hookie's lost the place as well to Ralphie Branscombe, who is through, and they've got Ed Spain in the background coming up onto the back of them as well. Kevin Ivanoff, the driver on the charge at the moment, with a superb middle sector, some 4/10 quicker than everybody else. Theo Bradshaw with the fastest lap of 59.7. in second place, trying to close in on Ryan White at the front of this pack. 17 of Ashley Haas, Bella Fairclough. Then it's Alfie Forrester. There is your leaders, and that gap of 0.3 of a second has gone, I can assure you, because that's Theo Bradshaw, all the way on the back of Ryan White, trying to send a move down the inside on Ryan White into centre two. Has the door closed on him, loses a few kart lengths, 3 minutes and 1 lap remaining in this heat number 2 for our Honda Cadet class. Theo Bradshaw find a way past Ryan White in the yellow helmet for Ryan White. The train for third place still sees Ashley Haas in front of Bella Fairclough, Alfie Forrester and Joshua Sullivan, although they are now coming under increasing pressure, I believe, from Kevin Ivanoff, although actually on the previous lap, Ivanoff dropping away a little bit. Ralphie Branscombe with the fastest lap of 59.3 as they make their way towards the dog leg. Forrester tries to put a move down the inside, and Sullivan spins off onto the grass. That's going to drop him well outside the top 10. The grass is wet there. He's going to spin the rear wheels up, and Sullivan tried to dive down the inside of Alfie Forrester, made a mistake, and is spun off onto the grass. That's going to put him well outside the top 10. There's a gap now between Bella Fairclough in fourth place and then Alfie Forrester. Let's open that gap up. Can Forrester close it back in as Fairclough tries to find a way past Ashley Haas? Gets a move to the inside. Haas is going to be on the track position on the inside. Can Fairclough get the cut back? That's going to play into the hands of Alfie Forrester. Ralphie Branscombe is through on Kevin Ivanoff. So Ivanoff's early race pace starting to fall away as it starts coming towards for Branscombe as they come over start finish. Looks like Alfie Forrester might have a flappy nose at the moment there on the 79 kart. Branscombe with another fastest lap in 6th place. Ivanoff 7th, Hookie, then Loveridge and Spain complete your top 10. Then it's Gomez in 11th. Battle for the lead continues though, with Theo Bradshaw and Ryan White still battling out for the lead with 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining in this opening heat of the morning. It's heat number 2 for Honda Cadets as they sweep through the horseshoe. 57 seconds on the clock, so we are going to get 2 more laps in this one. Ryan White leading from Theo Bradshaw down the start-finish straight. Then there's a train of karts now because Ralphie Branscombe has closed right up on the back of Alfie Forrester in 6th place. Forrester in 5th. Can Branscombe find a way through and give himself a chance of attacking Bella Fairclough and Ashley Haas? Behind though, they've got Kevin Ivanoff and Jensen Hookie keen to join this party. Bella Fairclough down the inside of Ashley Haas, and Alfie Forrester's going to try and stick the nose down the inside as well. Haas is going to be, then it opens up the gap for Ralphie Branscombe, who forces his way through with some side pod action on Alfie Forrester at centre 2. Ralphie Branscombe up into 5th place, Forrester down into 6th, Ivanoff behind as well, and then he's going to try, will Ivanoff make the move down towards the Gasworks hairpin? Down the inside he goes on Alfie Forrester. Jensen Hookie's going to try and get the cut back as well to the inside. He can't get it done, and Alfie Forrester will lose a place and he will drop down into 7th place. Kevin Ivanov up. Jensen Hookie tries to stick it down the inside of Alfie Forrester. Last lap boards out for our leaders. They're further down the road by around about 5 seconds on this battle as Ashley Haas tries to get back to the inside of Bella Fairclough. Round turn 1, can't get it done, door closed. Ralphie Branscombe looking to take advantage in P5. Kevin Ivanov closing back up towards the end in 6th place, so takes a chunk of curb and loses some track position from this battle in behind. Then in the background you've got Forrester as Haas goes down the inside of Fairclough, opens the door. That's going to put Branscombe on the outside. Can Branscombe get the door cut back to the inside? He's gone slightly wide and got some oversteering. Kevin Ivanov will come down the inside into the back chicane and move himself up into the top 5, and I don't think he's done just yet. He's going to take a wider line. They're 3 wide as the leaders battling it out all the way around the horseshoe towards the final corner. Ryan White will take the checkered flag and victory in heat number 2 for Honda Cadet from Theo Bradshaw. They're battling it out as they go around the final corner. Haas is going to take 3rd. Then it's Ivanov. Drag race to the line for 5th place. And Ralphie Branscombe pips Bella Fairclough for 5th, with Fairclough in 6th. With then Hookie, Forrester, Archie Loveridge, Ed Spain, Sam Green Gomez, Joshua Sullivan in P12 in front of Sam Hayes and Max Taddy all the way through from the back of the grid up into 14th place, with Fenton Stoneman, William Howard and then Ronnie Legg in 17th. Cameron Tippin, Freddie Housego and Sam Yeadon complete your top 20 then in our Honda Cadet class. Down there then in our holding area, there's Ryan White in the yellow helmet, just probably asking Ashley Haas how his race has gone in the back, between the two of them, as there's Theo Bradshaw hand on hips, waiting for the rest of his team to be allowed into the holding area down there at the bottom. So just dipping back into the comments, we had a good look for Rio Warderley, that was from his mum. And speaking of mums, happy Mother's Day to all the karting mums out there in the paddock and watching at home as well, as the Honda Cadets make their way into the holding area. Ryan White just having a bit of a debrief with Max Taddy, who's charged through the field from 33rd place up into 14th at the end of that one. That means that's where he's going to start the next race. So next race, though, will be Coma C50 Bambino. Rex Michael Pooley will start on pole position with Toby Biggs for company, Jack Daniels and Joshua Bailey on row 2, Ronnie Kempson and Noah Wicklow on row number 3. Harry Chapman starts 7th with Sebastian McCarthy alongside. Mason Hibbert and Eli Scher complete your top 10 with Henry Algar and Jamie Walsh on row number 6. Then it's Joshua Adate and Brady Atkin with Oliver Daniels and Freddie Blackshaw on row number 8. Then it's Riley, Aston Wilkins and Darcy Durnford on row number 9 with Arlo Atkinson and Henry Hales in front of Ethan Pearson and Logan Hodgetts. That is your 22 kart Coma C50 Bambino grid. The youngest of our drivers, aged 5 to 8 years old. They make their way out with these 4 horsepower Coma C50 Bambino engines. Our parent helpers will make their way down to the start-finish line, where they will meet their young chargers. After this one, we will have Minimax. That will complete our cycle of 7 races. We'll go back then through the same order before our lunch break, and then we'll rejoin with 7 finals to bring the opening thing. We're being treated here to a free race as the parents make their way down towards the start line. Who's going to take victory? We've got a late charger on the outside there in the glasses. He's going to try and get there to the line first. Oh, it could be a dead heat there between the Bambino parents as they make their way in reverse down the start-finish straight. We should put numbers on them to make it easier for the commentator. And then later on in the year, I think we might even put horse costumes on them and turn it into a proper Parents' Grand National as they make their way down the start-finish straight. So they do have to get down there just in enough time for their to meet their drivers. It's just they're all going to roll into position. There we go. Looks like we're currently missing P3 as there we go, rolling into position on the thing. These carts weigh in at 71 kilograms. That includes the driver as well. That was why it was fairly easy for parent helper for the number 16 machine to just pick the cart up and move it to one side. Final parent helper just exiting the grid at the moment with a majestic leap of the barrier. I'll get the 5-second board in a few moments just to tell the drivers to have a quick look up at the lights. Lights are out and we are away and racing. It's a good start there for the 13 of Ronnie Kempson on the inside. He's making his way down and he's going to try and slot in behind the 81 of Joshua Bailey, who's already up into third place, having started in P4 as our Coma C50s make their way through into the first corner. And these LeConte all-weather tyres, so they're a groove tyre. They use the same one in the wet or the dry, so don't have a huge amount of grip, but that sort of matches with the power that they've got as they make their way down towards the start. As Toby Biggs leads, but then is immediately overtaken by Heat 1 winner Rex Pooley into Senna 1. Then it's Joshua Bailey. He's going to try and get the cut back on second place man Biggs at the moment. In the background, we'll keep an eye out on that. Looks like Sebastian McCarthy. Is it running in slightly different colours in to his traditional blue? Keep an eye out there. He's same blue suit but slightly darker sticker kit. In fourth place in front of the 13 of Ronnie Kempson, who made that good start from row number 4. The start of this race. They'll come through and over the start line in a few moments' time as we've got Paul Jempson on saying, come on Joshua Adate. Well, we'll find out in a few moments' time where he is as they come over start finish for the first time. Rex Pooley leads them over start finish in front of Toby Biggs and Joshua Bailey, Sebastian McCarthy, Ronnie Kempson. Then it's the O-plate, Harry Chapman in front of Noah Wicklow, Mason Hibbert, Henry Algar and Eli Scher, your top 10. With Joshua Adate just behind in 12th. In front of him, Jack Daniels in P number 11. The run down then towards the Senna 1 hairpin already sees Rex Pooley opening the gap up at the front. Battle behind is 5 deep as there's a move down the inside there by Ronnie Kempson on Joshua Bailey. He slides his way through in up into third place. Bailey's going to try and get a run. He's going to find Sebastian McCarthy trying to sweep all the way round the outside. McCarthy's going to try and get the cut back. That's going to put him on the outside though for the trip round the horseshoe, and it's a long way round the outside there. He's still trying to stick it out, but I think that's going to play more into the hands of Harry Chapman behind. And the all-yellow kart with the yellow helmet and the O-plate, having won that at the Winter Cup. Right in the background, he's trying to come out of the slipstream, but I don't think he's close enough as McCarthy's going to try and make a move down the inside of Joshua Bailey and forces his way through into turn 1. That's going to drop Bailey down into 5th place. McCarthy up into that 4th place as we watch this battle for second. Now highlighted on the top corner of your screen is from Toby Biggs down to Harry Chapman, second down into 6th place. Now highlighted in white, split by just over a second from Biggs, Kempson, Bailey, McCarthy and Chapman in the all-yellow machine at the tail end of this battle. At the front of it though, it looks like Toby Biggs has been overtaken by Ronnie Kempson for 2nd place, and Kempson is starting to move away as Biggs is going to try and defend off Sebastian McCarthy. We know McCarthy's got some decent straight line speed because on the previous lap he managed to find a way through on Joshua Bailey in that run up towards turn 1. Let's see whether he does the same this time. It's going to be Harry Chapman in the background of Bailey. Now all of these karts have got the same gearing on. It's fixed with an 82 rear sprocket on our Koma C50 Bambinos, and once again it is Sebastian McCarthy at the top end of the straight who's got all the grunt and finds his way through on Toby Biggs, who started the day in second place, now down into P4. McCarthy up into third place. Can he close in on Ronnie Kempson? There's a gap of a second to Kempson in front there. There he is in the 13 machine. Rex Michael Pooley, though, has a gap of 2 seconds to the rest of the field. Looks very, very comfortable, does the 31 out at the front. And then we've got Henry Algar running in 7th place, Noah Wicklow behind 7th and 8th respectively, and then expect a train of karts to come into shot all the way down from Mason Hibbert, Eli Sher, Joshua Adete's in there as well in the yellow machine just on the inside there. Then it's the 28 of Freddie Blackshaw as they all take differing lines, and Adete down the inside and takes too much speed in, has to get on the brakes, has a half spin and has to go over the grass. That'll drop him down to the tail end of this battle and has actually opened it up a little bit more. He's dropped behind Jamie Walsh. That'll put him in 14th place as they head out onto start finish. The E plate of Mason Hibbert, having won the East of England Championship, coming under pressure from the 16 of Jack Daniels in 9th place, and then Daniels little tap into the rear. You saw Hibbert's head go a little, fall backwards a little bit. That little tap into the rear by the 16 of Jack Daniels. No harm done. In fact, it would have probably made Hibbert go a little bit quicker. You got that drive out of the corner as they continue to bump draft each other down that middle straight towards Senna 1. And they're going to get the cut back, is he, towards Senna 2? He is, to the inside, and then decides to back out, and that's lost him a few kart lengths as Jack Daniels. That's going to leave Mason Hibbert in a comfortable 9th, at least for the next few corners. And although he's slow out of that back chicane, that's going to allow Daniels to close right back up. And we'll try and get the cut back, although that will put him on the outside once again. He's going to try and have to cut to the inside, although with these Koma C50 Bambinos, makes them a lot less likely to open that door round there. Sebastian McCarthy, fastest lap of the race in 3rd place, has closed the gap up from 1 second down to 2.5 tenths to Ronnie Kempson in 2nd place. We're going to have a good battle on for that P2 in a few moments' time, I think, with Sebastian McCarthy and Ronnie Kempson. At the moment, though, we focus on Hibbert, Daniels, and then there's a battle still going on behind for Eli Sher with Freddie Blackshaw, Jamie Walsh and Joshua Adete, split by 2.4 seconds. This is the battle for 2nd place, and now McCarthy has found a way past Ronnie Kempson. The gap was 2 tenths. Now it sees McCarthy in front. Kempson's going to try and come back down the inside as they head down towards Gasworks. There's some lap traffic in front. That's the 27 of Darcy Dunford in 20th place. So they've already started to make their way through some of the lap traffic for our race leaders. And Sebastian McCarthy, the driver on the charge, and charges too far wide, unfortunately, into Paddock Bend, opens the door for Ronnie Kempson, and Kempson comes back through. In the background, Harry Chapman has broken away from the battle for 4th place with Toby Biggs and Joshua Bailey, and is closing in on the back of these in front of him. Half a second quicker on the previous lap was Harry Chapman, the O plate, in 5th place, trying to close in. He's in 4th place, sorry, trying to close in on Ronnie Kempson and Sebastian McCarthy. More lap traffic to contend with, minute and 20 plus 1 lap remaining in this heat number 2 for our Koma C50 Bambinos. The gap for the lead from Rex Pooley, 1.6 seconds on the timing, although it looks to be a little bit closer than that, certainly through the infield section of Ronnie Kempson and Sebastian McCarthy trying to close in on Rex Pooley. They got 1.6 on timing last time through. Although in the middle sector, Kempson 6 tenths quicker in sector 1, 3 tenths quicker in sector 2. The gap's going to have halved from 1.6. It's going to be around about 7 tenths of a second, I think, as they come over start finish. Could even be less. 2 laps remaining then in Koma C50 Bambino, and the gap for the lead dice from 1.6 seconds down to 4 tenths in 1 lap alone. Kempson, McCarthy, Chapman won't be discounted in this one either. Not sure what's happened to the pace of Rex Michael Pooley in the final few laps of this race, but the lead has gone. And now we've got a 4-kart train for the lead here. Pooley, though, still continuing to lead from Kempson and Sebastian McCarthy. Harry Chapman sets the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap with a 1:10.906 to close himself right up on the back of this Coma C50 Bambino leading train. The time has elapsed. Next time round, they will see the last lap board. They may encounter some more lap traffic. Could that be why Rex Pooley's been slowed? I don't know, because he's just fallen back into the clutches of Ronnie Kempson, Sebastian McCarthy. Kempson's going to try and go round the outside. That will allow Sebastian McCarthy to close back up. Tries to switch it back to the inside as they head towards Paddock Bend for the penultimate time. Last lap will be shown on the overhead gantry as Kempson pulls out of the slipstream really early. Has he gone too soon? Will he hit a wall of air? As they head down towards the first corner, he's going to dive through, and Sebastian McCarthy from third place does them both into the first corner, and Sebastian McCarthy leads from Rex Pooley and Ronnie Kempson. Pooley back down the inside of Kempson, Kempson onto the curb on the outside. Chapman still there in fourth place. Sebastian McCarthy now cuts to the inside. Will he defend from Rex Michael Pooley? Pooley gets to the inside. McCarthy will slot back into second. Will he get the cutback? It was a great move from Sebastian McCarthy. Now he's going to find Kempson on his inside. McCarthy on the inside of Pooley. Pooley's going to have the door closed. Kempson all the way round the outside. They're all nose to tail. 3 Bambinos battling out for the victory. Chapman as well. Then McCarthy's going to try and get a switchback move. There's some lap traffic that they're going to meet here, I think, in the middle of the horseshoe. 1 of 4 drivers, the door opened for Kempson to come back down the inside of McCarthy. McCarthy to the inside. Lap traffic on the inside. Chapman's coming through for third place. Drag race to the line between them two. Pooley holds on for victory from McCarthy, then Kempson and Chapman in fourth place with Henry Algar in P5. Toby Biggs, Joshua Adate, and then it's going to be Noah Wicklow in P number 8. Superb racing from the youngest of our drivers on show here today in the Kart Championship. They're making their way through. That's the weighbridge that you can see our top 3 going through. Rex Michael Pooley, Sebastian McCarthy, Ronnie Kempson, Harry Chapman take a bow after that one. Superb racing for our Coma C50 Bambinos. Rex Michael Pooley takes victory then from McCarthy, Kempson and Chapman. Your top 4. Then it's Henry Algar, Toby Biggs, Joshua Bailey, Noah Wicklow, Jack Daniels and Mason Hibbert rounding out your top 10 in our Coma C50 Bambino class. Just having a quick look there. We've had Linda Harwin Boyd on saying good luck to Rex Pooley. That's from Gromar and Kevin. Well, he's done you proud in that one, holding on for the victory. And we've got Emma Parsons on saying good luck to Jamie Walsh as well from Isla. Final race of the cycle then is upon us. It will be race number 7 of the day, race 14. As I see Sebastian McCarthy there ready with the helmet off and punching the air. It's time for Minimax. Oliver Fabricius starts on the front row with Ewan House alongside Charlie Vary and Harris Roberts, the cadet champion from CKC last year in P number 4. Then it's Daniel Hartley and Andrew Dixon on row 3 in 5th and 6th respectively, in front of Braith Murdoch and Charlie Lomas. Then it's Ben Adrian and Tom Drake in front of Maya Simpson and Alex Lynn on row number 6. Leighton Kelly starts 13th, Charlie Kelso alongside James Tate and Ellis Dealey share row number 8 in front of Alfie McBain and Amy Peacock. Then it's Tyler Davis and Aston Brown, Zach Kane and Harry Warby, with Harry Friel and Ben Robinson on row number 12. Bella Brown completes your 25 kart Mini Max grid. Rolling start then for our Minimax class. They'll make their way around, so trying to get as much heat into the tyres as possible. They're going to have to back this one up if they're going to get everybody into position by the time they get into the tram lines. The tail of the field still making their way round the gasworks hairpin. It's been a very, very quick rolling up lap for Minimax. The tail of the field not close at the moment in this one. I'd be very surprised if we go racing and already the false start flag is being shown even as the field is making its way round the final corner. Was a very, very quick rolling up lap. Normally you'll see that on the rolling up laps the field sort of concertinaing together around about Marshall's post 8, as we've got a spinner in the middle of the pack there. Not sure who that is. They're going to have an opportunity. They will have an opportunity to get back into the into where they need to be. Just having a quick look. It could have been the 66 of Alex Lynn. I will have a quick look out the window because I can see some track position, and we'll see where that car is coming through. No, it wasn't. It was the 20, in fact, of James Tate. They have got identical helmets, just slightly different colour scheme. So he will have an opportunity to get back into position, but he has to thread his way through a field of karts that are now going a lot slower, as Fabricius has backed the field up from Marshall post 6. That's the one there on the left as they make their way round towards the gasworks hairpin. So that was where they'll start to look to concertina themselves together. Fabricius maintaining the pace. The tail of the field a lot closer this time, and we have a much higher chance of going racing at this time round in our Minimax class. Field close together. Still a little bit of nudging in the middle as they are eager to get away. You can still get a drop-down penalty on the rolling up lap, so they don't want to be too close. And there's contact there from Charlie Very into the back of Fabricius, and we're going to have another false start in our Minimax class as they made their way around the final corner. Fabricius, as the pole sitter, dictates the pace. If he wants to go as slow as walking pace and just let that kart roll towards the acceleration zone, that is entirely his prerogative as the race leader, and everybody else has to follow what happens. It is the poleman's privilege to do what they want in terms of the position. Looking at the front there, Ewan House with the nose of that 26 already looks to be pointing downwards. Not quite sure why, as off the front row shouldn't have had anything to have contact with. And the 58 of Bella Brown is off track down at the exit of the dogleg, out of the kart. Not sure whether the kart's broken down, but she's already out and walking towards the sanctuary of the Marshal's post. The Marshal working feverishly down there to get that kart moved out of the way to allow us to go racing as they come round. The kart looks to be safely out of the way. So it looks like we will be having opportunity to go racing. At this time will be the third time of asking for our Minimax. Fabricius in the 90. Behind him it's Charlie Very. Then the 3 of Daniel Hartley, who won the BKC Winter Cup at Warden Law between in the middle of December. A memorable weekend for many, mainly because it snowed and it was very, very cold. Into the tram lines they go then for our minis. The lights extinguished, we're away and racing. It's a good start from the middle of the pack for the driver in the white helmet there, just slotting in behind Charlie Very in third place. We'll keep an eye out on the exact number of minutes to 25, making their way through Andrew Dixon from Ashstead in Surrey with a fantastic start. The beginning of that one as they make their way through. Amy Peacock there down the inside of Alex Lynn in the red and black helmet. And Fabricius continuing to lead this race as he has done from that pole position berth round the first corner. Charlie Very into second place. Then it's Dixon in front of, looks like the 14 there. We'll keep an eye out on numbers as they come over. But if it is, that's Braith Murdoch, as we've got Hartley running all the way around the outside on the rumble strip of Harris Roberts. It is Braith Murdoch in the 14, making the move down the inside of Andrew Dixon for P3. Showing some good early race pace, Murdoch there, as they gets the kart round that left-hander, the triple apex left of the horseshoe over the line. 5-second penalty for Andrew Dixon being shown on the overhead gantry. You can see there it's smaller on the back, but we can see it on the front. I would guess, given that he made a lightning start, that is for a jump start. Either coming out the tram lines too early in order to accelerate, but Andrew Dixon given a 5-second penalty shown on the overhead gantry at the end of the opening lap. So no matter where he finishes, it will act exactly the same as a front fairing drop-down nose. Now, if he was to get one of those as well, you get both of them. One doesn't supersede the other or anything similar. You'll get a 5-second penalty for both, and that'll add up to 10. So they make their way through Gasworks for the second time. Fabricius leads from Charlie Vary and Braith Murdoch. That's your top three. Then it's Andrew Dixon and Ewan House. At the moment, the top three, nose to tail. Fabricius from Charlie Vary and Braith Murdoch have opened up a gap, and Vary dives down the inside of Fabricius into the first corner. Braith Murdoch will try and take advantage now as Fabricius had to take a wider line as they head down towards the dogleg, but Charlie Vary leads this race, finished second on track yesterday, picked up a 5-second penalty that dropped him down into third place. So from P3, the inside of the second row, Charlie Vary leads as they go round the Senna 1 and 2 complex from Fabricius, and has started to open up a gap already with a fast first second sector. Some 0.8 of a second quicker already on this lap as the Harris Roberts sends a move down the inside of Daniel Hartley in the 3. That's for 6th place. And if they can stay somewhere near Andrew Dixon in the 25, they'll inherit another one when he picks up his 5-second penalty that will be added to his time at the end of the race. Charlie Vary with the fastest lap, Braith Murdoch and Oliver Fabricius second and third, with Murdoch tucked right into the rear bumper of Oliver Fabricius. Fabricius running the orange BSR colours this year rather than his traditional blue and yellow. So a new sticker kit on that number 90 machine. Took it to victory in its first outing yesterday, holding on for second place at the moment, but coming under continued pressure from Braith Murdoch. The top three have opened up a comfortable gap of some 3 seconds back to the rest of the pack. Braith Murdoch, though, within touching distance of Oliver Fabricius as they head down towards Gasworks hairpin. Behind them, there's a battle going on between Dixon all the way down to Ben Adrian there in the blue suit. He's in 8th place, although at the moment it seems to have just calmed itself down ever so slightly. Charlie Vary continuing to lead from Fabricius and Murdoch. Murdoch not able to find the way through. That was Ben Adrian there in the blue. He's in 8th place. Charlie Vary with another fastest lap in P1 as Braith Murdoch and Oliver Fabricius still nose to tail in 2nd place. Then it's Ewan House now up in front of Andrew Dixon. He was running in cadets last year. This is one of his first outings in the Mini. He seems to have taken to it very well. Has Harris Roberts there in the 45. Last year's cadet champion in the Cadet Kart Championship. Wrapped that one up at round 7 at Houghton Park last year and then jumped immediately to Mini and went well, finishing inside the top 5 at Ella Park. He dives down the inside of Andrew Dixon and moves himself up into the top 5 here today at Warden Law. Round the horseshoe as they then don't hardly even straighten up before throwing the kart to the right. Once again, Charlie Vary with another fastest lap. Opens the gap up to 2.4 seconds with 4 minutes remaining of this race. And we'll have that last one lap as well. Ben Adrian now right on the back of Daniel Hartley. Maya Simpson as well in 9th place now, closing in on the back. In the background in the orange kart is Charlie Lomas in the number 41 machine, who joins us from Plymouth in Dorset. They're making the long trip up. There's contact there in the back of Hartley from Maya Simpson. That's going to open the door, and Hartley's going to get shuffled back behind James Tate. That's going to drop him down to 11th place. So Hartley goes from 7th to 11th in one corner. Shuffled back, Ben Adrian then now up into P7. Maya Simpson on a charge with Lomas with the orange and blue nose cone. Black side pods on that machine. Now we've got Harris Roberts having a think about getting past Ewan House. Comes out of the slipstream and then ducks back in. This was that battle we had with Ben Adrian in 7th place from Simpson, Lomas and Tate. As Lomas takes a chunk of curb. Simpson has a look over the shoulder. Lomas is close enough but elects not to make a move down the inside. Harris Roberts has found a way past Ewan House for 4th place. In the background, Andrew Dixon's still there, but he's likely to incur, well, has already incurred that 5-second penalty, in fact, for the jump start. And, breaking out the tram lines at the beginning of this race. Charlie Vary, gap of 2.8 seconds with 2.5 minutes remaining. That is out to 3.2 from Oliver Fabricius. Braith Murdoch, confirmation on the screen that Harris Roberts moves up into fourth with Ewan House, P5, Andrew Dixon, Ben Adrian, Maya Simpson, Charlie Lomas and James Tate. This battle going on for P4 still at the moment. Braith Murdoch, who looked to have the early race pace on Oliver Fabricius but couldn't find a way through, is still there riding shotgun in P3. Not close enough to Fabricius at the moment, needs to get this back chicane right as they run down towards the Gasworks hairpin. Towards Paddock Bend, we've got car contact between Alex Lynn and Amy Peacock. Kart stationary together on the inside of the corner at St John's. That's the left hand of the leaders. I think are about to come up to that one. The yellow flag is out for Charlie Vary, the race leader, as those two karts are going to rejoin just in front. Alex Lynn and Amy Peacock, just having a quick look, they were in 14th and 15th respectively. They're going to be 23rd and 24th now. They're right down, and Daniel Hartley is out as well on the grass and out of the kart. He was just outside the top 10, and now he's going to drop all the way down the order. Here's Daniel Hartley, and that's where he's going to be starting the next race. In 24th place will Daniel Hartley, because Alex Lynn and Amy Peacock have rejoined. They'll come through that kart stationary on the outside. We've got a mechanical flag as well being ready. Not sure who that's for. We'll get confirmation on the overhead gantry that we can see outside the comm box. 34 seconds remaining, plus 1 lap. Not quite sure who it's for. I think they're holding a number up as well. We'll try and find out in a few moments, but the black flag with the orange circle in the middle. We'll try and get a number for you as to who's got that mechanical flag in a few moments' time. As we've got the 99 of Tom Drake off at Gasworks hairpin and just rejoining. It's Harry Warby on the IM plate who's picked up the mechanical flag and will have to come into pit lane. Will Harry Warby. So with these karts, there is a few things that can happen. The rear bumper can come out and be dragging along the floor. If that comes out on one side, they'll be called into pit lane. If the chain guard comes off as well, as Fabricius and Murdoch make their way past Alex Lynn. Some lap traffic in front of them. Lynn involved in that incident with Amy Peacock at mid-race distance. The last lap board out for your race leader, Charlie Vary, already some 3.3 seconds down the road. The battle for second place is where the action is at on screen here from Oliver Fabricius and Braith Murdoch. Half a lap to go in this battle for second place. Fabricius, who took the victory yesterday, holding on. The second place from Murdoch. Look over the shoulder, parks the kart to the inside of the track, then moves outside to get the optimum line. Charlie Vary already 3.3 seconds. He's heading round the final corner. Charlie Vary takes victory in heat number 2 from Fabricius, who holds off Murdoch as they come round the final corner. Murdoch takes a dive to the inside but can't get up into second place. So it's Vary from Fabricius and then Murdoch, Harris Robertson, Ewan House with Andrew Dixon and Ben Adrian, Maya Simpson, Charlie Lomas and James Tate completing your top 10. Fabricius making his way through the weighbridge and down into the top 4 position. Down there on the right-hand side, they'll then either be confirmed as happy or the scrutineer may want a look at 1 or 2 items on each of the karts. Down there, they were looking yesterday, they were going through a number of different items on different karts, be it spark plugs, fuel samples, and the like. There is Braith Murdoch, who had a great run through, and a big thumbs up as well and congratulates race winner Charlie Very. And puts his hands on his head. I don't think he can quite believe how his charge through the field went in that one, as a few people have a bit of a debrief with their mechanics down there. So that is the first cycle of 7 races complete in the heats. So look, we're going to go all the way back to the beginning, this time with heat number 3 for Junior Rotax. Kasper Tomilewski will be on pole position then, having won heat number 2, and he shares the front row with Gregor Reed. Then it's Ollie Naylor and Benjamin Lee, Harry Hurst-Grover and Ben Horner in front of Sam Stoner and Jensen O'Neill going. Callum Foster and Archie Carter complete the top 10. Then it's Rhys Owen in 11th with Harry Higgs alongside, with Joshua Jarvis and Martin Wright in 14th place. Bartek Filipiak and James Waring share row 8. Emily Cooper and Max Haller are on row number 9. James Philip Byrne and Jason Duckis will complete the top 20 with Archie Dyson and Ollie Poole, Ellis Garrett and James Kell on row number 12. Melissa Adrian starts 25th with Christian Stevenoff alongside Amelie Ackett and Molly Pugh on row 14. Harrison Bishop and Frankie Smedley complete your top 30 with Ethan Bath, Kieran Thompson, Harrison Purnell, Jacob Anslow, Ewan Stevenson and Archie Doherty on the final row. Now, Ben Horner did finish heat number 2 in 2nd place, but incurred a 5-second front fairing penalty. That's why he's starting this one down there in heat number 6. Field is already making its way out onto track as we see Kasper Tomilewski at the front, and that's Harry Hurst-Grover just throwing the kart left and right. They're just trying to get some heat into those tyres before they get round to Marshall post number 6, where they'll then all come together side by side, ready for the start. Points from the heats will be added together to sort out the grid for the finals. So it's the all-important heat number 3 for our junior Rotax class, particularly for those towards the front. We don't want to undo all the hard work as Rhys Owen slots back into position. Looks like he's had a bit of an excursion on the opening lap because he's having to make his way through into position as they weave left and right, trying to get some heat into the tyres. Tomilewski off pole position in the 20, leading them through, dictating that pace as they come through very, very slowly at the moment. Don't want to go too slowly, mind, because you might oil the plug up, and then when you put your foot down for all the power, the engine won't reply as quickly as you might want it. Tomilewski then on the front row, alongside Gregor Reed, behind them Ollie Naylor and Benjamin Lee, into the tram lines. The lights go out, we're away and racing in Junior Rotax Heat 3. Tomilewski to the inside, Naylor's pushing him all the way through as well, and Ollie Naylor moves through into 2nd place, in front of Gregor Reed. Then Harry Hurst-Grover, Benjamin Lee's going to get squeezed out, up and onto the curb. Sam Stoner's up there into 5th place. Looks like Bartek Filipiak's made a good start as well, as we've got a driver on the grass there in the yellow and blue cart. That's the 89 of Archie Carter, trimming the grasses. Down there at centre 1, Harry Hurst-Grover dives down the inside of Gregor Reed, moves him up into 3rd place. Has he managed to hold on to it? Yes, he has. I'm just having a quick look out of the window. There he is in the first of the 2 blue and red helmets in front of Gregor Reed's blue and orange helmet. Then it's Bartek Filipiak, it's not Callum Foster. In fact, Sam Stoner comes down the inside hard on the brakes, sideways into the side of Callum Foster. Sam Stoner goes through. Foster actually manages to hold on to 6th place, albeit somewhat fortuitously. That one could have ended far, far worse as Sam Stoner went into Gasworks hairpin very, very hot. So as they come over the start-finish line for the first time, Kasper Tomilewski leads from Ollie Naylor and Harry Hurst-Grover, Gregor Reed and Sam Stoner, your top 5. Callum Foster, Benjamin Lee, Jensen O'Neill going, Ben Horner and Joshua Jarvis. This is a move back down the inside there by Callum Foster on Sam Stoner at St John's. Benjamin Lee just behind, then it's a 72 of Jensen O'Neill going. Into the chicane, O'Neill going, takes a chunk of curb on the inside, chunk of curb in the middle, and a chunk of curb on the way out. So certainly pushing that kart, and he's going to push it past Benjamin Lee down the inside into the Gasworks hairpin as the rest of the field comes through. Great move from James Waring there in the 28, goes down the inside of Emily Cooper in the 30. Behind them, James Philip Byrne there in the Gulf-coloured kart in the sky blue and orange machine. Comes over the line in front of, I believe, Ollie Poole in the 94 kart. It is, he's currently in 17th place, so that puts James Philip Byrne in 16th. This train of karts then behind Rhys Owen at the moment as they bounce their way over. There's a big bump on entry there to centre one that unsettles the kart. There's a bit of a cutback. There's contact in the back there from Rhys Owen into the back of the 41 machine of Martin Wright. That's not going to do Owen any favours at all. It's actually dropped him a place behind the 8 of Bartek Filipiak. And he's coming under pressure now from James Waring there in the white helmet. Waring trying to stick the nose down the inside of Rhys Owen on the way through. Emily Cooper just behind, is it in the 30? It is. She gets into the back ever so slightly of Waring into the right-hander. Callum Foster with the fastest lap of the race in P5, trying to close in on the back of Gregor Reed. This is a battle just behind the 41 of Martin Wright. With a train of karts behind now, the 22 in front of Joshua Jarvis. Bennington's breakaway, that's just inside your top 10. This battle then from 11th all the way down to Ollie Poole in 17th. Trying to find a way through on Martin Wright is Bartek Filipiak. Martin Wright defending to the inside. Filipiak's going to send it down the inside, and he's going to get it stopped as well, so that Wright can't get the cutback, and Bartek Filipiak is through into 11th place and will now look to set off and try and close in Joshua Jarvis just inside the top 10. Gregor Reed in 4th place responds to Callum Foster's fastest lap with one of his own in 4th place. And down the inside of Harry Hurst-Grover comes Gregor Reed, and that moves Gregor Reed up. Hurst-Grover's going to try and come back down the inside. That's going to leave the door open for Callum Foster to potentially sweep all the way around the outside, and Foster does on Gregor Reed. Callum Foster takes full advantage, then pushes Harry Hurst-Grover along as well. Callum Foster then on a charge. Harry Hurst-Grover with a helmet tap, wants to work with him. Callum Foster thinks about sending a move down the inside, but settles back in. Out at the front, Tomilewski from Ollie Naylor and Harry Hurst-Grover, then your top 3 now. With Naylor trying to close in the back gap on Tomilewski, but Tomilewski with the fastest lap of the race opens up the gap by another 0.2 of a second and is well on his way to pole position for this final. Is Kasper Tomilewski with 2 race victories at the moment. With if he can get this one over the line in 4 minutes plus 1 lap's time, so roughly around about 5 minutes then. Benjamin Lee there in the 33 in 8th place on the back of Jensen O'Neill going. Both of them trying to catch up to Sam Stoner in front. He's there with the black helmet. Who's dropped off the back of Gregor Reed. So in the middle of this, it seemed to open up a little bit as Benjamin Lee trying to stick with Jensen O'Neill going. That's the battle in front that I said opened up a little bit, and it has, and a few kart lengths between them. So this is your nearest battle in terms of drivers on track and time between the two. O'Neill going in the number 72 kart, the 13-year-old from Northampton, Tillotson T4 Winter Cup champion. Now in the junior Rotax machine with Benjamin Lee in the 33 just behind. Can Lee be close enough? He needs a good run out of here to be close enough to make a move into Gasworks. A few kart lengths back, so it's not going to be done this time round. Just needs to get a good run now around the horseshoe. Seems to close up a little bit there, and has done that in fact on the last couple of laps as well. So on Jensen O'Neill going, just needs a good run out the final corner. The gap is a few kart lengths, so at the moment not close enough to pull out and make a move. Tomaszewski with the fastest lap of the race, as shown there at the top of the screen. He's almost half a second quicker than Ollie Naylor behind, who's then got a gap of 1.2 seconds to Harry Hurst-Grover, but Hurst-Grover's a bit quicker than Ollie Naylor at the moment. Your race leader then, Kasper Tomaszewski, bouncing up and over the curbs. 2 minutes remaining in this heat number 3 for Junior Rotax here at the Kart Championship, sponsored by the Junior Saloon Car Championship and a number of others as well, who are cycling through in the top right-hand corner of your screen, with the KKC Optimum Motorsport Fibre King as well, circuit watchers, all providing support for the championship. There's Harry Hurst-Grover. So having a quick look on the timing. Last time round he was a tenth slower than Ollie Naylor. Prior to that he was taking a few tenths a lap out of the 85 machine in front of him, but seems to have plateaued now in terms of time. The gap between all of the drivers opening it up. If they can close that up and all work together, that would benefit them greatly in closing up that gap to Ollie Naylor in front of them. At the moment, though, Naylor quite comfortable at the moment. Benjamin Lee still not managing to find a way past Jensen O'Neill going. As they head down towards the right-hander at Gasworks. In front of them, they've still got Sam Stoner, although Stoner has 1.3 seconds in terms of gap. You'll just about see him flashing out of shot there in front. 54 seconds. Emily Cooper facing the wrong way at the Gasworks hairpin. And we've got another driver off as well, just on the outside of that corner. Looks like he's pumping the throttle, just getting no response. Could be James Waring, potentially, down there on the outside. We've got two drivers already in the pit lane, Jason Duckis and Ben Horner, that we've already seen there. And that is James Waring in the 28, head in the hands, was pumping the throttle and getting absolutely no response. So he's being led away to safety. The kart's still there, just off track, so we're going to have yellow flags out down at the Gasworks hairpin until the drivers have negotiated that kart. You could see it there flash through in the background. So now Tomaszewski will be able to try and find a way through some lap traffic. And still, James Waring has got his head in his hands. Blue flag being shown. Now, in karting, that doesn't mean that the driver has to move out of the way. It's not like cars or Formula One where you'll see the slower kart move out of the way. In karting, it is solely there as an advisory to allow the driver to know that there is a faster kart approaching. They are to stay on the normal racing line so that they don't deviate, and then it's the faster driver's job to find a way through. So you'll not see drivers moving out of the way. You may well, if they know that there's a big train of karts there, with Ewan Stevenson doing just that, slowing, allowing Harry Hurst-Grover to come through unchallenged round that corner. So good driving etiquette there from Ewan Stevenson, but there's no requirement for them to move out of the way in the same way that there is in car racing. It is solely advisory in karting, and there's more to allow. We've got a 10-second penalty on the overhead board for the 99 of Rhys Owen. I think we're also going to have the last lap board being shown just under that as well. So Rhys Owen currently running in 17th place. Will have to have 10 seconds added to his race time. Kasper Tomaszewski, though, out at the front, continuing to push. Another fastest lap for your race leader, opening the gap up to 2.6 seconds from Ollie Naylor, who in turn has a second back to Harry Hurst-Grover. And Benjamin Lee now has opened up a bit more of a gap to Jensen O'Neill going. Bartek Filipiak's dropped back as well in 9th. Martin Wright completing your top 10. So not sure what happened to Jensen O'Neill going, but he's dropped a few seconds off the back of Benjamin Lee. Still in 8th place, out of the horseshoe and in towards the final corner. Then for the final time comes Kasper Tomaszewski. A second place and 2 victories are going to be enough to put him in pole position for the final. Tomaszewski takes the checkered flag and victory from Ollie Naylor and Harry Hurst-Grover. Callum Foster very happy with P4 as he crosses the line with both hands off the wheel. Then it's Gregor Reed, Sam Stoner, and they're still battling out over the line. Jensen O'Neill going, having to defend hard on Bartek Filipiak for 8th and 9th respectively. Martin Wright completes your top 10 in front of Joshua Jarvis and James Philip Byrne, with Ollie Paul and Christian Stefanovs in 13th and 14th respectively. Rest of the field still making their way through and over the start-finish line. Further down as we get checkered flag for everybody else. You can see there James Waring. He retired with 4 laps to go. His kart just being placed on a trolley in front of the commentary position here at Warden Law. That'll be pushed back for inspection. He should be able to get back out for the final, although plenty of work to do for James Waring, who in Heat 2 came right through the field to where he is up into 17th, and the hard work unfortunately undone there in Heat number 3. Junior Rotax, that's their 3rd heat out of the way. It's time then for some action with our Iami Bambinos. James Roots and Darren Dimitrov share the front row with Chester Fawkes and Chloe McGill on row 2. Charlie Page and William Crombie on row number 3. Then it's Albert Farrer and Freddie Baker with Jack Harney and Theo Poyser and Harris Barber and Max Michelansky. Sophia Page and Leo Harang, Charlie Holmes and Austin Anderson, and then Freddie Purnell, your 17 Iami Bambino runners. Dipping back into the live chat, thinks we've got some karts being recovered out there on track. We've got LK59 saying let's go Charlie Kelso, and we've got Sue Illingworth saying good luck to my son Harry Manksy, Harry Warby in the IM plate. Well, unfortunately in the last race he was called into the pit lane early with a mechanical problem. We've got Adrian Roberts and Elliot Thomas on as well, wishing Harris Roberts good luck. Our Iami Bambinos are making their way round. We've got a good look for Braith Murdoch and a good look for Aston Brown as well. So here on this opening weekend of the Kart Championship from Warden Law, we had qualifying in Heat 1 yesterday, Heat 2 and 3 and the finals today here for you. The Iamis making their way round into position. Standing start for Iami Bambinos. The parent helpers making their way down. We've got another race on down the grid here. Certainly the Coma C50 parents put on a good show in the running race last time out. So helpers making their way down. Got Sunbather saying good luck to Callum Foster. Well, he's just had a good outing in heat number 3 for junior Rotax, because he's managed to cross the line in 4th place, with Tim Winters saying go Sam Stoner. So plenty of good luck messages coming in. If you've got any questions about any of the races, any of the series or anything like that, please do drop them in the live chat comments. Please do get in touch. Let us know which drivers you're supporting, which is your favourite class, anything like that. And we'll endeavour throughout the day to dip into the live chat comments. That'll be wonderful. Grid is being cleared then of helpers as they're instructed to get the engine started. Final few words of advice for Freddie Purnell down there from his helper. I think that the main instruction there is to keep looking at them red lights. The 5-second board is up. The red lights are out. We're away and racing in Iami Bambino. It's another good start from James Roots, and Chester Fawkes has got to the inside as well of Darren Dimitrov. Chester Fawkes might even get to the inside of James Roots into the first corner, and Chester Fawkes from 3rd place leads them round turn 1 through Brian's Bend and towards the dog leg. It's another lightning start from Chester Fawkes in front of James Roots. Then it's Darren Dimitrov, Chloe McGill, Charlie Page up into 5th place with the red, green and gold machine there, the 33. There's William Crombie with the green helmet, makes a move down the inside of the 46th of Jack Harney into Senna 1. Then it's the 42 of Albert Farrer right there on the back of the 82 machine by the look of it. We'll confirm that number because I think it could actually be the 92. It is of Freddie Baker, the 7-year-old from Dawlish in Devon, who who was 2nd in Mighty Bambino last year before switching over to Iami Bambino this year. Makes his way round and through towards the final corner in this 9 minute plus 1 lap third heat for our Iami Bambinos. Chester Fawkes then leads over the line from double race winner James Roots, and the gap is opened up to 0.6 of a second from Darren Dimitrov and Chloe McGill, with Charlie Page and Freddie Baker in 5th and 6th respectively. Then it's Albert Farah, William Crombie, Jack Harney and Theo Poyser rounding out your top 10 in front of Harris Barber in P number 11. Top 5 look to be fairly equal in terms of the gap at the moment between each other. And behind them, though, the battle for 6th place from Albert Farah down to Theo Poyser. I think just there's Poyser coming through just a little bit further back to William Crombie and Jack Harney. Is intense as they head down towards the right-hander at Gasworks. Crombie carries more speed there than the 92 of Freddie Baker. Closes right up, but then it's pretty much single file as they make their way through onto the start-finish straight. Crombie into the slipstream of Freddie Baker. Will he duck out before the end of the straight at turn 1? Not close enough, or happy at the moment just to push on to the back of Freddie Baker's 92 machine. In front of them, Albert Farah in the 42. Staying away from that curb on the left. That's important because if it unsettles the car, also takes the wheel off the ground, means there's no power. James Roots has managed to find a way past Chester Fawkes on that previous lap. Fawkes is going to try and run round the outside, or he's just trying to open up the corner to get more power on exit. But James Roots has closed up the gap of 0.3 of a second and managed to find the way past Chester Fawkes as they head down towards Gasworks. Fawkes has a double steering input there. Turned in, thought he was going to catch the curb on the inside, straightened up and had to go again. Did Chester Fawkes. Doesn't seem to have lost him too much time as James Roots goes wide round Paddock Bend and will now be on the outside as they have a run down towards that first corner. On the inside, Chester Fawkes on the inside of James Roots, and Chester Fawkes retakes the lead. Charlie Page, though, the driver on the charge from 5th place, is up onto the back of Darren Dimitrov, who in turn has lost the place to Chloe McGill. Dimitrov takes a chunk of curb to the inside. Charlie Page considers a move down the outside and has the door closed as James Roots is back down the inside of Chester Fawkes. They both run wide on exit, and that's going to allow Chloe McGill to get to the inside of Chester Fawkes as they head towards the back chicane. McGill down the inside. Fawkes is going to keep the foot in. McGill has to back out, and she's going to bounce over the curbs and could lose a place back to Darren Dimitrov here. As they head down towards the Gasworks hairpin, James Roots is going to have opened up a gap of somewhere near half a second, I think, with all these karts battling. There's some lap traffic in front. That's the 7 of Freddie Purnell as the field make their way down the inside into Paddock Bend at around just under half race distance with 4.5 minutes of this 9 minute plus 1 lap race to go. McGill there in the white helmet, pink cart, has opened up the gap to Charlie Page, who's found a way past Darren Dimitrov at the first corner. Dimitrov, who led over the line in 4th place, now back into 5th with Chester Fawkes right on the back of James Roots at the front, half a second between them. Then they've got a gap of a full second now to Chloe McGill as the field start to make their way through some of the lap traffic. The field was close before, and then the traffic came into play a little bit, and there's a bit of an overtake as well on McGill now. Page is right on the back of Chloe McGill and will go down the inside into the horseshoe. McGill's going to try and hold this one all the way around the outside. She's going to be tight to the inside. Dimitrov's going to sweep round the outside of McGill, and he's got more momentum round the outside. He moves up into 4th. McGill then drops from 3rd into 5th place. Charlie Page is the driver that's on the charge, only 0.3 slower than Chester Fawkes on the previous lap, and that involved the overtake as well on McGill and on Dimitrov at the start of the lap. So Charlie Page in the 33 certainly has the pace, but does he have enough to close up 1.7 seconds on Chester Fawkes, who has closed the gap down again, 0.4 of a second quicker than James Roots on the previous lap. Our two leaders nose to tail going through the back chicane, heading towards Gasworks. And there is Chester Forks right on the back of James Roots once again. Around that Gasworks hairpin that drops down, running, using all of the track and a little bit more on exit there. Through the right-hander. There's some lap traffic in front as they head down towards the first corner. This is the battle for third place with Paige, Dimitrov and Chloe McGill. All nose to tail. Dimitrov comes to the inside, partly to defend off McGill, but also to try and see if there's a move to be done down the inside of Charlie Page. Chester Forks, fastest lap. These are your two leaders, finding the way through the lap traffic of Leo Harang at the dog leg. Chester Forks closing in, lap on James Roots as the rest of the train start making their way through as well. Looks like Chloe McGill has fallen off the back at the moment of this battle for third place. Let's see, there she is with the white helmet. Hasn't been able to make the way through and has in fact dropped down behind the 92 of Freddie Baker. So Chloe McGill looks like she's had a bit of a tumultuous lap here with 2 minutes remaining. The field trying to make their way through the traffic in front. Baker, William Crombie as well. There is Chloe McGill. We'll get confirmation when she comes through, but I think she could be down in 8th place when she comes over the line. She is. There's confirmation on the screen. She's in 8th place, having had a slow previous lap, a 1:12, some 8 seconds the time lost for her on the previous lap. Roots and Forks still your top two. Then it's another duo of Page and Dimitrov behind Albert Farah there in the 42, in front of Freddie Baker and William Crombie. As Baker goes wide, Crombie could look to get the cut back here if he's carried enough momentum to cut to the inside, although Baker does enough to hold on, having run wide at that centre one hairpin. Crombie closing up on the brakes. Can he get a good run to try and squeeze his way through down the inside? The gap not there though as they come through. The time start elapsing at the top. The leader's already through though, so we're going to have 2 more laps here in Iami Bambino as Darren Dimitrov and Charlie Page look like they're going to go side by side into the first corner. We'll pick that one up in a few moments as they head down towards the dog leg. There's your 2 leaders making their way through, and Freddie Purnell has had a spin on the outside there. The rest of the field making their way through, and Purnell gets that kart facing promptly in the right direction. Your 2 leaders there with a lap and a half remaining. William Crombie goes wide around the outside of some traffic. That's lost him a little bit of time off the back of Albert Farah and Freddie Baker as they run through. Leaders, lap and a half remaining as they head down towards the Gasworks hairpin for the penultimate time. Timer down to 0, so they will get the last lap board the next time round. There's contact as they come up to some lap traffic. Roots is off onto the grass. Where's your race leader as well? He's still going, although did actually have to go onto the grass all the way around the outside. The lead battle split, and then the sweeping around the outside is Albert Farah as well. So James Roots is going to drop down into 7th place, I think, here, depending on where William Crombie's carrying the pace round the corner. We'll confirm in a moment. Forks is through for the lead. Then it's going to be Charlie Page, Darren Dimitrov, Albert Farah, Freddie Baker. James Roots is in 6th place at the moment in front of William Crombie. Jack Harney, Chloe McGill has dropped down into 9th place, having run in 8th. Theo Poyser, as Harris Barber comes into the pit lane with 1 lap to go. He's going to drop down the order then from 13th place down to the tail end of the field. At the front though, Chester Forks is going to take the victory by a comfortable margin now. James Roots is going to have to work hard to get back past Albert Farah for 4th place as they head down towards Gasworks for the final time. Roots is going to try and get to the inside of Farah. The move there looks like he could get it done. We'll have a quick look as they come into shot at the moment. Farah's holding on at the moment from Roots. He's not going to give this one up as they make their way around. Chester Forks though making his way through and over start finish to take the checkered flag and victory from Charlie Page and Darren Dimitrov. Then it's going to be Albert Farah holding off James Roots for 4th place. Roots in 5th. with Freddie Baker and William Crombie in 7th place. Then it's Jack Harney, Chloe McGill, Theo Poyser will cross the line in a few moments' time for 10th place, albeit we will have to wait around about 10 seconds or so for him to come through. There is Theo Poyser to complete your top 10 in front of Max Michalski. Down there then in the dummy grid, the Interpark Ferme come all of our runners. There's the 14 of Sophia Page in the purple, pink and white helmet, just rolling the kart down. There is your race winner. It's not actually, that's Charlie Page who finished in 2nd place, but nonetheless seems very, very happy with his finishing position. There's Darren Dimitrov, the number 65 machine from London, but racing under the Bulgarian flag, as you can see there on the back of his race suit. So down there in the thing, just having a quick look at some of the comments of Emma Parsons saying, come on Chloe McGill. Well, so far she's had a tough weekend of racing so far. The pace has been there, but in Heat 2 she had a problem with the carb. In that one, it looks like she lost a bit of time in the middle of the race as well, that dropped her down onto the tail end of the top 10. Catherine Potter Racing's been on, just saying favourite class racing has been junior road tax. The driving's been so good to watch. Can't really disagree with that comment either, as the parent helpers down there with our IR meet Bambinos. We're going to stick with Bambinos. Next up, it's time for the Might E Bambinos. Alfie Garrett then will start on pole position with Ralph Martin alongside Ansel Murray and Oakley Riggs on row 2, Elijah Sang and Sydney Nell on row number 3. Then it's Harley Bradbury Stretton with Junior Wright, Max Joy and Heath Smith complete your top 10, with Jensen James Williams and Hadley Jarvis on row number 6. Then it's Jude Taylor and Ava Garrett, Oscar Maskell and Arthur Bath, with Henry Ward rounding out your Mighty Bambino grid of 17 runners here at Warden Law. Of course, in the top right hand corner there, sponsored by the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and we've got a couple of other partners as well in KKC, Optimum Motorsport, Fibre King and Circuit Watchers, all providing support to the championship. Circuit Watchers, one that I'm going to focus on right now, is I've got the difficult job of picking out a driver of the day, which they will be awarded a brand new, the first of its kind circuit watch worth £395 to the driver of the day at every round this year, being given to us by Circuit Watchers. We're going to find out more about them throughout the year, as well as that emerging brand into the UK in terms of motorsport and everything else that surrounds it as well comes to the fore. Runners into position then, looks like they're going to clear the grid as they're being instructed to do so for our Might E Bambino heat number 3. The 42 of Alfie Garrett has won both heats so far today, so they're going to get themselves into position. Parent helpers making their way off. So I'm just having a quick look at the previous heat to see whether anybody picked up any penalties. Didn't. Nice and clean for our Mighty Bambinos. And the lights are out and we are away and racing. It's a good start from Garrett. It's a good start from Ansel Murray off the 3rd place, the inside of the 2nd row, as he finds his way through in front of Ralph Martin as the field make their way down towards turn number 1. And Ansel Murray, as we've got the 31 of Oakley Riggs, who was in 4th place last time, and Sydney Nell, who was in 6th place, both facing the wrong way off and onto the grass. So Oakley Riggs with plenty of work to do now to get back up into his 4th place that he was at the end of heat number 2. It looks like Elijah Sang then is now moved up into 4th place. In the background, we'll see the gold cart making its way through, I believe, in 4th place. The top 3, though, are the same top 3 that were in place at the pretty much have been all meeting so far, with the 42 of Alfie Garrett leading from Ansel Murray and the 32 of Ralph Martin. Breaking away this top 3 in this mighty Bambino heat. Ansel Murray goes very, very wide. Ralph Martin goes to the inside, but may have scrubbed off some speed in going tight, but he's going to have track position as they head down towards turn 1 here at Warden Law. Ansel Murray's going to try and keep it round the outside, but then we'll have the door closed, and Ralph Martin will move up into 2nd place. Good move from Martin, taking advantage of Ansel Murray going wide and then having to scrub off some speed. Now Ansel Murray's going to try and get back to the inside of Ralph Martin as they make their way towards the centre 1 hairpin. This time it's Ralph Martin go slightly wide. Will that allow Ansel Murray to try and get a run towards the back chicane? Don't think he's close enough, and this is really playing into the hands of the double race winner Alfie Garrett, who is starting to move away. In the first sector alone was 3/10 quicker. The gap already out to somewhere near a second in front of Ralph Martin and the number 1 plate, the reigning champion of Ansel Murray. And field now beginning to spread out at the front of our mighty Bambino class. The top 3 fairly equidistant between all of them. Alfie Garrett's got a gap of 0.8 of a second, then it's another half a second back to Ansel Murray in 3rd place. What they will have to encounter, though, fairly shortly, as they did in heat number 2, is some lap traffic. Lap time for our mighty Bambinos at the moment, around about the 1 minute and 9 mark. So in around about 2.5, 3 laps time, there may well be some lap traffic as JJ Williams drops down the order into 11th place, loses 5 places on that previous lap, so dropping down from 6th place down into 11th. Jude Taylor moves up into 12th as well at the expense of Ava Garrett and Oscar Maskell, 13th and 14th respectively. Your leading trio, though, seem to be migrating back together once again. Alfie Garrett had a gap of 0.8 of a second. Now it looks like Ralph Martin has closed right back up again on the 42 of Alfie Garrett. Definitely not 0.8 of a second there now. It's closer to 0.08, if anything, as they come over the line this time round. It's going to be a few tenths at most between Alfie Garrett and Ralph Martin. 2 tenths it is. Ansel Murray still there in the background. One overtaking opportunity here will put Ansel Murray right back into the mix. Ralph Martin, unsurprisingly, with that closing up there, sets the fastest lap of the race. A 1:08.27 is 7 tenths quicker than Alfie Garrett in front, and a tenth quicker than Ansel Murray behind as well, as they start to close right up onto the back of your race leader, the 42 of Alfie Garrett. Right-hander. Through comes Ralph Martin. He's going to get down the inside as Garrett runs wide. Martin's going to have track position. Through he comes to take the lead. Ansel Murray closes right back up again. I said it was only going to take one overtaking opportunity, and he would be right there on the back of our race leader. Ansel Murray dives down the inside, takes 2 places in one corner, closes the door as well, holds on to the race lead. Ansel Murray then leads from Ralph Martin, and Garrett's going to drop down into 3rd place. Over the line they come then. Ansel Murray then leading from Ralph Martin and Alfie Garrett as they head down towards the first corner. There's some lap traffic in front as they sweep round the outside of the 38 of Henry Ward. Cleanly done by our leading trio. Into the right-hander, over the curb on the outside they go. Down start finish. There's more lap traffic in front as well as they negotiate the 10 of Hadley Jarvis. Still making their way through. It's all about traffic management now, getting through cleanly. We've seen earlier in this class and others as well, is when it comes to getting through that lap traffic, about how much they're able to, the field spread is when they come through. One overtake of lap traffic, if 2 get through and 1 doesn't, they can lose anywhere up to a second. Round the left-hander at the horseshoe, and the next left-hander and the next left-hander, because it's a triple apex. Ansel Murray still holding on down the inside. Alfie Garrett tries to get to the inside of Ralph Martin and does so. There's some lap traffic in front that are in their own race. It's the 15 of Oscar Maskell and Ava Garrett that are in their own race between each other. They're making overtakes as well as the leading trio once again sweep round the outside nice and cleanly from our race leaders. 2.5 minutes remaining, plus that one lap as they bounce over and head towards the left-hander at St. John's. Running down towards the left-hander then at Senna. So Senna 1, and then they head towards Senna 2. Still Murray leading the way from Ralph Martin, as Martin seems once again to struggle around Senna 2. Seems to manage to catch a bump there every single time. They're going to find lap traffic in the middle of a corner here, and they're going to sweep all the way around the outside of the 17 of Jude Taylor, Ansel Murray, Ralph Martin, and the 42 of Alfie Garrett. Nice and clean as they come through, and then Garrett decides to send a move, half a move down the inside of Ralph Martin, has the door closed on him. Switching through as we now see the 6 and the 88 of Elijah Sang. So the 6 is Harley Bradbury Stretton in front of now Elijah Sang. That'd be up into 4th place. Bradbury Stretton goes in a little bit too tight. Elijah Sang looked like he was going to get the cut back there, but then gets some snap oversteer halfway round the hairpin. And that's going to lose him a little bit of time. Behind them, the 31 of Oakley Riggs, recovering back up into 6th place after that opening lap spin on the entry into the dogleg. Sidney Nelland, the other driver involved in that spin as well, down there on the opening lap, has recovered up into 7th place. Though is some 10 seconds behind this current battle between Bradbury Stretton and Sang. Head towards Senna 1. Follow the 10 going round there as well. That's Hadley Jarvis, currently in 15th place. Your leading trio now sees Ralph Martin finding a way through on Alfie Garrett. Ansel Smith dropping down from the lead into 3rd place this time round. 43 seconds remaining. Alfie Garrett sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:08.242, and then we'll go to the inside of Ralph Martin at the dogleg. Through he goes. Martin's going to try and hold this one out and try and get a move done on the outside, try and get the cut back and the run down towards Senna 1, but Alfie Garrett is through and into the lead. So all 3 of this trio now at the front have had an opportunity to lead this race, and it's Alfie Garrett who started the race on pole position, having won 2 heats so far today, is back at the head of the field in front of Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray. They'll see the last lap board when they come round this time, because as you can see in the top left corner of the screen, the timing is elapsing down to 0. Last lap will be shown on the board for the number 42 of Alfie Garrett when he comes through this time. Blue flag also shown because there's some lap traffic in front. There's your 3 leaders. Last lap board shown then on the overhead gantry for Alfie Garrett. Gap of 0.3 of a second. Then Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray. Still more lap traffic in front to negotiate, I think, in this one, as we'll keep an eye out. There's some more in front. They've got to find a way through cleanly. Don't want to throw it all away as they head onto this final lap. It's the 45 of JJ Williams in front of them as they go round St. John's for the final time, then cut to the inside. Ansel Murray finds a way through in 3rd place as well. Nice and clean. The trio still nose to tail as they go round Senna 2 for the final time. Into the back chicane. 1 kart length between each of them. Half a second, splitting first down into 3rd place. Gasworks will be a good overtaking opportunity if any of them are close enough. Don't think they are. And I think this one could be going once again the way of Alfie Garrett. Can he keep the 100% record going for the heats? It could be 3 from 3 for Alfie Garrett. He's opened up the gap even more round the horseshoe into Paddock Bend for the final time. And Alfie Garrett makes it 3 heats and 3 victories in the 42 machine from Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray, your top 3. It looks like in the background we're going to see Oakley Riggs coming through. He was the driver that spun on the opening lap. He seems to have found a way past Bradbury Stretton and Sidney Nell, but we've got some 35 seconds to before they come over the line, as we've still got a great battle going on here. Round the outside there is the 10 and the 18 machine. That's Heath Smith in 9th place. There's contact between the two of them, and they're going to face the wrong way. That's the 10 and the 11, Junior Wright, who was in 10th place, and the 10 of Hadley Jarvis. Don't think either of them are going to lose places there, but still having a bit of an excursion on the final lap. There's the 5 machine making the 15, sorry, making their way round. That's Max Joy in 8th place. Will cross the line. Sidney Nell will come through in a few moments' time for 6th. He's crossed the line. Then it's going to be Elijah Sang there in the gold machine coming through in front of Max Joy and Heath Smith. Junior Wright will complete your top 10 as JJ Williams has already taken the checkered flag here in 11th place in front of Jude Taylor. So that is Mighty Bambino taking the checkered flag to complete their race. Next up for you here today then will be heat number 3 for Micromax. Fraser Anderson will start on pole position, having won heat number 2 with James Fabricius alongside Arthur Farah and Fabian Gandhock on row 2, Jos Huschke and Harry Neeson on row number 3. Then it's Leo Livings and Alfie Mayer, Buddy Hugo and Jack Holmes, with Marley Fisher and Morgan Weston on row number 6. Then it's George Schweier and Lewis Herbertson, with Caden Simpson and Logan Jones on row number 8, Harvey Wagstaff and Alice Fairclough on row number 9. Logan Rolfe starts 19, Sorian Gallagher completes the top 20 with Elliot Dimolo and Sebastian Clark on row 11, Harry Quintock and Jack Mellon, who took no real part in the previous heat. And then we've got Bailey Wolf and Jack Hutchinson. Don't think either of those are here on row number 13, because on the previous one we had Jack Mellon, who didn't start the previous race. We had a couple of front fairing penalties, which would have changed the order for Wagstaff, Farah, Rolfe, Clark, Dimolo, Jones and Simpson. So field make their way through. The orange, white and black helmet, your pole sitter, the 61 of Fraser Anderson, the 8-year-old from Fife in Scotland, is alongside Heat 1 winner James Fabricius. Over the line we go. The lights are out. We're away and racing. Fabricius has made a good start from the outside. He's going to try and get across in enough time to close the door on Anderson, and he does. We've got the 74 of Gandhock sweeping round the outside, and then Gandhock and Anderson come together. We've got loads of drivers off onto the grass, and we're about 18 wide in the middle of the corner because half of the field is not on the tarmac. They're wide, and they're still bouncing over the curbs as well. Not a great start for Micromax, and a terrible start for Anderson. The pole sitter is down towards the tail end of the field. He's going to be outside the top 20, I think, when he comes round. Shuffled out and then pushed sideways into that first corner as they head down towards the back chicane for the first time. They're still 3 wide in there. They're going to have to sort themselves out. It's very much single file into that first corner, into the back chicane. Certainly on the first lap, they're 2 and 3 wide down the back straight. As there's a move down the inside, looks like Leo Livings diving down the inside of the 82 of George Schweier. And then the 14's making good inroads as well. That's Wagstaff as they still sort themselves out. A chaotic opening lap then for our Micromax runners. Out at the front though, the 74 trying to keep pace at the front, although then goes very, very wide. That's Fabian Gandhock bouncing it up and over the curbs, and Buddy Hugo making the way through on Alfie Mayer. Mayer's going to try and come back to the inside. Hugo defends to the inside and closes the door. The 47 of Harry Neeson trying to take advantage as well. James Fabricius then leading the way by some 2.5 seconds as Buddy Hugo and Alfie Mayer swap positions once again. Alfie Mayer not happy, takes his hand off the wheel to remonstrate, and in doing so almost loses 2 more places to the 24 of Albert Farah and so Arthur Farah and Harry Neeson as well. Buddy Hugo to the inside there, defending. Alfie Mayer still not happy. And Buddy Hugo now is going to get forced to the outside. Defended to the inside. He's going to lose a couple of places. And then he's forced out onto the rumble strip. And in more than a couple, he'll drop out to the outside of the top 10. And his hands are off the wheel, remonstrating as well. And he's going to drop behind Jos Huška, who was in 8th place. So it's going to move Huška up a place. So they make their way through. The 36 gets a cut back. Harry Neeson goes wide in this one. Micromax, the drivers in this one, need to be taking a big deep breath and just calming themselves down. Out at the front though, James Fabricius at the moment has this race under control. Caden Simpson down the inside of Buddy Hugo. Sebastian Clark in the 50 taking advantage as well. And Buddy Hugo, having run inside the top 3, was at 3rd place when they came over the line at the start of the last lap. Could be outside the top 10 here as they come through. He's in 10th place, I think, now, just behind Simpson and Clark. Fastest lap of the race, Alfie Mayer in 3rd place. So your top 10, James Fabricius and Fabian Gandhock. But Gandhock has now dropped behind Alfie Mayer, who got a good run over start finish and dived down the inside into the first corner. Arthur Farrer, Jack Holmes in 5th place. Fraser Anderson now with the fastest lap as he starts to recover from that terrible opening lap. He's back up now into 17th place and some 2 seconds quicker than the 4 or 5 karts in front of him on that previous lap. I expect him to start heading towards the top 10 sometime soon as the 24 machine of Arthur Farrer dives down the inside of Fabian Gandhock into the Gasworks hairpin. He's up then into 3rd place with Alfie Mayer right in front. At the front though, James Fabricius, who won Heat 1 yesterday and looks set to win Heat number 3 as well as it stands, will be on pole position for this final in around about an hour and a half's time. After this next cycle of heats, we will be having a lunch break of around about half an hour. Don't go anywhere though, we've got a lovely paddock walk that we did yesterday. The rain stopped just in time for me to go on a wander around the paddock with the film crew, and we got to speak to a number of our drivers. Caden Simpson there dives down the inside of Harry Neeson. Neeson's going to try and hang this one out round the outside and then get the cut back, which he's going to do, I believe. And then Simpson's going to have to be brave and hold on. And then there's a bit of contact between Simpson and Neeson. Neeson all the way to the inside, trying to get through. And that's going to allow Sebastian Clark to close right back up on this battle as well. And then Clark into the back of Neeson as they head down towards Gasworks with 4 minutes remaining in what has been a frantic Micromax heat number 3 so far. These drivers 7 to 11 years old, as Harry Neeson comes to the inside to defend off Sebastian Clark with 4 minutes remaining. Through the right-hander of the dogleg and the next right into the tight right as well. And this field really starting to come back together. Harry Neeson trying to back up Sebastian Clark, defending again into the left-hander at Senna. Everybody at the moment seems to have got at least somebody to play with or somebody to chase down. The leaders starting to move away. Alfie Mayer and Arthur Farrer nose to tail. Arthur Farrer with the fastest lap earlier on in the race. Good middle sector though, looks like for Jos Huška in the 55 kart. There he is with the white helmet in the background, blue suit, trying to close up on Jack Holmes and Fabian Gandhock. Holmes has moved through out of 5th place up into 4th, but Jos Huška now right on the back of Fabian Gandhock as they run down towards turn 1. Will Huška be close enough to pull out the slipstream? Don't think he is, but we'll need to make a move soon because behind Caden Simpson and Harry Neeson are closing in as well. Simpson there in the Lando Norris coloured kart and the 77 machine. White and blue helmet right on the back of Jos Huška. Huška's going to have to make a move or be overtaken, and make a move he is. Down the inside, they're going to be 3 wide though, I think, on exit. Huška's going to be tight, has to get this stop. Runs wide, and Caden Simpson will come through and take 2 for 1 special for Caden Simpson. 2 overtakes for 1 there. And through comes Simpson up into 5th place. Neeson's going to try and get down the inside of Jos Huška and does so. Huška's going to get shuffled out here onto the rumble strip. Sebastian Clark comes through. Fabian Gandhock's lost a handful of places. He slots back in between Jos Huška and Buddy Hugo into Paddock Bend hairpin. 2 minutes remaining. and solely so that I can catch a breath. I will be very, very thankful when this Micromax heat number 3 is complete, because it's been frantic from start to finish, with the exception of James Fabricius, who's got 0 camera time because he's disappeared off into the distance at the front. The gap 4.6 seconds from Alfie Mayer and Arthur Farrer in second place. You can just about see Fabricius going through just there. Here we've got Gandhock and Buddy Hugo battling out for 9th place. Gandhock holding off Hugo at the moment. Anderson up into 11th, 2.8 seconds off the back of this battle for 9th and 10th place. So good drive from Anderson to recover. Very much a case of what could have been, as at the moment we see the 2 RCE machines of Alfie Mayer and Arthur Farrer battling out over second place. They have taken half a second out of James Fabricius, although Fabricius could have just received a message from the wall to tell him to take it easy, don't take too much out of these tyres, and to keep them as fresh as possible. We see the battle going on further down the field. That's the 30 of Alice Fairclough in 22nd place on the back of Lewis Herbertson as they make their way round turn 1. In front of them they've got Harvey Wagstaff and George Schweier, Logan Jones as well in this battle for 18th place. It really goes from 15th all the way down from Sorry and Gallagher all the way down to Alice Fairclough in 22nd. Nose to tail battling it out as they head down towards the chicane. At the front there you see the 41. That's Sorry and Gallagher coming under pressure from the 32 of Logan Rolfe. 15th and 16th, and then there's contact there which forces the 14 of Harvey Wagstaff wide. Going to be 3 wide in the middle part of the corner as the 73 tries to get back down the inside. Door closed on Logan Jones from Kendall in Cumbria, so he'll be very happy that we're heading to Rowra for round number 2 in a few weeks' time. It'll be his local track, so Jones will be looking to go well there at a track I'm sure he will know very, very well. Timer has elapsed down to 0, so when Fabricius comes through over the line in around about 10 seconds time, there he is in the very, very distant, making his way around the gasworks hairpin. He'll pick up the last lap board on the overhead gantry as Josh Huschke sticks at the moment to the back of Sebastian Clark and Harry Neeson. Front of them they've got Caden Simpson, who found a way through a few laps ago. Last lap board is indeed out for Fabricius as Jack Holmes sets the fastest lap of the race with a 57.675 on lap 9. So that was the one that preceded the one he's just done. I've not picked that one up, but fastest lap of the race for Holmes. Don't think he's going to have enough to close in on Mayer and Farrer in front, but certainly has had the pace to give him some confidence for the final. There's your race leader then, James Fabricius, making his way through the back chicane over the curb and heading down towards Gasworks. The battle for second between Farrer and Mayer now sees Farrer in front of Alfie Mayer. Managed to find a way through on this final lap as they head round the horseshoe for the final time. Mayer trying to line up and move into the final corner. Fabricius through to take the checkered flag and victory in heat number 3. Farrer's going to hold off Alfie Mayer at the line. Jack Holmes closing right in at the end. I did say he had the pace, and he takes a good second out of the 2 in front. Then it's Caden Simpson, Harry Neeson, a very happy Sebastian Clark in 7th place in front of Josh Huschke, a recovering Fraser Anderson back to 9th in front of Buddy Hugo, Fabian Gandhock, Leo Livy, Morgan Weston and Marley Fisher. Logan Rolfe rounding out the top 15 in front of George Schweier and Sorry and Gallagher. Elliot Dimolo, Harvey Wagstaff, and then Logan Jones down in 20th place. Micromax heat number 3 then started off in frantic fashion right at the beginning of that race with the incident involving York pole sitter Fraser Anderson, and that forced him all the way to the back of that pack, and then he had to come all the way back through up into 9th place. Did Anderson as the Quick look over the shoulder. We're down there just... that's Sebastian Clark. He's going to roll into P4. So it looks like he's been randomly picked out for some scrutineering, which is always going to happen. Doesn't matter where you finish. You are likely to get picked out at some point throughout this season. Now, your next race up here then today in our Honda will be Honda Cadet for their heat number 3. They are already making their way out onto the track with Ryan White, race winner from heat number 2, on pole position with Theo Bradshaw behind. Ashley Haase and Kevin Ivanoff on row number 2, Ralphie Branscombe and Bella Fairclough on row number 3. 7th will be Jensen Hookie with Archie Loveridge alongside Ed Spain and Alfie Forrester in front of Sam Green Gomez and Joshua Sullivan on row number 6. Row 7 will see Sam Hayes and a charging Max Taddy, who came through from the back to finish 14th in the last one, in front of Fenton Stoneman and William Howard, with Ronnie Legg and Cameron Tipping on row number 9. Row 10 sees Freddie Housego and Samuel Yeadon. Larry Price starts 21st with George Ralston for company on row number 11. Ella Dixon and Jensen White are on row number 12. Row 13 sees Lewis Gilbert and Rio Warderley, with Matthew Plant and Morgan Cooney in 27th and 28th. Luke Jardine starts 29th, Max Housego in 30th with Otto Amy, Thomas Battershill and Jacob Leathenby, who retired from heat number 2 in 33rd place. Parent helpers are making their way down the grid just to make sure their drivers are in the right place. We've had Carol Moore on saying, come on Ansel, keep positive Sydney. They're watching us from South Africa. And Alex Forsyth said, I was meant to be there today, but it's Mother's Day. Well, you could have brought them all along. Could have made a family day out of it down here at Warden Law. Circuit is being cleared then, I think, of our parent helpers. They're all all the drivers are in position. Final fist pump there for the 95 of Jacob Leathenby, as Thomas Battershill rolls the number 8 into position as well. Circuit clear then of parent helpers. The 5-second board being shown. The lights on the overhead gantry are red. Lights extinguished. We're away and racing. It's a good start from the pole position man of Ryan White as he makes his way through. And Kevin Ivanoff has had a good start as well. He's up into second place in front of Ralphie Branscombe. And it looks like Theo Bradshaw's dropped from second as Sullivan makes a move down the inside of Hookie. We've got Cameron Tipping facing the wrong way, and he's collected by Rio Warderley in the first phase of the dogleg section as they now head down towards the Senna 1 hairpin. The left-hander as they then cut back into the right-hander. Theo Bradshaw's found a way back past Ralphie Branscombe, so Ryan White leading the way from Kevin Ivanoff and Theo Bradshaw, the top 3, pushing away. Bradshaw's going to try and send a move down the inside of Ivanoff. Has the door closed. Behind them, Ashley Haase coming under pressure from Jensen Hookie. And Hookie has managed to find a way through by the look of it as the field of Hondas stream round the horseshoe. At the end of the first lap then, it is Ryan White. The 8, I think, has picked up a contact warning. That could be Thomas Battershill. Moves up to 29th place though on that previous lap. Ryan White then leads the way from Kevin Ivanoff and Theo Bradshaw, with Ralphie Branscombe, Bella Fairclough, Jensen Hookie, Ashley Haase, Joshua Sullivan, Alfie Forrester and Sam Green Gomez. Your top 10 as it stands. The top 5 breaking away from the rest of the field, with Ralphie Branscombe and Bella Fairclough going with Bradshaw and Kevin Ivanoff. Bradshaw's going to send a move down the inside of Kevin Ivanoff. Will Ivanoff try and hold on? Can't. And he has to relent, drop back into place behind Ralphie Branscombe. So just in front of Ralphie Branscombe, then Bella Fairclough. Then it's Jensen Hookie. He's trying to catch back up onto this, but at the moment, if they just carry on pushing away, going to find it very, very difficult running on his own to close in. Fastest lap from Bella Fairclough in P5, taking advantage of the tow of Karts in front, with Hookie, Haze, Sullivan, Gomez and Spain, the top 5, the top 10 still split by 4.4 seconds in this third heat for our Hondas, as looks like there's a move down the inside there. Looks like it was Branscombe trying to find a way past Kevin Ivanoff. Bella Fairclough trying to take advantage by sticking on the back there. We've got a battle going on here between Alfie Forrester, Sam Hayes. That's Archie Loveridge in a mint green sticker kit that's different to his normal colours. And behind them as well, they've got Max Taddy, who moved up to 14th on the previous one, but hasn't been able to make his way through the field at the same rate of knots as he did on the last one. They've got William Howard in the mix as well on the back of that battle, with Fenton Stoneman as well. Ed Spain is dropping down the order. Was in 10th place, will now find himself in 18th over the line. Jensen Hookie sets the fastest lap. But is that Hookie off? On the right-hand side, I saw green off on the outside. It could be, it's Jensen Hookie, who was in 6th place. He'd closed up on the back of the top 5, and Jensen Hookie is going to drop all the way down the order. There he is with the one plate, the BKC 160 champion from last year, and he's still got his head almost, if he could take both hands off the wheel, and his eyes, look at him, he's absolutely gutted. He'd caught right up on the back of the top 5, and it looks like he's thrown it away out of 6th place as Archie Loveridge tries to send a move down the inside of Sam Hayes. He'll now come under pressure from Max Taddy. This is a battle that's going on currently for 10th place, just inside the top 10. Sam Hayes with Archie Loveridge right behind. Loveridge comes out the slipstream as they head down towards turn 1. Hayes has a look to the side. He's going to be there. He's going to want to turn in, but he's going to find Max Taddy. And Ralphie Branscombe is off as well. What is happening to the top 6? Ralphie Branscombe, who'd moved up into 3rd place in front of Kevin Ivanoff, is facing the wrong way as they make their way through the left-hander at Brian's Bend, and he's going to be outside the top 10 by the time they come through, I think, because he's going to be right on the back of Sam Hayes at the moment. So Branscombe dropped out of the top 5. He was right on the back of Theo Bradshaw as they came through. This is the battle at the moment. That's Fairclough and Kevin Ivanoff. So Fairclough has managed to find a way past Kevin Ivanoff. That's going to move her up into 4th place, and we've got the quarter flags out, the Battenberg. That's going to close the field right up as we've got the 43 of Theo Bradshaw off. He was battling out for the lead. Theo Bradshaw off, quarter flags out. The entire field will close up with 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining of this third heat in Honda Cadet. So just having confirmation there for something happening for off track, but the quarter flags are out, so the field will be slowed down behind your race leader Ryan White. He will become the de facto safety car when they see the quarter flags in a few moments time over start finish. They're going to have to slow down because I think they're still racing in fact in front, so they're going to have to slow right down into single file format. There's a quarter flag over start finish. So, and there's contact there between, looks like Larry Price and Jensen White over start finish as the quarter flags come out. Quarter flag has been out now for around about a lap here in this third heat as they tend to Theo Bradshaw in the 43. So Ryan White as your race leader. The pace has been slowed to around about half pace at the minute. I think ideally the race director would like it a little bit slower, because what it does then is it closes the pack up, and as the pack closes up, it then means that there's more space between the front and the back, and that means there's more time for the marshals to work in terms of putting tyre walls back together and everything like that for our drivers that are off track. So Ryan White at the front is leading this round. He's dictating the pace at the moment, and the rest of the field will naturally follow the same sort of pace as your race leader. So he needs to slow it down. There's a few drivers in the background just indicating to try and slow the pace down as well at the moment. Not sure what the whether there'll be don't think there'll be a penalty applied post-race, but I'm fairly sure there might be an educational chat going on post-race, just as to the etiquette of what needs to be done when the Battenberg flag comes out. You can see in the top left corner the timing still going on, so that it's still going down at the moment as they tend to get the track back into the as it is. So when we restart, it will be Ryan White, Bella Fairclough, Kevin Ivanoff, Ashley Haase, Joshua Sullivan, Alfie Forrester, Archie Loveridge, Max Taddy, Sam Hayes and Ralphie Branscombe, your top 10 in what will effectively be a 1 minute, 1 lap shootout. I think here with 40 seconds remaining, we're still under quarter flags over start finish. Don't know if we're going to go green this time. We're not going green this time. So with 30 seconds, we could end up with a 1 lap shootout here in this Honda Cadet third heat. We could even, who knows, we've got a red flag. So I don't know whether that's to do with the pace under the Battenberg or because the races, because we've still got an incident, because we've got an incident going on still here. But with that red flag coming out, the chances are we're not going to be restarting this race, and the field will be called into pit lane at the end of this one. So Ryan White will be classified as your winner with Bella Fairclough, Kevin Ivanoff, Ashley Haase, Joshua Sullivan, Alfie Forrester, Sam Green Gomez, Archie Loveridge, Max Taddy and Ralphie Branscombe. Your top 10 over at the moment with at this one, because 75% of the race has concluded, and therefore the field will be brought into pit lane at the end of this lap under red flag, I believe, because as 75% of the race has concluded, then it is very likely that the result will be classified under the Battenberg condition and then the red flag. Having said that, the timing has stopped over start finish, but the field will go over the start finish line and they will head into pit lane. So it's going to be White, Fairclough, Ivanoff, Haase, Sullivan, Forrester, Gomez, Loveridge, Taddy, Branscombe. In front of Stoneman, Howard, Price, White, Spain, Legg, Yeadon, Housego, Dixon and Gilbert. Your top 20. Honda's then down there in the Parc Ferme holding area. So they're in. We've got 2 more races then before we head towards our lunch break here at Warden Law. So the penultimate race of what is effectively the morning session, despite the fact that it is 1 o'clock already, will be Coma C50 Bambino. Coma C50 Bambino out next, then it's Rex Pooley on pole position with Sebastian McCarthy alongside Ronnie Kempson and Harry Chapman, Henry Algar and Toby Biggs on row number 3. Then it's Joshua Bailey and Noah Wicklow, Jack Daniels and Mason Hibbert on row 5 with Freddie Blackshaw and Joshua Adate on row number 6. Eli Scher and Jamie Walsh, Oliver Daniels and Henry Hales on row number 8, with Arlo Atkinson and Riley Aston Wilkins on row number 9. Then it's Ethan Pearson and Darcy Dunford with Brady Atkin and Logan Hodgetts rounding out your 22 runners in Coma C50 Bambino. So just having a quick look once again at the live chat comments. Emma Parsons has been on saying, I hope Theo Bradshaw is okay. I'll echo that sentiment, but during the lunch break, I will head down to the Zipcar awning and just get confirmation that everything is okay with Theo Bradshaw. And then hopefully when I come back from lunch, I'll be able to come back with some good news and let everybody know that Theo is okay. So our Coma C50 Bambino parents are getting their drivers into position. The little rocking back and forth of some carts and just making sure the driver is okay. Little pat on the head and the fist pump and the high five, and we are ready to go racing then. Parents clearing themselves off the track. 5-second board is shown, so the drivers will then look up towards the red lights. Red lights are out, we're away and racing. It's a good start from the 13 of Kempson. He's managed to move past Rex Michael Pooley, who's had a terrible start. Sebastian McCarthy then will lead them into the first corner in front of the O-plate of Harry Chapman and then the 5 of Henry Algar. That's your top 3 as they head towards the right-hander and then the next right-hander of the dogleg. All the Coma C50 Bambinos through nice and cleanly, with Sebastian McCarthy leading the way in his first BKC event here for the Bambinos in his first national championship. He leads from the O-plate, who we are normally used to seeing as the 32 of Harry Chapman. He's got the number on the back of his helmet, but running the O-plate, having won the BKC Winter Cup at Wilton Mill at the end of last year. Rex Pooley coming back towards the head of the field here, and he's going to get past both Chapman and McCarthy into Gasworks. So up from 3rd into 1st place for Rex Pooley, with a good move down the inside there on his the two carts in front of him. So as they'll come over the first line, over the start line for the first time, it will be Rex Pooley from Sebastian McCarthy, Harry Chapman and Henry Algar. Joshua Bailey in P5 in front of Toby Biggs, Mason Hibbert, as Chapman goes down the inside of Sebastian McCarthy. McCarthy has to drop back down then into 3rd place. Algar now the next driver, trying to take advantage as they head into the right-hander at the dogleg. Huge chunk of curb on the outside from Algar as Sebastian McCarthy tries to make a move on Chapman, and then that's going to slow him down on exit, and that could allow Henry Algar to close in. And then McCarthy goes very, very wide, makes a mistake at centre 1, and Algar is through. Sebastian McCarthy needs a few deep breaths and a reset here. He's just dropped down the order, made a mistake, maybe trying a little bit too hard into centre 1, and that's going to allow the 81 of Joshua Bailey to have a good run at Sebastian McCarthy as they head down towards Gasworks. Behind Bailey, we're going to have Toby Biggs in the 66. Then it's the 13 of Ronnie Kempson, who made that good start off the inside, but then had the door closed on him. He's in front of Mason Hibbert in 7th and 8th, respectively. Rex Pooley then into P1 with Harry Chapman and now Sebastian McCarthy holding off Joshua Bailey, Toby Biggs and Ronnie Kempson. Kempson with the fastest lap of the race. So they find their way through the dogleg. Still only 3 minutes into this 9 minutes plus 1 lap race. Field sweeping round the Senna 1 hairpin. You can see in the background a packed paddock here for the first round of the kart championship as the 2 leaders go side by side into the back chicane. Harry Chapman trying to get a run on Rex Pooley. He's on the inside. Pooley's going to have too much though. He sweeps around the outside and holds on, at least for now. Harry Chapman though seems to have the pace in this one to go with Rex Pooley, the double heat winner. One yesterday and one today. as they make their way over start finish. Pooley, then Chapman. Chapman comes out of the slipstream. I think he might have hit the wind. No, he hasn't, and through he sweeps on Rex Michael Pooley into the lead in this third heat for our Comet C50 Bambino. So Chapman leads then now from Pooley. Algar in third place. McCarthy, Bailey, Biggs and Kempson with Mason Hibbert. Joshua Adate and Freddie Blackshaw your top 10. Noah Wicklow P11 in front of Jack Daniels and Eli Scher, with then Riley Aston Wilkins, Jamie Walsh, Henry Hales, Arlo Atkinson, Ethan Pearson, Oliver Daniels and Darcy Durnford rounding out your runners. Not sure where a few of them gone. Brady Atkin, I saw him in the paddock earlier in the week. Don't know whether he's had a problem and had to go home. Two leaders though making their way round. Oh, great move there down the inside by Zach Joshua Bailey, trying to make a move on Ronnie Kempson. Went in there very, very hot, got the move done, but then ran out of tarmac on the outside. The 66 is going to try and run all the way around the outside. Toby Biggs, and then Bailey's going to have to close the door on Mason Hibbert. Harry Chapman leads still then from Rex Michael Pooley. Chapman, Pooley, Algar and Sebastian McCarthy then your top four. McCarthy with the fastest lap on the previous lap, 3/10 quicker than Algar in front of him, and now he's going to try and make a move down the inside and runs Algar all the way to the edge of the track and a bit more. Does Sebastian McCarthy. A robust overtake down the inside there into the Senna 1 hairpin, and Sebastian McCarthy moves through. Your two leaders still nose to tail. At some point we'll be catching up with some lap traffic in front of them in the next lap or so. Lap times for our Coma C50s 1 minute and 10 seconds. Currently 50 seconds is the gap front to back on the grid so far. So they're around about 20 seconds off, catching up off the back of the pack. Over start finish they come, 3 minutes plus 1 lap, so they definitely will catch some traffic. But Harry Chapman and Rex Pooley, second place will be enough to put Pooley on pole position, of course, having taken 2 victories so far, but I'm fairly sure he'd like to take a clean sweep of heats at the very least, just to set the marker down. There's some lap traffic in front. I think that's the 27 of Darcy Durnford, and the two leaders are going to sweep round the outside, and that is going to allow Rex Pooley to come back down the inside of Harry Chapman. Chapman's going to try and get the cut back on Pooley and then do exactly the same in this next corner. If Pooley runs wide, and Chapman will once again come to the inside. This is the move that Chapman did before, and there's a little bit of contact side by side. Hasn't done any harm between the two of them. They've just naturally migrated together in a corner that is very much single file. Chapman now trying to get to the inside of Rex Pooley. We've got a gap of 1.6 seconds though, back to Sebastian McCarthy behind. But if these two keep battling it out as they are, it won't be too long, although McCarthy is coming under his own pressure from the 13 of Ronnie Kempson, who's found a way past Henry Algar. That moves Kempson up into 4th place, and I think it's only a matter of time before that becomes 3rd. He's right in the wheel tracks of McCarthy. McCarthy defending to the inside, trying to keep the door closed, but Ronnie Kempson has his nose right on the back of Sebastian McCarthy as they make their way towards the dogleg. Minute and 30 remaining in Coma C50 Bambino heat number 3. One more race after this one, with Minimax coming up after this race as they head down towards Senna 1. What will be the penultimate time, I think, although actually I think they're going to get round. I think we could get 3 more laps here, so Kempson doesn't need to rush this overtake on Sebastian McCarthy, but has to be mindful that he's got Henry Algar behind him as well. Not an easy position to be in the middle of a 3-kart train, because you have to put enough into attack, but also know that if you make an overtake attempt and it doesn't work out, there is a high likelihood that you're going to lose your position. So at the front though, it looks like Harry Chapman has managed to find a way past Rex Pooley once again, as Sebastian McCarthy comes straight to the inside this time. Henry Algar keeps a line to the outside as McCarthy defends into the first corner. Algar with the fastest lap in 5th place, trying to close up on this duo in front, which They're only one overtake away from allowing him to close up that 5 kart lengths that he's currently got, but then he takes a huge chunk of curb on exit. That's not going to help his overall momentum. As McCarthy once again goes tight into Senna 1. And then we'll have to defend a cutback, I think, at some point here from Ronnie Kempson. It's another one of them where he's had the pace to close up, but at the moment hasn't managed to find a way through on Sebastian McCarthy. McCarthy's done enough down the start-finish straight to hold off Ronnie Kempson, although he goes wide round Gasworks. Should still have track position unless Kempson can dive to the inside. Can't, and McCarthy will hold on, and then McCarthy goes slightly wide. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Kempson's alongside. Last lap board is out for our race leaders. McCarthy still holding off Ronnie Kempson. Kempson's going to try a different line and sweep round the outside, see whether he can carry more momentum and maybe make a move down the inside into the dogleg. At the front, your two leaders still as they were, Harry Chapman and Rex Pooley, with a 1 second gap back to McCarthy as Pooley makes a move down the inside of Chapman. Puts the nose down the inside. Chapman manages to ride that one out as McCarthy holding off Ronnie Kempson. Kempson's going to try and use a cutback here as they go towards centre 2 hairpin. Will he get to the inside? Don't think he's close enough. Your leading duo though, Chapman and Rex Michael Pooley. Still nose to tail. We know Pooley can go deep into the Gasworks hairpin. Chapman's going to defend it to the inside. It's a white line and then he comes out, opens the door, and Rex Michael Pooley doesn't need an invite. Straight through he comes. Pooley will take the lead with 3 corners to go. Round the horseshoe for the final time. Looked like Chapman was going to defend it to the inside, open the door, and Rex Pooley put the kart in the gap, runs it to the line, and Rex Pooley makes it 3 from 3. With less than 1/10 of a second from Harry Chapman, who still seems to be happy with second place. McCarthy, then Kempson and Algar in front of Mason Hibbert and Toby Biggs. Joshua Bailey there crossing the line in 8th place. And then it's going to be, the race is still on with Joshua Adate holding off Jack Daniels, I think, for 9th and 10th respectively. Noah Wicklow and Freddie Blackshaw 11th and 12th. Harry Chapman happy with second, but definitely could have had the victory there had he defended more to the inside of the Gasworks corner. I'm sure he'll watch that one back and use it as motivation for later on in the year. So fist pumps for all of our drivers. And then we've got one further race for our Minimax class. So I'm just having a quick look. Yeah, one further race then in this morning session for our mini. It will be for our final race this morning. Will be for Minimax. Charlie Vary then will start on pole position from Oliver Fabricius. Harris Robertson, Ewan House, Braith Murdoch and Ben Adrian on row 3. Maya Simpson and Charlie Lomas, row 4. Andrew Dixon and James Tate are on row 5. Then it's Ben Robinson and Charlie Kelso in row 6. Then it's Ashton Brown and Leighton Kelly. Harry Friel and Ellis Dealey, Alfie McBain and Zach Kane are on row number 9. Then it's Tom Drake and Alex Lynn, Amy Peacock and Harry Warby, Tyler Davis and Daniel Hartley are on row 12. Bella Brown in the 58 will start in 25th place. There are our Minimax class making their way out onto track for the final heat of round number 1 here at Warden Law. Then it will be a lunch break before we head to our finals. So our minis making their way around. Then Charlie Vary and Oliver Fabricius on the front row, with Ewan House on row number 2 with Harris Roberts. Roberts in 3rd, House in 4th. Round the horseshoe. Now, Mini were quick last time, but looks like everybody is a lot closer this time. As they make their way round the horseshoe into the right-hander. Through they go, and the lights are out. We are away and racing as Fabricius moves to the lead in front of Charlie Vary and Ewan House, the top 3. Then we've got Ben Adrian going very wide. James Tate as well is on the grass as they head towards the right-hander at the dog leg. And then we've got a spinner further down the field. The right-hander as they come into the left-hander at centre 2. Rest of the field making their way through. Looks like they're finding it difficult to just find a footing in this early phase of this Mini Max heat number 1. And as the field make their way towards Gasworks for the first time, move down the inside there. Can't quite pick out who it is because the direction of the sun has changed as Daniel Hartley's trying to make his way through the field, trying to get past Zach Kane in the 23. Over the line they come then for the first time. It's Oliver Fabricius in front of Charlie Vary and Ewan House. Braith Murdoch and Charlie Lomax. And Charlie Lomas up into 5th place. Maya Simpson, Harris Roberts as Charlie Vary makes a move down the inside. Then Fabricius into the left-hander, tries to get back down the inside at St. John's. In the background, Ewan House is trying to defend off Braith Murdoch as Lomas. Then it's Ewan House and Maya Simpson. That's your top 7. In front of Andrew Dixon, Aston Brown and Ben Robinson now up inside the top 10. Fabricius leads from Vary, then Ewan House, Braith Murdoch, Charlie Lomas, Maya Simpson, Harris Roberts, Andrew Dixon, Aston Brown and Ben Robinson. Harry Friel in 11th, Alfie McBain then in P number 12. As Fabricius unable to stick with Charlie Vary, then Ewan House and Braith Murdoch, Charlie Lomas and Harris Roberts, Maya Simpson, Andrew Dixon, Aston Brown and then Ben Robinson. That's your top 10. Charlie Vary out at the front with a gap of 1 second, and this Ewan House goes wide into the back chicane. That's going to allow Braith Murdoch to have a run down the inside of Ewan House. Six minutes remaining as Maya Simpson tries to get down the inside of Charlie Lomas. And now Harris Roberts has a think about going down the inside of Maya Simpson. Simpson closes the door on Roberts. And now Simpson bouncing over the curves. Harris Roberts trying to take advantage. Murdoch has found a way past Ewan House. That moves him up into 3rd place. The gap there is almost a second to Fabricius in front. Make their way through the back chicane. 5.5 minutes remaining. There's Lomas right on the back of Ewan House. Then there's contact from Charlie Lomas into the back of Ewan House, and that's going to allow Maya Simpson to come down the inside on Charlie Lomas. So Lomas, as we mentioned in the previous race, about going for an overtake and then potentially losing a place. In that previous race we mentioned it, and it's happened exactly there as we were expecting. So Vary continuing to lead, the gap out to 2.3. Murdoch, House, Simpson, Lomas, Harris Roberts and Andrew Dixon, your top 8. Aston Brown and Ben Robinson, that's your top 10. Robinson, who didn't have a great day yesterday, but is now starting in the dry at least to come through. Amy Peacock's recovering up into 11th place, having had a spin in both Heat 1 and Heat number 2, is up into 11th place. 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Ewan House, no, it's Lomas coming under pressure from Harris Roberts. Fastest lap from Charlie Vary, 53.672 seconds for Charlie Vary out at the front. Still half this race to go as Harris Roberts goes down the inside of Charlie Lomas and then puts it back down the inside from Harris Roberts. Charlie Lomas then unable to hold Harris Roberts back. And now he's going to come under pressure as well from Andrew Dixon. Dixon with a move down the inside. Great overtake from Dixon. Aston Brown is in the background as well. And Charlie Lomas, who had a good pace in the early phase of this race, now seems to be dropping back a little bit down into 8th place. Tyler Dixon setting the fastest lap of the race from 11th place at the moment, as we now see Braith Murdoch in front of Oliver Fabricius. Ewan House in 4th place with Harris Roberts, Andrew Dixon, Charlie Lomas, and that's Aston Brown in 9th place, coming under pressure from Ben Robinson. Robinson's going to try and send a move down the inside and does, into the left-hander on Aston Brown. Good move from Robinson, that was calculated. In the background there's the 82 kart of Tyler Dixon, the fastest driver on the track at the moment, with just under 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this Mini-Max Heat number 3. There's Amy Peacock in the background. Charlie Vary, fastest lap of the race as he comes through this time. Out at the front, 3.7 seconds is the gap. As Aston Brown is back down the inside of Ben Robinson. That opens the door up for Tyler Dixon. Dixon's going to try and get to the inside as well of Aston Brown. Can't get it done, closes the door. Amy Peacock is through on Aston Brown, and she is up inside the top 10 as well. Fabricius back in front of Braith Murdoch as they head through the back chicane, as they run towards the Gasworks hairpin with 2 minutes and 1 lap remaining. Race leader Charlie Vary is 3.7 seconds down the road. Murdoch and Fabricius battling it out for 2nd place. Fabricius back in front of Murdoch. Behind them they've got Ewan House, Harris Roberts, Maya Simpson and Andrew Dixon in front of Charlie Lomas and Tyler Dixon. Aston Brown back in front of Amy Peacock now, although Peacock was through a few laps ago. Going to be 3 laps remaining in this one, I think, in terms of the time. Already halfway round the first of those, with Fabricius taking a huge chunk of inside curb. Then it's Braith Murdoch on the right in the coming through in 3rd place. It's your battle for 2nd and 3rd. This is your battle for 4th, 5th and everywhere else behind, as Ewan House holds off Harris Roberts, Maya Simpson, Andrew Dixon and Charlie Lomas, with Tyler Dixon and Aston Brown. .40 seconds remaining. Charlie Vary out at the front, now in a race against time, so to speak, to get himself round, but doesn't want to be too quick. Might end up doing an extra lap here if he gets round over start finish in the next 28 minutes and the next 28 seconds. As there's a move down the inside, that's Tyler Dixon on Andrew, it is Tyler Davis, sorry, on Andrew Dixon. Amy Peacock now in front of Aston Brown. Ben Robinson in the mix as well in front of Peacock, so that's going to have him up inside the top 10 as they run down towards the Gasworks hairpin. And Robinson tags the back and then has a spin. Charlie Vary's already crossed the line. He will start the last lap. Robinson there with a half spin. That's going to lose him time and a few places as well. Out at the front, Charlie Vary leading by 4.4 seconds from Oliver Fabricius and Braith Murdoch, Harris Roberts and Ewan House. Your top 5, Maya Simpson, Charlie Lomas, Tyler Davis, Andrew Dixon and Amy Peacock. That's your top 10. In front of Aston Brown, Ben Robinson and Daniel Hartley. There's your race leader. Going into the back chicane then for the final time is Charlie Vary. Gasworks as well for the right-hander. 2 left-handers to negotiate, and then the right for Paddock Bend and Charlie Vary to take victory in heat number 3 for Minimax here in the Junior Kart Championship. A gap of 4.4 seconds at least on the previous lap, although Vary has continued round, even though he's taken the checkered flag already. And then Fabricius, Murdoch, Roberts, House, Simpson, Davis, Lomas, Dixon and Amy Peacock complete your top 10 in our Minimax class to bring the heats to a close here at round number 1 at Warden Law. We'll be back in around about half an hour's time or so for our finals here from Karting Northeast at Warden Law. Don't go anywhere though, we've got a paddock walk that we filmed yesterday after the heats closed yesterday afternoon that we'll be showing you right now. So stay with us here at Warden Law and we'll welcome you back in around about half an hour's time for our finals. Welcome to the Warden Law paddock walk. The first day has just come to a close. You can still hear some karts coming off in the background. I'm here with the race 1 winner from Minimax, James Fabricius. What a race. It's Oliver Fabricius. James has already won, hasn't he, in micro, so it's 2 Fabriciuses for the victory. Oliver, commanding victory. Great start from the second row, swept through and then just disappeared off into the distance. You must be really, really happy with that.
Yeah, I'm really happy. Just got jump off at start, then just drove off.
Obviously, we've qualified in the dry, had to put some wets on for that race, and you just, you know, you took a commanding lead. I know out on the pit wall as well, I know Sam Spinell, the driver coach for BSR, was giving you the distance, letting you know that you had plenty of time, you know, to take it easy. So I'm assuming that you pushed until then, and then you just managed the race from then on.
Yeah, I only got half through the race, just started easing off a bit, and only taking any massive risks. Or anything like that, yeah. As
we say, it's 2 Fabriciuses to the victories because your brother's already taken the win in micro. You know, who's better, you or him?
Me, definitely.
I thought so, but when I interview him later, I'll agree that he's better. So happy days. Right, let's have a quick walk round. Let's walk up here. We know some people. Charlie Vary's still got his helmet on. Charlie, let's have a little chat. Arms are folded. You don't look overly happy with P2 in that one. You think you maybe had the pace for the victory?
No.
No. Tomorrow, though, we're expecting it to be dry, so we think we've got the dry pace. Obviously, you started off the front row, so you think we've got the dry pace for tomorrow, maybe, and we can challenge for the victory?
Yeah, hopefully, because I'm really good around here.
Good stuff. Charlie Vary, thank you very much. Let's make our way down. Let's have a chat with this young man. First of all, introduce yourself.
I'm Ewan House.
You are Ewan House, and I know you're Ewan House because I got some tyres off your dad yesterday. P3 in that one. Must be really, really happy. I know it's obviously fairly new to you, is Minimax, having moved up from cadet at the end of last year.
Yeah, it's very new, brother and both me and my dad quite still, so it was a very good race, me and Charlie there, keeping up with Charlie. Made a few mistakes, managed to catch back up and had a little drag race across the line. So still wondering who's got who's got second and who's got third. Happy days.
Dry pace for tomorrow, as we expect it to be to dry up. You confident for tomorrow?
Yeah, feeling quite confident for tomorrow. Hopefully a top 3, so we'll see what happens.
Wonderful. Well, let's have a quick chat with the man in 4th place, because he might have eyes on that top 3 as well. Harris Roberts, the champion in Honda Cadet last year, moving up into Minimax this year from the CKC. P4 in your first Minimax race with the championship. You must be really, really happy with that.
Yeah, just new to us, so just try and get used to it again, like getting back on the podiums and stuff like that, so hoping for a good year.
So I've seen you've done a lot of testing throughout the winter to get yourself ready for this year. Having won the Honda Championship last year, what do you think is the target for this year?
Hopefully top 3, 5, hopefully for this year, but hopefully it'd be nice for a top 3. So.
Wonderful. Harris Roberts, thank you very much. Let's start. We'll make our way out into the paddock, and if we catch anybody on the way through, we'll get them as well. Mind that big puddle there, Adam. I don't want you getting wet. In fact, we'll stop here. I'm going to have a quick chat with Amy Peacock. Amy, difficult opening lap for you in that one, but once you got settled in, you started picking off some drivers in front of you, but obviously that opening lap, not what you planned for. So obviously you got turned round at the start and then had to wait for the entire field to come through. So tomorrow, though, we're hoping for it to be dry?
Yeah, definitely dry.
Good. And I think you've got much better dry pace, I think, but obviously it didn't help with that spin at the start. So hoping to challenge towards the top 10 tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, in the second heat tomorrow, I'm going to try getting like 4 or 5 places and just keep doing that until the final.
Wonderful. Amy, all the very best for tomorrow. Hopefully it's dry and you don't have to get the helmet all dirty because it's a bit thing. I saw you waving. That means you want to talk to me. Daniel Hartley, hello. I only know you, Daniel Hartley. I know you when your helmet's on, but he's also been very helpful by putting his name on here. Daniel, how did that one go for you?
It felt okay, actually.
Finishing position-wise, where did we cross the line on that one?
I think 5th or 6th.
Oh, happy days. So we know from the BKC Winter Cup that you've got some pace, because I saw you took the victory in that. So certainly, are you hoping for it to be wet tomorrow, or were you hoping for it to dry up?
Dry up. I just feel more better.
Good stuff. I'm going to head out this way, because we're going to go round this way, because I'm going to speak to the other Fabricius. Hello, how are you? You've already taken a victory today in the Micro Max for a fair distance as well. I believe 13 seconds, was it? You must be thrilled.
Yeah, I am.
Tomorrow, we are expecting it to be dry, of course, as we mentioned. Are you happy that you got the dry pace as well for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm pretty fast in the dry, I think.
And one thing I asked your brother is, who's quicker, you or him?
Depends.
You are. Definitely you. He says him, and I agree. Come on, then, let's have a walk. You walk with me, young man. Come on, we're going this way. Introduce yourself to the camera.
My name's Leighton.
Good. How have you just done in that one?
Good.
Good. You look happy anyway. Are you happy because there's a camera on you, or are you happy because of your performance in the race?
Because of the race.
In the race. But I think you like the camera as well, don't you? You look at the smile there. So tomorrow, what are the expectations? What are the hopes?
Hopefully top 10.
Top 10. Well, we can but hope. All the very best for tomorrow. So there's some food over there. Any food going spare over there? No? Well, I'm not coming to interview if there's no food. So we're going to carry on and make our way a little bit deeper into the paddock. If Mark Baines wasn't on the phone, I'd have a chat with him, but he's on the phone. He's got to go. He's got to go. Mr. Baines, how are you?
How are you doing? You all right?
Yeah, very good. Very good. How have your drivers gone today?
Yeah, not bad. We had a really good day, yes. We had quite a few problems today, and obviously weather's been all over the shop. But we've gone all right. We found a few problems afterwards. But yeah, reasonably happy. Not overly happy, but reasonably.
Yeah, it doesn't help, does it, when I think for about 20 minutes, I think everybody just stood and looked over there at that massive cloud wondering when it was going to arrive. And
They did, but we went wet. We went wet straight away, and then obviously went into gate, and then it was just chaos, absolute chaos. But obviously it rained harder, so we had to go wet meeting, so it is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, I think we'll be okay tomorrow. I just think we'll be quite quick tomorrow, so we'll see.
yeah, got a couple of drivers out there. Who's the standout one for you?
Caden's quick in Micromax. He's been here before. He was very fast yesterday. We've had a few problems today, but I'm pretty confident we'll be quick tomorrow. I really am. Jack and Harry are both in Micromax. They've never been here before. But they've both gone quite well. Jack's round about top 10. Harry's at back, but he's only started karting about 3 months ago. So he's all right. I mean, I've got my girl in Junior Max, and she's like well inside top 10. So we had a problem with an engine in qualifying. We seem to have fixed that now. So I think we're going to be quite quick tomorrow. Then little Charlie and Bambino, it's his first ever race.
They're the ones that I like, though. I like to see drivers in the first race, or they've only just started like 3 months, and then in 6 months' time, when we're at Wilton Mill, the development is just it's massive, isn't it?
We had same last year. I had a Bambino last year where we got lapped at Rowler. First round was Rowler last year, and we got lapped about 12 seconds off pace. And by the time we got to the last round, we were running inside top 10. So it is nice to see development. And it's easy. My job's easy when the new starts because it's easy to get them quicker. It's when we get fast and we've got to stay fast. That's when it's hard, you know.
And the older they get, they don't listen as much, do they?
Overdo. Overdo. You obviously don't know me. I have ways. Yeah. No, but listen, they're good. The kids are good. The kids are good. It's the dads who are a nightmare. Kids are great. Bring the kids, leave the parents at home.
Well, we'll have to try that later on in the year, won't we? Happy days. Mark, thank you very much. All the very best. Let's make our way through the paddock here and see if we can find any more drivers. In fact, we've got one in front of us, so we'll have a chat while we're walking. How are you, young man?
All right.
How did that go for you?
Not the best, but it was decent. P23 to 21st. So
Done much wet running?
not really, and it's my
No.
first time at the track.
That's the thing as well, is this track, when it's dry, it's very grippy, and because of that, when it's wet, there's hardly any. But, you know, tomorrow I think we're expecting it to dry up, so you must be confident going into tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely.
Wonderful. Well, I'm going to let you follow your man with the kart and have a quick step over here to have a quick chat with Mr. Kell. How are you?
Yeah, good. You?
Good. You are going to have to turn around though. The camera's that way. There we go. So you were out pretty much first off. How did your first race go for you?
Not very good. It was a rough start. We were with the pack until, I'd say, the end of the lap, and then just all fell apart. 3 people into one corner, and I got caught up in it. Went really wide, and then lost all my positions. And tried to made it back up over through the race, but not really happy with it. Ended up in 25th. Could have done better, but unlucky.
Big grid as well in that juniors capacity grid at 36. So, you know, tomorrow you'll start where you finished today, so you'll start in 25th. Where do you think you can get up? Obviously, you've got 2 more heats, and then it's cumulative results for the final. Where do you think that you can get through your heats to start that final?
Hopefully I can make up a few more points than I did in the first heat. I'd like to start somewhere maybe 15th, around there. And I'm really hoping to get towards top 10 in the final. Somewhere around there would really make me happy for the first race in JKC.
Yeah, long season in it, 24 races over 6 rounds, so got to play them percentages, try and get somewhere near that top 10 for the final.
Yeah.
Wonderful. James, thank you very much. We'll keep ourselves going. We'll have a quick walk down here. I think I'm going to take a left at the end here and have a quick look down here at Zip, because they've got some, they've got what we would call banging tunes on. So we're going to have a quick walk down. We'll have a quick chat with this young man here. This is Theo Bradshaw. Theo's taken victory in the Honda Cadet class today by a commanding margin. Started the day off the second row, got into the lead on lap 2 and just disappeared into the distance. Theo, certainly in the wet, you're the master around here.
Yeah, it's just quite easy really. I didn't really have to push it then, just chilling in the lead.
Chilling in the lead. Imagine having that sort of confidence. So obviously you won the Autumn Cup here as a 2-day meeting, so certainly you know your way round. That was in the wet as well. So you'll start Heat 2 tomorrow off pole position. What are your hopes for the weekend? Are you hoping for a top step come tea time on Sunday?
Yeah, I'll just try and win it. Get a podium.
Wonderful. Theo, thank you very much. We're just going to move on. I'll speak to you 2 in a minute after I've spoken to this gentleman here. This is Will Fairclough. Will is one of the sponsors of the series with Circuit Watchers. Will, tell us a little bit about it.
Well, we're a 2023 new startup business, and we kind of merge in the relationship between motorsport and business, really. So it's an initiative that we thought of last year, and it's starting to come together now, and you've really caught me off guard.
I know I have. And I'll speak to you tomorrow again in more formal circumstances. But yeah. I like throwing curveballs, and it's fun. So obviously, each round this year, you've put in a watch up for driver of the day. So that gives me something to, you know, not that I'm not watching on commentary, but I've got to watch out for drivers coming through the field as well. And in terms of race etiquette and attitude off the track as well is part of the idea behind it as well. Yeah. So, you know, tell us a little bit more about what the company does in terms of, you know, the prize that is being given out at all the rounds this season.
Yeah, so the launch collection this year is 3, maybe 4 watches. Well, it is 4 watches, but 3 watches that you can buy. And we want to give away the first watch in that collection. And so we thought, well, do you know what? You know, it's a great watch, and I'm sure the guys and girls would love to win it, if not for themselves, for mums and dads and things like that. So. And it's all about having fun at the track, isn't it? So driver of the weekend, we stand away, you know, we're completely impartial. It's all down to you.
Commentator of the weekend will be the winner.
Yeah, and it's just a little bit of fun, isn't it? You know, get the kids involved, get the grown-ups involved, and it's good for us, good for you guys, and it's a great watch as well, worth about 400 quid, so it's nothing to be sniffed at. So.
No. You've obviously got 2 drivers racing, one in Honda and one in Micromax. How have they done today?
Oh, they've driven fantastically. I'll start with Alice, the younger one. She got the second fastest lap, and she qualified 7th, but unfortunately she had a couple of incidences and ended up 20th, which really doesn't reflect how well she drove. Bless her, we were so pleased with her performance. She wasn't, but we were. So, and then you've got Bella, the eldest sister in the Honda 200. She qualified a disappointing 10th for her. We couldn't quite figure out what was going on. We were way off the pace. But she came home in 3rd, and that's not a bad result considering the first time on the track in 5 months. So, yeah, we're really pleased.
Yeah, and of course, Bella as well, winner last year of the British Women Racing Drivers Gold Star Award as well. So let's just have a little talk about that and what that is.
Yeah, so I often get confused with this because actually it's the 2023 Gold Star, but it was for everything that she did on track for 2022. On and off the track, the contribution to motorsport in general, what she's doing for females in the sport, but also for the guys as well. You know, to see a girl up in the front and to have the to have the kind of talent that she's got, to put it, on the front row and win races. You know, that's what it's all about. So she's been recognised by BWRDC, and she's got the Gold Star under 25s as well. I don't know if she's the youngest ever, but she's 11 years old. That's not bad.
No. Well, thank you very much. Hopefully we'll catch up with you later on in the season as well. Have a quick walk further down. We've got Ashley Hassaned, Spain. Looked like it went quite well out for you there today in the wet weather in heat number 1. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, real good. We made up 10 positions, so hoping to do more in the heat 2 tomorrow.
Wonderful. We looking at the forecast. It does expect to be dry. What's the dry pace like?
Quite strong, to be honest. Hopefully get towards the front.
Wonderful, Ed. Thank you very much. Ashley, how did heat 1 go for you?
It was really good actually. Got good off the line in 3rd, but unfortunate spin throughout the race. But I managed to get back to 4th, so it was really good.
Good stuff. So you start 4th, finished 4th. I know you moved up and then dropped. Was it?
I started 3rd, and then I spun, got 4th, and then I just stayed there for the rest of the race.
Wonderful. Well, all the very best for tomorrow. We're going to try and have a quick wander down. We'll see if there's 1 or 2 more, because there is the paddock here actually at Warden Law for this event. I don't know if we can actually see it, if we can maybe even turn the camera around. I'm not sure we're going to be able to all the way down, but you can see the BKC truck at the bottom. There's another paddock all the way up the top, which I haven't gone up there because it is a little bit wetter and I don't want to get my shoes dirty this early in the season. So, but there is actually even more of a paddock down here as well, with a bit of an overflow going on. So we're going to have a wander down, see if we can see 1 or 2 more. There is a cart here, but no driver, but the mechanic looks like he's doing a nice job at cleaning it, so we'll come over here and give him some credit. Your driver seemed to be going okay today, did Kevin. So what are your hopes for tomorrow when it... well, we think it's going to dry up, but you've left the wets on overnight, so...
No, they're not left on. They just, I'm going to put Kart away, and let's hope it's not going to rain tomorrow, yeah. That's the best we can hope for.
Yeah, so, he's qualified. He qualified 6th for that one, obviously, then it rained, but certainly we know he's got some dry pace then.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, let's head round. Looks like we've got some tiny bambinos over there, but they're having much more fun on a scooter than. And what type? Hi. Hey. Here we go. Let's have a. We've got some cadets there that seem to be more interested in playing with a Pringles tin, and we've got a few over here as well. So we'll go and have a quick wander up. We've got some bambinos on podiums. Let's see if any are interested in talking. Hi, everyone. Hi. Grab yourself a seat. We'll make it easy. There we go. I don't think I can do a full interview with everybody, but what we'll do is I'll just get you all to just say hello and say who you are. Who are you, young man?
Junior.
Good. And how's your race gone today?
Good.
Good. And hi, who are you?
Ava.
Ava. And can I steal your scooter?
No.
Oh, come on. I'm definitely big enough for that. No? And how did your race go today?
Good.
Good. And here we go. You're Freddie. How did your race go?
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
So we've had 2 goods and an all right. Let's see if we can upgrade. Say hello.
Hello.
Hi. How's your day been?
Good.
Good. Happy days. So that's another good. We're going well here. We're going well. Hi, who are you?
Sebastian McCarthy.
Good. How's your day gone?
Well, not so good, but good. Because I spun out, but then I rejoined at fourth. It said I got a 10-second penalty, but I didn't.
Oh.
Weird.
Well, we'll have a look, won't we? We'll certainly know for tomorrow when we have the live stream. Hi. You just want to talk again? They've gone to the end of the queue. Hi, who are you?
Brady.
Good. And how did your race go today?
Good.
Good. There we go. We've got lots of goods. Hi, who are you?
Ethan.
Good. And how did your race go?
Not good.
Not good. Oh, we've had a not good, Adam.
There was this one, where I spun out, and there was this pink cat, rammed right into me, and this but it's better now.
Is that why you're dirty, or have you been sliding down hills?
Later ago, my leader, Dan basically, I was walking down with him, then I slipped and knee slided down, and that's how I got my knees dirty.
Oh, no way. Right, hi, we've got two more here. Say hello.
Hello.
And you, say hello.
Hello.
Wonderful. You two been racing today?
Yeah, I went out. My race wasn't so good at the start, but at the end it was very good. Since I spun out on the rolling lap, and then I started second last, and I came 13th. That was 26.
Oh, wonderful. So tomorrow you're hoping to go forwards even more?
Hoping to go a lot better tomorrow.
Wonderful. And this young man here, he's almost been squeezed out. How did your day go?
Pretty okay. It's because at the start of the qualifying, I spun, when we went onto the grid, I went forward and there was something wrong with my TE because I couldn't get a good start. I was the exact same as the third place. I hit the throw the same place, but everyone behind me just overtook me. But luckily I got back to fourth.
So that's pretty much the debrief then from the paddock. We've had lots of goods, one all right, and a bit of a meh for that one over there. But we've got plenty more races for you coming here from Warden Law for round one of the Kart Championship. So chances are it's going to be back to me in the commentary box.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Hello and welcome back to Warden Law, karting Northeast for the first round of the Kart Championship with the Bambino Kart Championship, Cadet Kart Championship and Junior Kart Championship. We begin the afternoon's proceedings with a rerun of heat number 3 of Honda Cadet. Ryan White will start on pole position with Theo Bradshaw alongside Ashley Harzay and Kevin Ivanoff on row 2, Ralphie Branscombe and Bella Fairclough on row number 3. Row 4 will see Jensen Hookie and Archie Loveridge with Ed Spain and Alfie Forrester, Sam Green Gomez and Joshua Sullivan on row number 6. Row 7 sees Sam Hayes alongside Max Taddy with Fenton Stoneman and William Howard, Ronnie Legg and Cameron Tipping on row number 9. Row 10 will see Freddie Housego and Samuel Yeadon. Larry Price will start 21st alongside George Ralston with Ella Dixon and Jensen White on row number 12. Then it's Lewis Gilbert, Rio Wardley, Matthew Plant, Morgan Cooney, Luke Jardine and Max Housego in front of Otto Amy, Thomas Battershill and the 95 of Jacob Lathenby. Grid is being cleared at the moment of the final few helpers with the 6 minutes shown up on the board. Red lights are out. We're away and racing. It's a good start from the front row by the poleman Ryan White as they make their run down towards turn 1 for the first time in this shortened 6-minute rerun of heat number 3. And it's still Ryan White from Kevin Ivanoff, although Ivanoff forces Ryan White wide, and down the inside will come the 95 machine of Ralphie Branscombe up into second place as the field make their way round St John's End for the first time. And it looks like it is Ivanoff leading the way out at the front. Trying to pick out who that is up into second place. Looks like that could be Archie Loveridge, who started in P8 as they make their way down the back straight towards the Gasworks hairpin for the first time here in this rerun of heat number 3 for our Honda Cadet class. Down the inside of one of the Housegos goes Larry Price. He's right on the back now of George Ralston in the 99 as the 88 of Samuel Yeadon closes the door on Jensen White. Over the line they come then for the first time. Kevin Ivanoff from Archie Loveridge, Theo Bradshaw, Ryan White, Ralphie Branscombe, Ashley Harzay, and then Alfie Forrester in front of Bella Fairclough, Joshua Sullivan and Max Taddy. Your top 10, Jensen Hookie and Sam Gomez, 11th and 12th respectively. Round St John's they go. The left-hander in the middle of the track. That's Max Taddy in the 66 now in front of Jensen Hookie. That's 10th and 11th respectively. Alfie Forrester in the orange cart leading that train as they bounce over the back chicane curbs. They run down towards the Gasworks hairpin. There's a bit of contact in the back there from Fairclough. That forces Sullivan wide and Hookie will come through down the inside to take full advantage of that. Taddy as well, just in front now of Bella Fairclough as they make their way round the paddock bend up and over at the start-finish line. So it's Ivanoff from Loveridge, Bradshaw, White, Branscombe, Harzay, then it's Forrester, Taddy, Fairclough and Hookie, the top 10. Kevin Ivanoff leading from Archie Loveridge. Loveridge off 8th place at the start, made a good run and is now managing to stick with Kevin Ivanoff at the front of the pack here as they make their way up towards centre 1. Then it's Bradshaw in front of Ryan White and Ralphie Branscombe. That's your top 5 as it stands. There's a bit of a gap back then to the 17 of Ashley Harzay. Run down towards Gasworks, Ryan White close enough to Theo Bradshaw to make a move, but elects to sit in behind at the moment, just tucking in behind the 43 machine. Down start finish. Ivanoff then leading from Loveridge with Bradshaw. Bella Fairclough in 7th place, sets the fastest lap of the race. And down the inside goes Theo Bradshaw and Archie Loveridge. Ralphie Branscombe's going to try and come through as well. He's going to move up from 5th place into 3rd, and Loveridge is going to get forced out wide as Bella Fairclough goes down the inside, not only of Alfie Forrester, but she's going to try and get down the inside of Ashley Haase as well. Get the cutback. Fairclough could make a double move here and squeezes through on Ashley Haase. Great move by Bella Fairclough. Got down the inside of Alfie Forrester and also gets down the inside as well of Ashley Haase. Ryan White does exactly the same to Theo Bradshaw, and Bradshaw will drop a place behind Ryan White. In front, though, of Kevin Ivanoff, who was your leader at the start of this lap, is now in 4th place in front of Archie Loveridge. Ralphie Branscombe will lead them over the line with 1 minute and 51 seconds remaining in front of Ryan White, Theo Bradshaw, Kevin Ivanoff, Archie Loveridge, Bella Fairclough, Ashley Haase, Alfie Forrester, Max Taddy and Joshua Sullivan. That's your top 10. Jensen Hookey 11th, Sam Green Gomez in 12th in front of Sam Hayes, William Howard and Ed Spain. That completes your top 15 runners. The leaders still pretty much nose to tail as Fairclough has dragged the rest of the field right onto the back of Archie Loveridge in 5th place. Loveridge there in the mint green cart, making his way through, running in 5th place as they head down towards Gasworks. 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining. Fairclough with the fastest lap on lap number 3. They make their way through the horseshoe into start-finish. 57 seconds remaining. Lap times are 59, so this will be the penultimate lap by the look of things. Branscombe, White and Bradshaw, your top 3. Ivanoff in 4th place in front of Archie Loveridge, although Loveridge looks like he was making a move down the inside there and does. Fairclough's going to come through again, and Bella Fairclough's going to take 2 more places in one move there. Great move from Bella Fairclough. Takes advantage of the others. Then Ashley Haase's down the inside of Kevin Ivanoff. Contact between the two of them. Ashley Haase with the fastest lap on the previous lap, and then Alfie Forrester forcing Haase wide. Max Taddy's on the inside. Sullivan's through as well on Haase. Haase having a tough lap, forced wide. Max Taddy now right on the back of Alfie Forrester. He's going to send one down the inside into the Gasworks hairpin, and Alfie Forrester then is run wide out onto the rumble strip on the outside. He's going to be wide into the horseshoe as well. There's contact into the back of Hookey by the 17 of Ashley Haase as they come over start finish. Last lap boarded out. Contact warning over start finish from Ashley Haase. Ralphie Branscombe though leads them round the first corner this time in front of Ryan White. 1 lap to go here in this 3rd heat rerun for our Honda Cadet 200 class. Branscombe leads from Ryan White. Then they've got a gap back to Theo Bradshaw. Behind them, Bella Fairclough, Archie Loveridge, Kevin Ivanoff and Max Taddy up into 7th. Then it's Forrester, Sullivan and Hookey. That was your top 10 as they came over the line last time out. Half a lap remaining onto the back straight. Ralphie Branscombe opens up the door for Ryan White. Ryan White dives down the inside. Ralphie Branscombe has to hand over the lead to Ryan White with 3 corners to go. White into the left-hander of the horseshoe, then the right-hander as they come over the line. Ryan White takes victory in heat number 3 for our Honda Cadet class from Ralphie Branscombe, then Theo Bradshaw, Bella Fairclough, Archie Loveridge, Kevin Ivanoff, Max Taddy, Alfie Forrester, Joshua Sullivan and Ashley Haase in front of Gomez, Hookey, Hayes, Spain, Howard, Stoneman, Price, Legg, Housego and Tipping should complete your top 20 in front of, at 20th it was actually Jensen White getting through on the final lap in front of Dixon, Tipping, Ralston and Gilbert. We've got a driver off on the final lap. The 77 of Otto Amy is off on the final lap. And I think that's down at Gasworks, I believe, as we've got somebody running down the grass there. And, I believe he'd probably be chased by our race director as we head down there. So now, next up, it will be time for the first of our finals here today. It will be Junior Rotax. Junior Rotax will be our next heat up here for you today in terms of races. It's our final for our juniors. Kasper Tomilewski will start on pole position with Ollie Naylor alongside Gregor Reed and Harry Hurst Grover on row 2. Sam Stoner and Benjamin Lee on row number 3. Then it's Callum Foster and Jensen O'Neill going with Ben Horner and Martin Wright on row 5. Bartek Filipiak starts in 11th. Joshua Jarvis alongside on row 6 with Archie Carter and Harry Higgs in front of Max Haller and Emily Cooper. Then it's Archie Dyson and James Philip Byrne. They're on row number 9, with the top 20 being completed by Rhys Owen and Christian Stefanov. Jacob Anslow starts 21st, Ollie Paul 22nd, Jason Duckis and Melissa Adrian are on row number 12. Ellis Garrett and James Kell start 25th and 26th respectively. James Waring and Harrison Bishop are on row 14. Frankie Smedley and Amelie Ackitts are on row number 15. Then we have our final few runners. Molly Pugh starts 31st, Archie Doherty 32nd. Then it's Ethan Bath, Kieran Thompson, Harrison Purnell and Ewan Stevenson. Complete your 36 capacity runner grid for our junior Rotax class. They're making their way out onto track, out of the holding area here at Warden Law for the first of 7 finals in our class for junior Rotax here today. Nicholas Ellis has been on, wishing Ollie Naylor good luck. He's from the Isle of Man. Nicholas Ellis, who was our Junior Kart Championship Driver of the Year last year, which was handed out at our awards show at Silverstone in the wing at the end of last year. Kasper Tomilewski then in the 20 will lead them round as your pole sitter in this junior Rotax class. Rest of the field still making their way round the back chicane, so we're going to take a bit just to close this one up. Tomilewski slowing the field down there at post number 6, which should give them sufficient time to close right up on the back of the field. So we should hopefully get this one going at the first time of asking. Tomilewski will be on the inside, although he's shown us on the outside of it to go round the horseshoe. He'll be on the right as they go round the final corner. For the inside, he's going to have Ollie Naylor alongside him with Gregor Reed and Harry Hurst Grover on row number 2. Field is nicely compacted in this one with all 36 runners nose to tail as they come round the final corner. Into the tram lines they go. Kasper Tomilewski. The lights are out. We're away and racing in junior Rotax. It's a good start from Tomilewski as he makes his way up towards the first corner. Ollie Naylor manages to slot into position with Harry Hurst Grover up into 3rd place, having started in 4th in front of Gregor Reed. Then it's Sam Stoner, Benjamin Lee and Jensen O'Neill going as the rest of the field filter their way through the almost single file dogleg corner here at Warden Law. Down towards Senna 1. Looks like we've got the 14 under investigation. That's Harry Hurst Grover for an opening lap infringement, which is likely to be for a jump start. We'll keep an update on that throughout the rest of the race. But Harry Hurst Grover under investigation as it stands at the moment. He'll be notified of that when he comes over start finish and sees the overhead digital flag. Into Gasworks, that's Emily Cooper in the 30. Trying to find her way through. Have a quick look at live timing. She started in 14th place over the line. Tomilewski then comes through to lead the first lap from Ollie Naylor and Harry Hurst Grover. Gregor Reed as then there's a move trying to be put down the inside of Callum Foster there by Bartek Filipiak in the 8th. That's for 8th and 9th respectively. Archie Carter rounds out the top 10. There's Jensen O'Neill going in 6th place. Bounces over the curbs. It's not going to do his traction much good. Then just outside the top 10 we've got Wright, Jarvis, Haller, Byrne and Emily Cooper as they make their way through the back chicane, bouncing their way up and over the curbs. Sam Stoner under pressure here from Benjamin Lee in the 33 kart, and that's for 5th and 6th respectively. And Lee trying to close up, seemed to have a good run down that back straight, elected not to make the move. In the background we've got a battle going on here between Jensen O'Neill going and Callum Foster. O'Neill going runs Foster all the way to the inside of the track as Foster had given him a few little taps as they went round Paddock Bend. The end of lap number 2 here in the first final of the Junior Kart Championship season in Junior Rotax. Kasper Tomilewski with the fastest lap of the race out of the front, opens the gap up to Ollie Naylor by 0.6 of a second. There's a move down the inside there by Bartek Filipiak. That's on Callum Foster for 8th place. Good move in front of them. Jensen O'Neill going is still trying to flatten the Warden Law curbs here. They're bouncing over them lap on lap. The 41, Martin Wright, down the inside of Callum Foster. He's through and down the inside. Behind them, you've got the 89 machine. That's Archie Carter. He was just inside the top 10 on the previous lap as Callum Foster connects with the back of Martin Wright and does very, very well to keep that kart out of the tyres. Arms up on the steering wheel, but he was round the outside. He was the driver behind. Not quite sure the frustration there from Callum Foster, because he could have quite easily backed out of that move and, as they say, lived to fight another corner, and got very, very lucky there not to be run off into the tyre wall on the outside, did Foster in the 69 machine. Ollie Naylor sets the fastest lap of the race, half a second off the back now of Kasper Tomilewski. He was just over 1/10 of a second quicker on that previous lap. Sam Stoner battling now with Harry Hurst-Grover. Grover under investigation, of course, from the start of the race over the overhead gantry on start-finish. There's a warning flag for the 69 kart of Callum Foster. Over start-finish, still 8 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Ollie Naylor, fastest lap of the race again, 52.2. The gap down to just under 0.3 of a second. You can see them in the background just going through the second part of the dogleg and heading down towards St John's. Ollie Naylor, 2 fastest laps on the bounce, closing in on your race leader. Then there's a 4-kart train. There's a Jensen O'Neill going there, gets into the back of Bartek Filipiak. That's going to give Martin Wright an opportunity to try and close in. Your 2 leaders, as you were. Tomilewski still leading from Ollie Naylor as they run down towards Gasworks. Reed, Grover, then it's Stoner and Lee. Lee has half a look down the inside of Sam Stoner. Bartek Filipiak, Jensen O'Neill going, hands over 7th place to Martin Wright as Wright makes the move through. O'Neill going now, coming under pressure from Archie Carter, and in the background there's contact there between Archie Carter and Jensen O'Neill going. Max Horler comes through. Once again, 2 drivers there, very, very lucky. The Nauseo panel on the front of Jensen O'Neill going, pushed all the way to one side. I don't know if when he goes down the straight, he's going to try and straighten that one up, but Jensen O'Neill going, the Nauseo panel ripped out of the brackets. Melissa Adrian with the fastest lap in 16th place as Benjamin Lee gets down the inside of Sam Stoner. Contact between the 2 of them. Lee backs out and allows Stoner to retake his position as to not incur a penalty. Your 2 leaders, though, out at the front as they head down towards the Gasworks hairpin for what will now be the 6th time as we head towards half-race distance here in this Junior Rotax final. Tomilewski under pressure now from Ollie Naylor. Look over his shoulder. Naylor's still there. There's another fastest lap from Ollie Naylor. Eclipsed later on, though, by Bartek Filipiak in 7th place. But Naylor on a charge on the back of Kasper Tomilewski. Rhys Owen in 18th place with the fastest lap. The time's dropping here at Warden Law as the tyres come in. Ollie Naylor will go down the inside into centre 1 to take the lead from Kasper Tomilewski. Can he hold it round centre 2 as well as they head on to the back straight? And Ollie Naylor leads with 6 minutes and 1 lap to go in Junior Rotax. Great move from Ollie Naylor, scouted it for a few laps and then sent the move down the inside into the centre 1 hairpin. Has Kasper Tomilewski got anything left in the locker to stay with and put a move back on Ollie Naylor? Jensen O'Neill going into the pit lane from 11th place, whether that's on his own volition or through a mechanical flag, I don't know, but that Nauseo panel was definitely damaged and to one side, so that was going to cause him a problem. Hurst-Grover sets the fastest lap, immediately eclipsed by Max Horler in 9th place. The leading duo, though, have a gap of 2 seconds. Ollie Naylor and Kasper Tomilewski leading the way. There's some lap traffic in front. Tomilewski now staying with Ollie Naylor, trying to do what Naylor did to him, which was to feel out the strengths and the weaknesses over a few laps and then try and put a move in to retake this lead. Ollie Naylor, though, bouncing over the curbs. Lap traffic coming up in front. They head down towards Gasworks. Then it's Gregor Reed in 3rd place, Harry Hurst-Grover and Sam Stoner 4th and 5th. Then it's going to be Benjamin Lee, Bartek Filipiak, Martin Wright, Max Horler and Archie Carter. Complete your top 10. Naylor comes over with a gap of 0.3 of a second. Opens up by a 1/10.5, trying to give himself a cushion from Kasper Tomaszewski as they make their way up onto the back of some traffic in front of them. Haller with another fastest lap in 9th place at the moment, trying to close in on Martin Wright. He's got 0.6 of a second to close in up on the 41. And they make their way round the right-hander, which never really straightens up, even though it is called the back straight. If the chicane wasn't there, there is a bit of a straight. Benjamin Lee with a move down the inside of Stoner. Stoner, I don't even know if he saw it coming, but closed the door anyway on Benjamin Lee, up inside the top 6 for those two. Then there's a gap back to Bartek Filipiak in 7th place. He's got Martin Wright for company, although at the moment has opened up a gap of around about a second. You're leading 2 at the moment. Ollie Naylor and Kasper Tomaszewski have got some lap traffic between them. There is a mechanical flag for the 72. That's Jensen O'Neill going, but he's already come off into the pit lane. As you can see down there on the left corner of the timing stacker, it's being shown in 34th place and 1 lap down as he's come into the pit lane with that damaged Nauseo panel. Gregor Reed in 3rd place needs to navigate this lap traffic in front, which he's going to meet in the middle of the back chicane, because if he can't get through there as cleanly as he'd have hoped, and the traffic's still there in front, he's going to have a train of karts with Harry Hurst-Grover as well. Sam Stoner's going to get balked by the traffic. That's going to allow Benjamin Lee to close up. Is it? No, Lee now is the one being balked by the traffic. That's going to bring Bartek Filipiak back into play. Filipiak was almost a full second behind Benjamin Lee as they crossed the line on the previous lap, and now he's right on the back of the driver in the blue helmet, still trying to find a way through the traffic as they head down towards the dogleg into the right-hander, bouncing over the curbs. Then it's the left-hander at St. John's, still unable to find a way through. This is where Filipiak now could potentially pop out and send a move down the inside as they head down towards the left-hander of the Senna S. Filipiak right on the back and now through on Benjamin Lee, taking advantage of the traffic in front, and Bartek Filipiak is through as they head down towards the Gasworks hairpin. He's down the inside. Benjamin Lee's going to try and come through as well. Traffic still playing a big part in this one as Martin Wright in the 41 in 8th place, now trying to close up onto the back there with the 30. Is that in the background? I think it's the 36 now, so I think we could have lost this Max Haller in 9th place coming through. Set a few fastest laps with Melissa Adrian, who set a fastest lap earlier on, sets another one now. She's up into 11th place. There's the 41 of Wright there, catches the back of Benjamin Lee. Down the inside goes Harry Hurst-Grover on Gregor Reed. Reed runs that one all the way around the outside. Hurst-Grover's going to try and get the cut back down the inside, and will do as they head down towards the back chicane. 1:50 remaining as Harry Hurst-Grover finds a way through on Gregor Reed, then asks Reed to push him along to try and close up the gap in front, but they've got a big gap of 2.7 seconds almost to the lead of Ollie Naylor, who in turn's got half a second or so on Kasper Tomaszewski. He's managed to open up a comfortable gap at the lead. We've got a driver there pulling off into either the pit lane or just allowing the rest of the field to come through with the arm up in the air as they make their way towards the dogleg. Hurst-Grover in 3rd place, who had the under investigation flag at the start. Haven't seen any subsequent penalties for that, so it may well be that one will be looked at after the race. Gregor Reed in 4th place, Sam Stoner in P5, Bartek Filipiak, Benjamin Lee, Martin Wright, Max Haller, Emily Cooper. That is your top 10. Filipiak trying to stick with Sam Stoner. Managed to find a way through on Benjamin Lee, who's now dropped away. Still there in 7th place and now has a bit of a gap back to Martin Wright, having managed to find a way through that traffic that plagued him heavily in the middle part of this race. Ollie Naylor and Kasper Tomaszewski. The gap's closed up once again as there's more lap traffic in front. This time it plays into the hand of Tomaszewski, and Naylor, who had a gap of around about 4/10 a few laps ago, is now going to have to try and get back through more lap traffic. This time it's gone the way of Naylor. It's opened up the gap once again as they make their way through. Tomaszewski was right on the back of Naylor. Time at the top is heading down towards 0 and will elapse before they come round. Lap and a half remaining then in the first final of the 2023 Kart Championship season as they head down towards Gasworks for what will be the penultimate time. Melissa Adrian jumps up inside the top 10 for the first time. Great final for her, really starting to make her way through the field in this one as they make their way round the right-hander of Paddock Bend. Last lap board will be shown out on the overhead gantry. 5-second penalty being shown for the 42. That is Ellis Garrett. We'll find out where he's running in a few moments' time. 22nd place, but he's picked up a 5-second penalty. Melissa Adrian with another fastest lap in P10, trying to close in on Max Horler in 9th place. Down the back, in middle straight they go. Bartek Filipiak on Sam Stoner. Stoner closing the door. Out at the front, though, Ollie Naylor. There's more lap traffic in front as they're trying to find their way through here. Gregor Reed is through down the inside. Harry Hurst Grover's been hung out to dry from 3rd place. He's going to be down in 6th at this one. All the way round the outside. Can he get back down the inside of Bartek Filipiak? He can. Door closed there by the lap traffic. Hurst Grover not at all happy. Out of the final corner, though, comes your race leader, Ollie Naylor, to take victory in the first round of the season from Kasper Tomilewski. 3rd place will go to Sam Stoner in front of Gregor Reed, Harry Hurst Grover and Bartek Filipiak, with Benjamin Lee, Martin Wright, Max Horler and Melissa Adrian, your top 10. With Archie Carter, Emily Cooper, Callum Foster, Joshua Jarvis, James Philip Byrne, Rhys Owen, Christian Stevanoff, James Waring, Archie Dyson and Jason Duckis completing your top 20. There's your race winner then, Ollie Naylor, with Kasper Tomilewski rolling in behind in 2nd place. Tomilewski led the early phase of the race. Naylor managed to find a way through at half race distance and then maintained the gap. There's Harry Hurst Grover, clearly not at all happy with the 26 in terms of lap traffic, and he remonstrates venomously there to the driver that he feels has cost him 3rd place in that race. Harry Hurst Grover crossing the line in P5, holding on from Bartek Filipiak at the end, but was in 3rd place as they came up to the traffic. Couldn't find a way through. It played into the hands of Sam Stoner and Gregor Reed as they managed to find a way through for 3rd and 4th respectively. At the front, though, there is Ollie Naylor, your race winner in the 85 machine. The 12-year-old from Jacksdale in Nottinghamshire is our first final winner of the 2022 season, even getting some congratulations from other team members as well. Ollie Naylor, then, your first final victor of 2023 in the Kart Championship. One final down, 6 to go. Next up, it's Ayami Bambino. Chester Falk starts on pole position. He's got James Roots for company on the front row. Darren Dimitrov and William Crombie are on row 2. Charlie Page and Albert Farrer are on row number 3. Chloe McGill will start 7th. Freddie Baker alongside Jack Harney and Theo Poyser are on row number 5. Then it's Max Mikalski with Harris Barber in 12th. Sophia Page and Charlie Holmes, Leo Harang and Austin Anderson. Freddie Purnell completes your 17 Ayami Bambino final runners. We'll try and keep an eye out if we get any classified results from our finals here today, in case any penalties are applied post-race, and then we'll be able to see whether anything is given in terms of changing any of the front points for anybody else. We'll keep an eye out on that. The track at the moment is clear. We're just waiting for our Ayami Bambinos to make their way round onto the grid. They've not left the dummy grid yet, as you can see there. Just they're here at Warden Law, just being held in position for the time being. I don't think we've got any recoveries on track. It may well be that because there's so many junior Rotaxers to come in and then get the Wade for the final, is that they could still be queued on the other side of that green building there to the left of your screen to come off the grid. So until the track is clear, even though these karts will be coming round to sit in a standing start position until the track is completely clear. We won't be allowing anybody out onto track, so I'm going to wait for a few moments time. Send down to our cameraman as the Miami Bambinos make their way out and onto the circuit. Your final few runners then for our Miami Bambinos. Chester Forks at the front, just trying to, as we've got some contact on the outlap there. We've got a few spinners as well. So what this will do is it will give our parent helpers a little bit more time to make their way down the start finish, because the field spread now is quite big, and we're going to get everybody into position for their standing starts when they come round. So we're going to have Chester Forks then on the front row. Front runners then rolling into position on the start-finish line. Just getting some instructions for some of them as to which side of the train they need to be. Poleman, the 38 of Chester Forks, rolls into the right-hand side. He's got James Roots alongside on the front row. Got a few runners to be slotted into position. Those are the ones that had issues on the outlap. One of them is the 42 of Albert Farrer, 6 years old, from Chelmsford in Essex. Did a few Mighty Bambino races last year before moving across into the Miami Bambinos at the end of 22. This will be his first competitive year racing the Miamis. The 12, though, of Harris Barber looks like he's got a problem. The kart moved off onto the side of the track. Harris Barber jumping out. The kart being lifted up, and they're going to pop that one up and over the wall. They're going to pass it to a few people. Be interested now, see if those few, if anybody can see if they can get that kart moving. Don't know what the problem is, but Harris Barber walking down the side of the track and will make his way through the barrier. Unfortunate there for Harris Barber. He's not going to take any part in this final as the track is cleared off. Final few helpers out of the way. 5-second board being shown as the red lights come on the overhead gantry here at Warden Law. Lights are out on the overhead gantry. We're away and racing. It's a good start by Charlie Page in the 33, who moves alongside Darren Dimitrov and will try and run all the way round the outside and snatch third place into the first corner. Dimitrov manages to hold firm on the inside, and it will be Chester Forks leading from James Roots, Darren Dimitrov. Then it's going to be Charlie Page and Albert Farrer. And Arthur Farrer. That's your top five as they make their way up and over the curbs at St. John's on the left-hand side as they run down the middle of the track. Theo Poyser there in the 70, right on the back of this leading train of karts. Then there's a bit of a gap back to 3 or 4 further runners as the leaders make their way out onto the back straight and into the back chicane for the first time. Just run down towards the gasworks hairpin. Everybody nice and cleanly through as we await the field coming through for the first time here. We've got the 33 of Charlie Page under investigation. Could potentially be for a jump start at the beginning of this race. Was very quick away, made a good start and moved through. At the moment, though, he's in 4th place behind Forks, Roots and Dimitrov. Then it's Albert Farrer in 5th, Jack Harney in 6th, Crombie, Baker, McGill, Poyser and Poyser. Then it's Holmes, Mikalski, Page, Anderson, Harang and Purnell, your 16 runners, with Harris Barber out of this race already at the beginning. Forks leads by half a second from James Roots. William Crombie in front of Freddie Baker, 7th and 8th respectively. Chloe McGill right on the back as they go round the right-hander. Sweep through the back chicane. Leaders out at the front of this race. Forks Roots and Dimitrov looking to open up a gap. They've got half a second or so. Back then to Charlie Page as Chloe McGill carries a lot of speed round the right-hander into the back of the 92 of Freddie Baker. Run-up, start, finish now sees James Roots right on the back of Darren Dimitrov. 2.5 tenths taken out of the race leader on that previous lap by James Roots, and so Fawkes coming under pressure then from Roots and Dimitrov. Dimitrov in third, sticking with at the moment, and James Roots tries to put half a move down the inside of Chester Fawkes. Fawkes holding on to the lead for the time being at least. Behind them, Charlie Page trying to stick with, trying to take advantage should anything happen. Dimitrov with the fastest lap then as he closes in on the back of James Roots as well. The leading trio looking to break away. In the previous lap they were just a fraction quicker than Charlie Page, but Page hoping to be close enough as Roots puts the move down the inside. Fawkes goes wide in order to allow Roots to come through cleanly, and that allows Darren Dimitrov to come through up into second place in the red, white and green machine. Round the right-hander, and then Dimitrov goes wide onto the curb. That's going to allow Chester Fawkes to come back down the inside as Dimitrov loses momentum. Fawkes, though, cannot take advantage, and Dimitrov with some huge straight-line speed at the end of the straight. And Chester Fawkes looks like he's slowing here because Charlie Page has come through as well for third place. Chester Fawkes now was going to have to hold off Albert Farah. Farah sets the fastest lap in fifth place. Chester Fawkes, not sure if he's got a problem here. We've got a spinner. That's Freddie Purnell, I think, in the 7. On the inside, Kart parked and just waiting for everybody else to come through. Roots and Dimitrov, your top two then. Then it's going to be Page. Let's see whether Fawkes has got a problem or whether it was just half a lap or so that he just didn't have the power. And let's have a quick look. It might be that it's just all top-end straight-line speed, and we'll see what happens throughout the rest of this race and whether he can maintain his fourth place at the moment as they make their way round the horseshoe. Still 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining for James Roots and Darren Dimitrov in first and second place. Charlie Page then in third now. Looks like Chester Fawkes is back up to pace in fourth place as Dimitrov goes down the inside of James Roots for the lead. So Darren Dimitrov leads at the moment from James Roots, Charlie Page, Chester Fawkes and Albert Farah. Chloe McGill up into sixth place. Jack Harney, Freddie Baker, William Crombie and Theo Poyser as the field start making their way through some lap traffic now. Chester Fawkes has closed right back in. Not sure what that problem was that lost him 4 places. It was around about half a lap that he just didn't seem to have the power. But whatever it was, could have just been a little bit of muck in the carb or anything like that. And as long as you keep your foot in, it should blow it clear. So he's back up right onto the back of the top 4. Here's Chester Fawkes, who was led the early part of this race. Then James Roots led. Now it's going to be Darren Dimitrov. Chester Fawkes coming back down the inside of Charlie Page. Moves out the slipstream, has to slot back in. Didn't have the power in the straight line to get back down the inside of Charlie Page, as Chester Fawkes does indeed set the final lap, the fastest lap, as he gets himself through into position. Down the middle straight they go, and down the inside goes James Roots on Darren Dimitrov. That could allow Charlie Page to come through as well. It's going to allow Chester Fawkes back to the inside. Could Fawkes move from fourth into second place? He does. Chester Fawkes takes advantage of Dimitrov and Page squabbling over position, and Chester Fawkes is back up into second place. Dimitrov, there's contact between Dimitrov and Charlie Page. Page forced out wide onto the grass, collects the tyre wall but manages to keep going. I think he could be in fifth place. As long as the axle's not bent from where he went in the tyres there, he should be okay to continue. I think he will be down in fifth place behind Albert Farah as the leaders come over the line. Roots now leading from Chester. They've got a big gap now back to Darren Dimitrov. 1.5 seconds. Albert Farah up into third. Charlie Page crosses the line in fifth place. McGill. Then it's Harney, Baker, Crombie, Poyser, Mikalski, Page, Holmes, Harang, Anderson and Purnell. Page, the final driver on the lead lap, currently in 12th place. We've still got a bit of time to catch up with Sophia in P12 for our race leaders as they make their way round Senna 1 And Senator William Crombie facing the wrong way out of 9th place there in the green kart. Looks like he's dropped behind Theo Poyser. I think that was more to do with lap traffic because he had a big gap to Freddie Baker in front and a big gap to Theo Poyser behind. So looks like he had an issue negotiating the lap traffic. James Root round the right-hander with Chester Fawkes just in behind. This is your top two now with a gap of 1.5 seconds from the rest of the pack. Chester Fawkes into the slipstream, pushing in James Roots down the straight as it stands at the moment. Doesn't pop out of the slipstream with 4 minutes remaining. We've got a yellow flag at Marshall Post 4. I think we've had a spin, but I think it's still flashing on the light, so we'll keep an eye out on that because our leaders are about to catch up to come up to Marshall Post 4. It's just on the right here, so there'll be no overtaking opportunities until they are clear of that and they see a green post. That's William Crombie's kart. That's why we've got the yellow flags out. They're past that incident now and are free to race once again. James Root and Chester Fawkes heading down the back straight towards the hairpin. Fawkes gives Roots a little nudge into the rear, just a gentle reminder that he's still there, as if James Roots would have forgotten. 1/10 of a second between them as they head around Paddock Bend. 3.5 minutes remaining in this Iami Bambino final. I think this one could be a case now of just Chester Fawkes picking his time and not wanting to be too... Although Chester Fawkes slowing once again, not for the first time in this race, and Chester Fawkes from second place looks like he's rolling towards retirement onto the grass, punches the steering wheel in frustration, and Chester Fawkes, who had a chance of a victory, is heading towards retirement here in the final for our Iami Bambinos. The lead now, 3.5 seconds for James Roots. It could be a comfortable run to the line unless Dimitrov and Farah can pull something majestic out of the bag. The gap, 3.5 seconds. Now we've got Chloe McGill in front of Charlie Page up in 5th place. And Chester Fawkes, who had that problem in the early phase of the race where he seemed to lose power and drop from first down into 4th place. Then he came all the way back through to challenge James Roots for the lead. Has now had another failure of power and is off into retirement. The kart being pushed away, the driver already at the sanctuary of a Marshall's Post down there off track. So disappointment, unfortunately, for Chester Fawkes, still dropping down the order because he had managed to put a few laps on a few people. He'll drop down to 13th at least because Crombie, Holmes and Purnell are already off track, I believe, at the moment, showing at least Holmes in the pits. Purnell could still be circulating, but we've got William Crombie retired as well. We saw his kart being pulled off the track near Marshall Post 5, near this back chicane where the drivers are making their way through now. Darren Dimitrov trying to find a way through the lap traffic. Same for Chloe McGill and Charlie Page. They could well be closing up here on Darren Dimitrov and Albert Farah in front of them. If they can find a way round the outside of the lap traffic, they do so cleanly as they head now towards Paddock Bend with 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining. Roots, Dimitrov and Farah, your top three as it stands. Chloe McGill in 4th place, 1.4 seconds off Albert Farah in front, but on the previous lap was some 0.8 of a second quicker than the drivers in front, albeit that could well have been because there was some lap traffic that those in front failed to negotiate. There's Dimitrov, Farah behind Chloe McGill as well. More traffic for them to contend with as Darren Dimitrov in second place manages to find a way through. He's opened up a gap on Albert Farah as the traffic comes into play down that back straight. McGill and Page find a way through nice and cleanly with 30 seconds plus 1 lap remaining. I think James Roots, your race leader, will get round in enough time, as we've got the 33 of Charlie Page being shown a 3-second penalty over start finish on the overhead gantry. That's going to drop him. Well, it won't drop him any places, but it means that even if he gets past Chloe McGill, he's going to have to pull a fair rate of knots out at the front of this one. Charlie Page with the fastest lap of the race, nonetheless. 5.8 seconds off the lead in 5th place. As your race leader, James Roots. Time has elapsed, but the last lap board isn't out, so he's got 1.5 laps remaining at the front of this race as James Roots. The gap out to 4 seconds from Darren Dimitrov. Opened up 4/10 on the previous lap. Still trying to find a way through some traffic is Albert Farah, and he's now coming under pressure from Charlie Page. Looks like Chloe McGill may have managed to find a way through, has she? And let's keep an eye out if we can pick the kart out in front, as they'll definitely get it as they come over start-finish in a few moments' time. We need to find out where McGill is, because she was right on the back of this. She was in front of Page but behind Albert Farah, and now as they come over the line, it's Roots from Dimitrov, Farah, Page, McGill not where we expected to see her. Charlie Page is moved up into 4th place, waiting for Chloe McGill to come through. She does there come over the line. Some 9 seconds lost on that previous lap. Still in 5th place though for Chloe McGill, and Charlie Page tries to go down the inside of the 42 of Albert Farah. Can't get down the inside. Even if he does, there's a 3-second penalty to be applied to Charlie Page, so he's going to have to get past Albert Farah and move away by 3 seconds, and we're already on the final lap, so it's probably not going to happen unless Albert Farah has a problem into this final complex of corners. Out at the front though, James Roots making his way round Paddock Bend for the final time here at Warden Law to take victory in the opening round of the Bambino Kart Championship in our Army Bambino class. James Roots takes victory from Darren Dimitrov and Albert Farah in 3rd place, Charlie Page in P4, and then it's going to be Chloe McGill at the moment in P5. There she is, crossing the line in front of Freddie Baker and Jack Harney. There's your race winner already making his way through and over the weighbridge, because the exit gate is straight on at the end of the start-finish straight here at Warden Law, and then they'll go into the top 4 positions. They'll be then maybe asked to scrutineer after that as they get out. Good win though for James Roots, just being congratulated down there by our championship organiser Darren Beavers, with Darren Dimitrov and Albert Farah completing the top 3. Fist bumps all round for Army Bambino. That's 2 finals down, 5 to go. Next up, Mighty Bambino. Alfie Garrett starts on pole position with Ralph Martin alongside Ansel Murray and Oakley Riggs on row number 2. Sydney Nell and Harley Bradbury Stretton on row number 3. Then it's Elijah Sang and Junior Wright, Max Joy and Heath Smith with Oscar Maskell and Ava Garrett on row number 6. Row 7 sees JJ Williams and Jude Taylor, Hadley Jarvis and Arthur Bath on row 8 with Henry Ward on row number 9. That is your 17 runners then for our Mighty Bambino class. Track is clear, so we're just waiting. Well, it's not actually, because we've got William Crombie's number 15 Army Bambino being pushed off the circuit up there. And we're going to then have our Mighty Bambinos out onto the track for us here, with Alfie Garrett on pole position. There he is in the 42 machine. And we'll have Ansel Murray right behind in 3rd place. Making our way down the grid here then of our Mighty Bambinos. There's the 31 of Oakley Riggs. So we await them getting the green flag to be sent out on their way. We see the 5 in the background there That is Max Joy. Alongside him to the left is Elijah Sang, number 88. He's one of our drivers that will be following throughout this year, behind the scenes and on track as well, as part of the Driven Dreams docu-series. Just going to have a quick look at the live chat comments to see who has been in touch. So we've had Catherine Potter on, just saying good luck to all the juniors. Well, they've been out, and that was won by Ollie Naylor. We've had a good luck for Callum Foster from Sunbather, and brilliant drive Sam from Tim Winters. I'm guessing that will be for Sam Stoner, who moved up into 3rd place towards the end of our junior Rotax final. Mighty Bambinos then being sent out onto track for their 12-minute plus 1 lap final. And their parent helpers making their way down the grid to get them into position. Starting to look a little bit overcast here at Warden Law. Don't think we've got any rain forecast. I will have a quick look at the minute cast and see what we're likely to get. It is showing a little bit of drizzle, maybe at around about 4:10. But at the moment it is only 10 to 3. So hopefully we can get through our race day here at Warden Law. The final race of the day is scheduled to be at 4:10, so that'll be for a mini max. That's going to put an interesting spin on things. So the camera operatives that we've got out there on track are reporting the odd raindrop, and I don't think we've provided them with Alpha Live spec umbrellas, so they're just going to have to grin and bear it, unfortunately, out there at the moment. So Albert Farah on the left, well, Alfie Garrett, sorry, on the left in the 42. The 32 on the right, Ralph Martin. That's your front row. Grid being cleared then of parent helpers. And we should be good to go when our final helper is off the track. Looks like we're just sorting ourselves nicely single file through the gap in the pit wall. 5-second board will be shown in a few moments' time. We'll see the man turn it round. There we go. And they will look up towards the lights on the overhead gantry here then for our Mighty Bambinos. We are away and racing. It's a good start from Ralph Martin on the outside of the front row. Has he got enough to sweep round the outside? Has a few looks to the right to make sure he's got the gap to turn into. He doesn't. And Ansel Murray will come through, in fact, into second place. And Ralph Martin gets a little bit of snap oversteer in the middle of the corner. Ansel Murray then up into second, with Alfie Garrett leading the way as the field make their way round the dogleg section. There's a big sweep round the outside there by the 10 of Hadley Jarvis. Makes a good move on the 44 of Ava Garrett all the way round the outside as they head down towards Senna 1. Ansel Murray then leading from the 42 of Alfie Garrett. He's managed to find a way through into the back chicane. There you go, 12 minutes plus 1 lap for our Mighty Bambinos. Got a spin in the middle of the field down at post 4. Don't know who it is, but there's a light on down there, so unless they get that cleared, that's an overtaking opportunity gone. That's the 38 machine. That's Henry Ward on the grass, being helped out by the marshals here at Warden Law to get back on the track. As the leaders make their way over start finish in this Mighty Bambino final here in the Kart Championship, sponsored by the Junior Saloon Car Championship in association with KKC, Optimum Motorsport, Fibre King and Circuit Watchers. Into the right-hander then of the dog leg as they bounce over the curbs. Ansel Murray continuing to lead the way from Alfie Garrett. Then it's the 32 of Ralph Martin, the 31 of Oakley Riggs. Sticking with the leaders this time as Garrett takes a huge chunk of curb on the inside of that corner. That's going to slow him down ever so slightly, but seems to have maintained the momentum, which is unlike these Bambino karts. Once they hit the curbs, it lifts them up. It does unstable them a fair bit, but Garrett sticking with Ansel Murray. The gap 2.5 tenths as they went over the line on the previous lap. Takes a tighter line. Will he try and get the cut back on Murray as they come through and round the horseshoe? 3 left-handers followed by the tight right of Paddock Bend. Garrett takes a tighter line round that corner. Has he scrubbed off too much speed? Has to slot straight back in the slipstream behind Ansel Murray. Behind them, Ralph Martin sets the fastest lap of the race with a 1:08.5. And now it's Ansel Murray's turn to bounce over the curbs as Alfie Garrett takes a smoother line, trying to maintain the momentum as they make their way down the back straight. Some lap traffic in front. That's the 38 of Henry Ward, who had that spin earlier on. Is the first driver that our leaders encounter. The top 4 then with Oakley Riggs sticking with Murray, Garrett and Martin in front. Out onto this back straight, which is just a big, long, sweeping curve towards the downhill right-hander of Gasworks. Through they go with Ansel Murray once again taking the wider line. Garrett taking the tighter one. Doesn't seem to favour either one of them, although in the middle part of the corner, Alfie Garrett closes up, takes a tighter line on the way in. Can he get the momentum running out? I think it's actually going to play into the hands of Ralph Martin. Behind us, Oakley Riggs sets the fastest lap in 3rd place. Down the inside comes Alfie Garrett, using the slipstream to find a way past Ansel Murray at the end of the straight. Made the move very, very late to the inside, but makes it through. So Alfie Garrett will lead. More lap traffic in front. Arthur Bath as they come up towards the left-hander at St. John's, sweeping all the way round the outside, bouncing over the curbs. Oakley Riggs there in the background with his name on the back of his race suit in 4th place, closing up as well, having set the fastest lap. The top 4 split by only 8 tenths of a second. Now it's Garrett at the front, in front of Ansel Murray, looking to break away from the rest of the pack behind. Murray bouncing over the curbs, half a second or so between the 2 race leaders. Into the right-hander, lap traffic in front as they make their way past the 15 of Oscar Maskell, who moves out of the way and allows the leading quartet to make their way round the horseshoe into the right-hander. Still over half of this race to go here. 7 minutes and 20 seconds plus 1 lap. Garrett leading by 1/10 of a second. This time it's Ansel Murray's turn to pull out of the slipstream at the end of the straight and returns the favour. And he's back into the lead. Murray then leading from Alfie Garrett into the right-hander. And then Garrett makes a slight mistake, runs wide, bouncing over the rumble strip on the outside. Doesn't lose too much time, though, by using the extra part of the track on the outside. The 17 of Jude Taylor in front as the leading 2 make their way through. Ralph Martin tried to make the move down the inside, ended up having to make a double steering adjustment and loses a little bit of time. The 2 leaders, though, Ansel Murray and Alfie Garrett. As now Ansel Murray goes across the curb and a little bit of grass as well as they split either side of Ava Garrett into the right-hander. And then there's contact into the back. Alfie Garrett runs into the back of Ansel Murray and spins himself out of 2nd place. Ansel Murray will have a clear gap now at the front, in front of Oakley Riggs and Ralph Martin. Here's a replay of the action. Garrett carries too much speed into the back. Then the kart goes light as he makes contact. And that allows Oakley Riggs as well to take advantage. He had more time to react and he sweeps down the inside and through up into 2nd place. Can Garrett close back in now? A gap that is somewhere in the region of 4.2 seconds onto the battle in front of him. Bouncing through the St. John's, through the dogleg complex at St. John's. The gap for the lead there is 1.4 seconds for Ansel Murray. Round the centre 1 hairpin in the background there, you saw Alfie Garrett trying to close back in and make amends for that mistake down at the Gasworks hairpin. Can he get back up into the top 3? Over the curbs they go as they head down this back straight. Still around about half this race to go with 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap as we await. There is the 42 of Alfie Garrett. Needs to be plumbing in fastest lap after fastest lap now to close back in as Elijah Sang and Sydney Nell battle it out over 5th place. It's Nell in the box seat at the moment. Behind them, Harley Bradbury Stretton. So 3 karts split by half a second or so as they make their way round Gasworks. That's 5th, 6th and 7th respectively. As the field make their way, and then the 3 of Nell goes slightly wide. That's going to allow Elijah Sang to get into the slipstream in the background, with Bradbury Stretton considering a move down the inside as well, having come off the racing line. Lap traffic in front. They're going to try and sweep through round the outside there, and then down the inside into the right-hander. That's going to allow Nell to open up a bit of a gap because Elijah Sang going to get balked in there, and that has opened up a gap. Can Bradbury Stretton take advantage and move right onto the back of Elijah Sang into the right-hander, although Sang seems to have carried more pace around the corner. Nell, though, the one to take advantage there in the first sector alone, was nearly a second quicker than Elijah Sang as he managed to navigate that traffic cleanly. 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Still more traffic in front as they come up to the 17 of Jude Taylor. They're going to split and go either side. Nell all the way around the outside. That's going to allow Elijah Sang to come back down the inside. So from a second back, and then the 17 has a spin. Jude Taylor down there as Harley Bradbury Stretton. Big look over the shoulder as they make their way through. Garrett keeping an eye on the gap to those in front of Alfie Garrett now, as he tries to close back up on the previous lap, 7/10 quicker in 4th place than Ralph Martin in front. Elijah Sang now in front then of Sydney Nell as they head into the right-hander for turn 1. Then the left of Brian's Bend before this double right of the dog leg. So they bounce their way through there, and they really do have to attack that curb on the inside. Move down the inside on Oakley Riggs by Ralph Martin for 2nd place. And behind them, Alfie Garrett. Not out of this one yet in terms of getting himself into the top 3. Ansel Murray comfortable out at the front now with a 3.1 second gap. Now it's Ralph Martin. The gap is out to 4.9 as Martin and Riggs were battling it out on that previous lap. That's going to allow Alfie Garrett to close back up as well. 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. The leader, Ansel Murray, your reigning champion, looking to start the season well with victory in this first round here at Warden Law. Ralph Martin, Oakley Riggs, Alfie Garrett, your top 3. So they're battling it out for 2nd, 3rd and 4th respectively. Then there's a big gap back to Elijah Sang, but he's busy in a battle with Sydney Nell and Harley Bradbury Stretton for 5th, 6th and 7th respectively. Into the right-hander of the entry into the back chicane. 2 minutes remaining, and Alfie Garrett now is right on the back of Oakley Riggs as they head down towards Gasworks. Closes in. A little bit of a nudge into the back there. Didn't do either of them any harm. Oakley Riggs now very aware that Alfie Garrett is with him, and wide goes Ralph Martin. That's going to allow Oakley Riggs back through into 2nd place. Lap traffic, Riggs could get boxed in here. He doesn't. They split either side of the 15 of Oscar Maskell as they go down the start, finish straight, and Oakley Riggs is back up into 2nd place. Martin in 3rd, Garrett in 4th, still nose to tail, just not in the order they were on the previous lap. Oakley Riggs managing to take advantage of Ralph Martin going wide through the horseshoe. More traffic in front of them as they head up towards the left-hander at St. John's. Dives down the inside of the 18. And there, Ralph Martin gets boxed in behind Heath Smith. And that's going to allow Garrett to come back through. Martin back down the inside with a robust move. And right the way around the outside, we've got Oakley Riggs on the grass. The top 3 chopping and changing. Riggs bouncing over the grass. That's allowed Ralph Martin to come through into what looks a very comfortable 2nd at the moment, because I think these 2 are going to battle it out. Garrett with a push into the back of the 31 of Oakley Riggs. Just wants him to go forward to battle it out for 2nd place with Ralph Martin. 40 seconds remaining. The leader will get round before the time elapses. Murray now with a comfortable, it was a comfortable gap before of 4.9, but looks like he's had a problem. We've got more drivers there bouncing over the curbs. This time it's Ralph Martin, unable to negotiate the traffic. Oakley Riggs down the inside. Garrett's pushed him all the way through into second place, and now he's coming through for second place himself. Riggs goes wide, round turn one. Ralph Martin back through into third place. Garrett then up into second. Great move by Garrett. He initially pushed Oakley Riggs through into second place with a nice little bump draft down start finish, and then moved out of the slipstream at the end of the straight as well to move through into second place himself. There's still nose to tail though, making their way through the traffic, but it's now Garrett in front of the 32 of Ralph Martin, then Oakley Riggs in fourth place. Behind them still Elijah Sang and Sidney Nell battling out for a position inside the top five. Sang holding off Nell by around about half a second with a similar gap back then to Harley Bradbury Stretton. Time has elapsed. Your race leader, Ansel Murray, making his way round the horseshoe. We'll see the last lap on the overhead gantry next time round. Ralph Martin trying to get the cut back down the inside of Garrett. Garrett closing the door. Last lap on the overhead has been taken then by Ansel Murray, your race leader, with a gap of 3.4 seconds to Alfie Garrett. The gap then now, in fact, out to 4 seconds as these three battle it out for second place. And Ralph Martin tries to go down the inside. Has the door robustly closed on him by Alfie Garrett. Garrett has opened up that gap even more than now because Martin had to back out. Oakley Riggs still has eyes on third place into the left-hander at St. John's. Then it's the run down the middle straight towards the left-hander, Senna 1. In front of the Ansel Murray, gap of 4 seconds. Looks like he's on his way to victory here at the first round at the Kart Championship in the Mighty Bambino class. Still more traffic in front for our battle for second, third and fourth to negotiate. Round the outside goes Alfie Garrett. Ralph Martin's going to do the same. They head down towards the right-hander. Oakley Riggs is through as well, but Riggs is going to have to settle for fourth because he's not close enough. Out of the final complex of corners, though, will come Ansel Murray. Your 2022 champion starts 2023 in the same form. Takes victory in Mighty Bambino from Alfie Garrett at the line. He's got to run with Ralph Martin and holds him off by just over a tenth from Oakley Riggs then in fourth place. We've got a battle going on some 40 seconds further down the road still, with Elijah Sang and Sidney Nell for 5th and 6th respectively. And we've got drivers off down there. That's the 11 and the 44. Junior Wright and Ava Garrett, 11th and 13th respectively, down there at the Gasworks hairpin. So they still make their way. We're still awaiting for Elijah Sang to come through in 5th place. Keep an eye out as some of the other runners come through. 17 Jude Taylor there. Is the 15 coming over the line. That's Oscar Maskell in the background. That is Elijah Sang for 5th place in front of Harley Bradbury Stretton. Sidney Nell, who was up there in 6th place. We await him to come through. He's very, very disappointed. He's going to take 7th place, but could have been a little bit more for the driver in the 3. The final 2 runners that haven't yet to take the checkered flag, Max Joy and Hadley Jarvis, come through to take the checkered flag. Mighty Bambino complete then, with your 2022 champion Ansel Murray taking the checkered flag and the win here at round number 1. Just having a quick update on our first race of the day in Junior Rotax. Your winner on track, Ollie Naylor, picking up a 5-second front fairing penalty, which means that Kasper Tomilewski, Sam Stoner and Gregor Reed are now your top 3 in that class. Just going to have a look to see whether we've had anything classified in Miami Bambino as well. That's still not there yet. So we are just waiting for confirmation. That one's a Junior Rotax classified. Next up, though, it's Micromax. James Fabricia starts on pole position with Fraser Anderson for company on the front row. Arthur Farrer and Fabian Gandhock on row 2. Jos Huschke and Harry Neeson on row number 3. Leo Living starts in 7th. Alfie Mayer alongside in P number 8. Buddy Hugo and Marley Fisher, Jack Holmes and Caden Simpson on row number 6. Then it's Morgan Weston in 13th, George Swire 14th, Lewis Herbertson and Surrey and Gallagher on row number 8. Logan Jones starts 17th with Sebastian Clark in 18th. Then it's Elliot Dimolo, Logan Rolfe, Harvey Wagstaff, Alice Fairclough, Harry Quintock and Jack Mellon are your 24 runners in our Micro Max class, because Bailey Wolf and Jack Hutchinson haven't been seen all day. So that's 24 Micro Maxers making their way out onto track here then at Warden Law for their first final of the season. And Fabricius, with 2 heat victories, goes off the front row in the pole position berth. The field making their way round. Rolling start, of course, for the youngest of our Rotax family, our drivers 7 to 11 years old in micro, and then in mini it's 11 through to 13 or 14, but there's a crossover there for our heavier runners. At 12 years old you can move up to junior Rotax if you want. They'll run from 12 all the way through to 16 years old for our junior Rotax class. On your screen, Fabricius on the left, Anderson on the right, the field slowing down as they make their way towards the gasworks hairpin here at Warden Law. The 74 of Fabian Gandhock just having to move out of the way there, didn't want to run into the back of the 61 of Anderson as they make their way round in 2 trains of karts. Pace being dictated by Fabricius off the front row. Slows them down. There's a little bit of contact in the background there as the rest of the field don't know the pace that's coming. Through we go. Lights are out and we are away and racing. It's a good start by Fabricius off the front row. He's being pushed all the way down the start straight as well, which that's going to help him by the 24 of Farah. Arthur Farah finding a way through. Fabian Gandhock then up into 3rd place. Anderson, and we've got Buddy Hugo off on the outside there in the 11 with the yellow helmet, along with another kart as well. That's the 36 machine of Jack Holmes. He was running up inside the top 5 earlier on in this race meeting, and I'm sure he'd have had aspirations of a podium because he's had some good pace in the dry here today at Warden Law. As then Anderson goes wide out onto the bumpy rumble strip. Micro Max just trying to find their feet on this opening lap. 12 minutes plus 1 lap for this final in this Micro Max first final of 2023. Gasworks for the first time negotiate. Alfie Mayer in front of Harry Neeson, looks to be in about 6th or 7th place. Will confirm the top 10 standings at the very least as they come over the start finish line at the end of this first lap. We've got the 30 of Fairclough off and through the tyres down towards the bottom end of the track. It looks like it could be at post 4. Yellow flags are going to be out somewhere, so we'll keep an eye on that. But the 30 of Alice Fairclough moving to Micro Max this year from running in Honda last year, finished 5th in the BKC Championship last year in Honda, moves across to Micro Max but was likely end the first final of the year in retirement. Out onto the back straight our front runners go, and it's still Fabricius leading the way from the 24 of Arthur Farah. They've got a bit of a gap back then to Fabian Gandhock, Fraser Anderson and Josh Hushka. Hushka though coming under pressure from Alfie Mayer with a good move down the inside. A good move as well for the 78 of Leo Livings. Sends one down the inside of the 87, or sorry, the 27 I think of Morgan Weston. I know Weston's behind Caden Simpson, so it's Fabricius, Farah, Gandhock, Anderson, Mayer, Hushka, Neeson, Livings, Fisher and Simpson. So it was Marley Fisher in the 81 that Leo Livings managed to find a way through. Field now just calming themselves down for a little bit after Leo Livings has mid-charge through the field there. Still 9 minutes remaining. Neeson sends a move down the inside of Jos Hushka, and Leo Livings makes 2 places up out of that one as well. Neeson forces Hushka wide, so Neeson made up a place and immediately lost it as Leo Livings managed to take advantage as they head towards the right-hander. So it's Fabricius and Farah the top 2. They've got a gap of a second back to Fabian Gandhock and then Fraser Anderson. Then there's this train of karts all the way down from pretty much Fabian Gandhock all the way down to Caden Simpson in 10th place. There's a move down the inside by Fraser Anderson on Gandhock. That moves him up into 3rd place. Gandhock down into 4th. Livings over the driver on a charge and setting fastest laps as well. 57.9, the only driver to go sub 58 in this race so far. And then down to Alfie Mayer trying to put the move down the inside of Fabian Gandhock. Leo Livings is going to take advantage again of this. Can he keep hold of it? Round the outside, he's going to have to be brave and keep his foot in. But because Harry Neesom's coming through as well, Leo Livings is indeed brave and keeps his foot in. Then there's a bit of contact between Neesom. That slows Neesom down. And everybody, we're going to be too wide as we head down towards the Gasworks hairpin. And on the outside, Leo Livings is forced wide by... looks like that could have been Marley Fisher. They're still 2 and 3 wide through the middle of the Horseshoe Complex. The door now firmly closed and back to single file by the time they make their way round the paddock bend. Fraser Anderson now the driver on the charge. Now he's finding a way through up into 3rd place. Has a gap of 1.6 though to close up on Fabricius and Farah at the front. Move down the inside there by the 50 of Sebastian Clark on Josh Huschke. And the 27's coming through as well. That's Morgan Weston. Neesom closing the door on Caden Simpson. Simpson then could run wide here, and that's going to allow Sebastian Clark to get to the inside. Clark keeps his foot in. Simpson has the door firmly closed on him by Sebastian Clark. Brave move there by the 50. Marley Fisher in front of Leo Livings, trying to close in and send a move down the inside of Fabian Gandhock, who seemed to have good pace in the early phase of this race, but it doesn't seem to have transferred as we head towards half race distance. Alfie Mayer now with the fastest lap in 4th place, taking advantage of that slipstream of Fabian Gandhock in front, Leo Livings just behind. Waiting to see which driver makes the move this lap into Senna 1. Livings close enough and pushing down the inside. The 81 of Marley Fisher, and Leo Livings is through as well. The door though not completely closed, and Fabian Gandhock will force him out wide. Down the inside comes Harry Neesom. Sebastian Clark this time takes advantage, and Leo Livings drops 2 places as he tried to make the move, then got forced out wide. Helmet tap as well once again. I think this time by the 50 of Clark. Clark's going to try and run around the outside of Harry Neesom. He's going to struggle to get back in though, because I think Leo Livings was going to put the nose down the inside there. This Micromax final entertainment from start all the way up to now, and I don't think it's going to change. 3 wide down, start finish. Neesom running tight to the inside. Sebastian Clark, and Clark's then going to have to try and defend from Leo Livings. Livings sweeps round the outside on Clark to retake what I believe is 8th place now. Fabricius and Farah, the top 2, leading the way. They've got a gap of 1.5 seconds from Fraser Anderson and Alfie Mayer, leading this train of karts. And it looks like Anderson could well have looked to have broke away. They're still 2 wide, bouncing over the curbs. This time, it's the 74 of Gandhock once again, making contact with Leo Livings. 3 wide, and Leo Livings is sent across the grass. Rejoins as well. I think that's the 82 of George Schweier having to take evasive action. Josh Huschke as well. All started there as the field came together into the back chicane. 32 of Logan Rolfe making his way past George Schweier then, as Schweier got back up to pace. Just wait until they come over start finish. That left hand side's going to look like a fruit machine with everything moving up or down and everybody into a new place. Sebastian Clark being helped along down the inside of Fabian Gandhock by Caden Simpson. Simpson's going to sweep round the outside as well, and that puts him on the inside as they go towards the dog leg, and Caden Simpson is through. Gandhock up and over the curves on the outside, now coming under pressure from Josh Huschke as they head down the middle straight towards Senna 1. Jack Holmes, who spun on the opening lap, sets the fastest lap of the race, 57.2 for Jack Holmes. Earlier on, we were just trying to find drivers under the 58 mark. Holmes with a 57.2. Superb for him, up into 15th place for Jack Holmes as they make their way through towards the Gasworks hairpin. Still 4 minutes, still 1/3 of this race to go, plus the 1 lap at the end. Bouncing up and over the curbs is the 32 of Logan Rolfe into a straight line, being helped along. Slipstream moves to the inside, trying to find a way down the inside of Fabian Gandhock. Gandhock wide round the first corner, and Logan Rolfe sweeps round the outside. Leo Livings is coming through as well, I think, and Leo Livings is indeed through. George Schweier now the next one to try and take advantage of Fabian Gandhock. Into the left-hander at St John's. Gandhock is wide. Got the 74 under investigation at the moment. That's Fabian Gandhock, who's involved in that battle, just outside the top 10 now in P11 on timing. It's the gap for the leading duo, still a tenth of a second with Arthur Farah just behind Fabricius. Then it's a full second back to Fraser Anderson and Alfie Mayer. This is your leaders then coming over the line. Arthur Farah still in the wheel tracks of Fabricius. Looking, I think, just to move away, knowing that Anderson and Mayer are not too far back. There they are. The gap was around about a second on the previous lap, with the fairly equal lap times between the two of them, but not enough at the moment for them to start battling it out over this victory. They've got to play this one smart, as James Fabricius and Arthur Farah. Your top two going through the back chicane, with Fraser Anderson and Alfie Mayer battling it out to get onto the final step of the top three podium. Looked like Anderson was trying to put a move down the inside of Mayer there as they headed down towards the Gasworks hairpin. Caden Simpson on screen was in P number 9, although we did have Josh Huschke behind him on the previous lap. Looks like there's been a slight change there now, because it looks like Simpson could have made a way past Morgan Weston and Sebastian Clark up into 7th place. Certainly in front of the 27. Expect to see him jump up the order on the left-hand side. He does indeed, up into 7th. Weston, Clark and Huschke then completing your top 10 in front of Livings, Rolfe, Schweier and Gandhock, then Jack Holmes in P15. 1 minute and 54 seconds remaining. The gap coming down ever so slightly, I think, on the previous lap for our race leaders, although it's not going to be close enough, I don't think, for Anderson to close up, as Leo Livings makes a move down the inside of Josh Huschke into the left-hander centre one. Huschke then runs wide. That's going to allow Logan Rolfe to come down the inside. Rolfe with a good move, taking advantage. That's going to move him up into 11th place. Should drop Huschke down into P12. Leaders over the line once again. 1 minute and 19 seconds to go. So they're going to get 3 laps of racing, because they will get round before the timer lapses. So we've got 2.5 laps remaining then at the front. This is your battle now with Alfie Mayer in front of Fraser Anderson for 3rd place. Did look like Mayer was trying to put a move on Anderson on the previous lap on that run towards the Gasworks hairpin. Neeson in 5th place in front of Fisher. Then it's Simpson, Weston, Clark and Livings now your top 10. Your leaders, though, making their way towards Gasworks. Not close enough this time for Arthur Farah to make a move on James Fabricius. Alfie Mayer moving away from Fraser Anderson. Anderson closing up under braking, but then Mayer able to get on the power earlier and move away. Gap, though, is still 1.7 seconds to the leading duo, and goes out even further this time, albeit only a fraction. 2 laps to go in Micromax with Fabricius and Farah. Farah into the back of Fabricius as they make their way through the single file section of Brian's Bend, the left-hander after turn 1. Just a helpful reminder for Fabricius that Farah is there. Fabricius with a radiator flap adjustment. We've seen him do that a number of occasions today, just trying to get that extra little bit of power out of his engine. You can see there, just to the side of his shoulder, the flap on the radiator moved up. That will open up the top part of the radiator, allow more air into it to try and keep his engine at the optimal racing temperature. Gasworks for the penultimate time. Into the horseshoe. Last lap already being readied on the top. We've got a warning for Morgan Weston being shown over start finish. The hexagonal black and white quarter flag. You might just pick it out as they come over start finish. Down the inside is coming Arthur Farrer on James Fabricius. Fabricius has to duck out and go round the outside. Fabricius keeps his foot in but can't hold off Farrer. Farrer leads then as they begin the final lap into the right-hander of the dogleg. The two behind, Alfie Mayer and Fraser Anderson, hoping that these two slow each other down. Fabricius is back down the inside and Alfie Mayer is right there on the back of this battle for the lead now. Turns out 1.6 seconds was not enough for these two to turn it into a shootout for the victory. Alfie Mayer down the inside of Arthur Farrer as they go into the back chicane, and Mayer is through. Farrer is going to be slow on exit as well because the door was closed on him. Anderson's going to try and sweep round the outside. Fabricius then leads as they go into the horseshoe for the final time. Round the triple apex left, Mayer's going to have one final opportunity. James Fabricius for BSR takes victory here at round number 1 in Micromax from Alfie Mayer, and then it's going to be Arthur Farrer and Fraser Anderson, your top 4. Then there's going to be a massive train of karts for 5th place. Neeson in front of Fisher. Then it's going to be Living, Simpson, Weston and Rolfe. Clark, Hushka and Swire as well, all crossing the line within 2 seconds of each other. Superb race for Micromax. Superb drive out at the front for James Fabricius. Coming under pressure at the end from Arthur Farrer. Got down the inside. Alfie Mayer and then Farrer turned it into a good race right at the end. Superb racing. But the best thing to say about that is clean racing as well from our front runners in Micromax. Fabricius, Mayer, Farrer and Anderson, your top 4 in front of Neeson, Fisher, Living, Simpson, Weston and Rolfe. So as our leaders and the rest of the field in our Micromax make their way into Parc Fermé. Once they're all in and the scrutineer is happy, the gate will be open and everyone will be able to go in, get their carts up on trolleys and get loaded up. And those that have taken trophies, they've got to stick around for the presentation at the end of the day. 3 more finals then for you here today for the first round of the Kart Championship. Next up, it's time for Honda Cadet. Ryan White starts on pole position with Theo Bradshaw alongside Ashley Haase and Ralphie Branscombe on row 2, Bella Fairclough and Jensen Hookey on row number 3. Alfie Forrester starts 7th, Archie Loveridge alongside Joshua Sullivan and Kevin Ivanoff on row number 5. Then it's Sam Green Gomez and Ed Spain on row number 6, Fenton Stoneman and Sam Hayes on row 7. Max Taddy starts 15th, Larry Price alongside William Howard and Cameron Tipping are on row number 9. Then it's Ronnie Legg and Ella Dixon, Freddie Housego and George Ralston with Jensen White and Rio Warderley on row number 12. Samuel Yeadon starts 25th with Matthew Plant for company. Morgan Cooney and Lewis Gilbert are on row 14. Luke Jardine and Max Housego are 29th and 30th respectively. Then it's Jacob Liebenby, Otto Amy and Thomas Battershill completing your 33 Honda Cadet runners. Just awaiting them to make their way out onto the track. And we are going to have a quick dip into our live chat comments. Got Nicholas Ellis saying good luck to Harvey Wagstaff, and Pachetto saying poor Alice. That'd be Alice Fairclough, who was off in that one and ended up in retirement for that race. Was off into the tyres unfortunately, and then managed to bring the kart round into pit lane. So retirement at the first round for Fairclough. There is your front row. On the left, it's Ryan White on the Project 1 with Theo Bradshaw on the Zip car on the right-hand side. just waiting to be told that they are clear to enter the circuit for their 12-minute plus 1 lap final. Just trying to have a quick look out the window, although I don't know why, because I've got a screen in front of me, although we are on around about half a second delay. So I was just looking to get the advance warning that the Hondas were on their way out. So track looked clear. Not sure we've got any recovery to be done. And our Hondas should be making their way round in a few moments' time. 3:30 is their approximate start time. So I'm going to have a look at the weather conditions once again to see whether we've got anything incoming. And it's now saying that whilst it is overcast, there is no rain expected for the next hour and a half. So they're making their way round and into position. That's your Honda Cadet grid then. You can see already here at Warden Law. When I said it was overcast, I wasn't lying to you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a lot darker out there than what it was earlier, in particular because it was we had at least the sun was out. I've seen a few people. We've even got a Martian out there in shorts, so he's either very, very brave. We've got our cameraman making the jog down the start-finish straight as well, just to see our karts gridding up down there on track. Runners then making their way up into position. Ryan White on pole with Theo Bradshaw alongside. There's your front row. White on the left, Bradshaw. Then it's Ashley Harzay and Ralphie Branscombe with Fairclough. Just waiting for P5. Seem to have a gap in the standings. I think that could be because Fairclough could be on the wrong side. That's going to allow Jensen Hookie to roll into position. So at least we're not missing anybody. We just had a driver on the wrong side of the grid. So Fairclough will be rolled back in. Forrester in P7 there on the left. Loveridge on the right. Then it's Sullivan and Ivanov to round out your top 10 as the final few runners in the background roll themselves into position and the parent helpers make their way off the track. Looks like Max Taddy's got a problem down there in the 66 car. Arms up in the air from Max Taddy, although now seems to have re-held the wheel again. Marshall coming over to help. And Max Taddy pointing down at his cart. Don't know if he's got a problem as to what it is. I think we're just going to see if we've got anything. I think the lid on the petrol tank there might not have been on, and I think Max Taddy was just alerting the marshal to that. We'll see whether the cart is okay to go. The 66 machine there lining up alongside Larry Price in the 97 car. Looks like we could be good to go because the cameraman has been escorted off track. Keep an eye on the lights in the top right-hand corner. They've stopped flashing. They are a bit of a creep there from Ashley Harzay, but he manages to get the brakes on, and we are away and racing here in our Honda Cadet. Harzay managed to get to the inside. Ralphie Branscombe's going to sweep all the way around the outside as they head down towards the first corner here at Warden Law. Everybody slotting into position. Ryan White, you can see how cold the tyres are there as he goes left and almost understeers wide off the track for our pole sitter, but he manages to hold on. That's because there's no sunshine anymore. The track temperature dropping down. We've got a yellow flag down at Marshall Post 8. Not sure what that's for because we've not got round there. And Alfie Forrester hooked up on the back of the, it looks like that's Gomez Green in the 76 machine. Green still remonstrating with Forrester as they make their way down the back straight towards the gasworks hairpin for the first time. Sam Hayes forced wide by Fenton Stoneman into the left-hander. Stoneman arm up off the wheel. Not sure whether that was in apology or not, but they'll keep going anyway because they're all facing in the right direction. Over the line for the first time in this 12+1 final. It's White from Harzay, then Bradshaw, Fairclough, Branscombe, Sullivan, Loveridge, Ivanov, Hookie, Stoneman, Hayes, Spain, Taddy, Howard and Larry Price rounding out your top 15 in front of Cameron Tipping. Alfie Forrester Green Gomez, then it's going to be Legg and Gilbert. That's your top 20. Sullivan very, very wide there as we cut back to the camera. Now going to have to defend off Archie Loveridge as he ran wide at St John's. Loveridge going to try and use the momentum now to get a run. More contact there from Alfie Forrester. Looked like down the inside this time of Cameron Tipping as they go into the centre one hairpin. Run then down the back straight. Ralphie Branscombe sends the move down the inside of Bella Fairclough. Fairclough has to relent, and that allows Branscombe to move up a place into what will now be P4 for Ralphie Branscombe. Ryan White leading the way from Ashley Haase. Has a gap of 4/10 on the previous lap. As Haase managed to close in, he has ever so slightly. Fastest lap from Ralphie Branscombe in P4. Then it's Fairclough, Sullivan, Loveridge. Then there's a gap back of half a second to Ivanov. Ryan White leading the way, but Ashley Haase closing in with Theo Bradshaw helping them along. Ralphie Branscombe, chunk of curb on the inside, bounces the 96 machine up and over the top as they make their way down towards centre one. In the background, saw Kevin Ivanov closing in on the back of Archie Loveridge for 7th place. Branscombe once again with a chunk of curb down the inside. And this time it's Theo Bradshaw's turn to try and show a nose down the inside of Ashley Haase. Branscombe's not hanging about here. He's down the inside of Theo Bradshaw up into what is now 3rd place. Bradshaw in 4 in front of Fairclough. Let's see how long Branscombe sticks around behind Ashley Haase, because he's got some good pace here as they head onto the start-finish straight. Fastest lap from Ralphie Branscombe, 59.174, and then he slides wide round at turn 1, and another chunk of curb. It's where he gets the good run out of the back chicane towards the Gasworks hairpin. He needs to be closer to Ashley Haase this time, and may even well have to defend as well from Theo Bradshaw. Haase, though, takes a chunk of curb. This is where Branscombe's been strong. Through this back chicane, can he get the exit this time to close up on Haase? Not sure that he can. Don't think he's going to be close enough. May even have to defend off Theo Bradshaw. Into the right-hander, Fairclough as well, sliding through. That's your top 5, split by a second, with Ryan White leading the way from Ashley Haase and Ralphie Branscombe. Into the slipstream they go. Haase closer this time, under 0.2 of a second, with Ralphie Branscombe helping him along. Theo Bradshaw, fastest lap of the race, 58.662 for Theo Bradshaw. In 4th place in the slipstream now, the top 5 nose to tail. Before there's a gap back, Branscombe has a look down the inside of Haase, forces his way through. That's going to allow Bradshaw through as well. It's going to allow Fairclough. Haase is going to drop down into 5th place here, having been moved out of the way by Ralphie Branscombe. And then Bradshaw and Fairclough come through as well. Branscombe now onto the back of Ryan White immediately, closes in. White with the head tap, wants Branscombe to help him. Branscombe, absolutely no credence to that whatsoever. Straight down the inside of Ryan White, and Ralphie Branscombe leads with 7+1 to go. The top 7, all nose to tail. Small gap back then to Kevin Ivanov. He's got 0.5 of a second to go as well. There's your top 7 karts, all split by 1.3 seconds. Fastest lap from Archie Loveridge, benefiting from the toe of all of those in front of him as they make their way down towards the dogleg. Ryan White is wide. Fairclough trying to put a nose down the inside. In front, though, Ralphie Branscombe is just going to drive off into the distance if they keep battling out over 2nd place. White, Fairclough, Bradshaw and Haase are your top 5. Ralphie Branscombe has a gap of 0.3 of a second as they head out towards the back straight chicane once again. As they come towards half race distance, then there's that 1 lap as well to add at the end. Max Taddy from 12th place is showing as being in the pit lane, as the problem that he had on the start line reoccurred once again for Max Taddy. He is off into the pit lane. Had a difficult weekend anyway, because he didn't qualify well at the back because he had an issue with the chain coming off. Then in heat number 1, he had a problem because he was involved in an incident that wasn't his fault. Out at the front, Ralphie Branscombe opening up the gap to the leaders by 0.3 of a second. They're coming up to some lap traffic though in front. It's all about management, and there's a spin by the lap traffic, so that's gone completely. They have all managed to make their way through. Ralphie Branscombe continuing to lead from Ryan White. Bella Fairclough. Fairclough forced wide, and Fairclough is going to be hung out to dry here, not only by Theo Bradshaw, but also by Ashley Harzay as well, as they head out onto the back straight. Sullivan in the slipstream of the 5 as they head down towards the Gasworks hairpin. Loveridge close enough as well. Kevin Ivanov right on the back. The top 8 split by 2.3 seconds, but the leader, Ralphie Branscombe, has got 0.6 of a second on the entire field here at the moment here at Warden Law. Branscombe from White, the gap down slightly from Bradshaw, then it's Harzay and Fairclough. That's your top 5. Fairclough being shuffled back from 3rd place on the previous lap, ran slightly wide into centre 2. Yellow flag looked to be out there at the post, although it's back in now, so that's going to give them an opportunity to race and overtake. Ralphie Branscombe had the early race pace, still got to hold on for another 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap here in the Cadet Kart Championship. They may well encounter some lap traffic as well further in front of them, so they've still got to find the way through nice and cleanly as they head down towards Gasworks. Theo Bradshaw on the back of Ryan White. 0.6 of a second is the lead gap on the previous lap. Let's keep an eye on whether it's coming down or not between Branscombe and Ryan White as Sullivan goes in too tight into the first corner. Loveridge telling him to push on. Sullivan went too tight into that corner, then ran very, very wide, slowed himself down. That's going to have lost him around about half a second off those in front of him. Bella Fairclough with the fastest lap of the race, a 58.254, as Ralphie Branscombe has a look over the shoulder. 0.7 of a second, almost 8, is the gap back to Ryan White and Theo Bradshaw. You can see the change in the gap between them. The lap where Branscombe opened up that huge gap to Ryan White was the gap where Ryan White was having to defend off Theo Bradshaw, Ashley Harzay and Bella Fairclough as well. Fairclough, though, with the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap with a 58.2. Lots of personal bests coming in all throughout the order. Now Kevin Ivanov down the inside of Archie Loveridge. Loveridge is going to have to sweep wide to try and go round the outside. Has to relent, and Kevin Ivanov is through and up into what will now be 7th place, right on the back of the 13, moves out the slipstream as they make their run down towards that first corner. Ralphie Branscombe continuing to lead, but Ryan White in 2nd place, setting the fastest lap of the race from Theo Bradshaw and Ashley Harzay. That is your top 4. Fairclough right on the back as well in P number 5. Ralphie Branscombe looks like he's being reeled in here. Looks like he had the early race pace, had the tyres set to go early. Sullivan goes very, very wide. That's going to open the door up for Ivanov to come back down the inside. Ivanov can't find a way through. Can catch that in the background there. Now Theo Bradshaw bouncing over the curves. Ryan White, Ralphie Branscombe. This is your battle for the lead. The top 3 seem to have broken away ever so slightly from Ashley Harzay and Bella Fairclough. Into the right-hander at Paddock Bend. 2 minutes to go. Lap traffic in front. The top 5 now with a clear gap of 1.5 seconds or so from those behind. The gap is out to even more. It's over 2.2 seconds on the previous lap between your top 5 and the rest of the field behind. Theo Bradshaw with the fastest lap out in 3rd place on Ryan White. Ryan White with a good run now on Ralphie Branscombe. Ryan White is down the inside. Theo Bradshaw as well is going to try and get the switch back on Ralphie Branscombe. They're going to back themselves up into Ashley Harzay and Bella Fairclough at this rate as your race leader, Ryan White, encounters some traffic as they go into the back chicane. Thomas Battershall in the 8 is the lap traffic as they make their way down the inside. Ashley Harzay gets down the inside of Theo Bradshaw. Bradshaw's not giving this one up and the door is closed by Ashley Harzay. Bella Fairclough into the back as well as they make their way through the 3 zip carts, line astern. Bradshaw down the inside of Harzay. Fairclough could take advantage as well. She's going to cross the line, I think, here in 4th place. She is. Ivanov in the background has managed to find a way past Sullivan. They're still nose to tail, but now Ivanov up into 6th place. Theo Bradshaw, Bella Fairclough, Ashley Harzay, 3, 4 and 5. In front of them, Ryan White, Ralphie Branscombe. The gap half a second. White now coming back at Ralphie Branscombe, finding a way through and starting to move away. Ivanov, Sullivan and Archie Loveridge as they make their way into Senna 1 and Senna 2. Back to the leading 2 and then 3 behind as they make their way down the back straight here towards the right-hander at Gasworks. 21 seconds remaining. Our leader making their way round the horseshoe. They will, I believe, get round to make this 2 more laps of racing here at Warden Law. Leader is over the line now. 8 seconds to go. 2 laps in Honda Cadet. And Ralphie Branscombe has once again closed right in on the back of Ryan White. The gap 1.5 seconds. And White slides wide. And Branscombe is going to come down the inside into the right-hander just before the dogleg. White up and over the curb. White again smacks the curb on the outside side on. Ralphie Branscombe retakes the lead. In the background, we've got Bradshaw, Fairclough, Haase, all nose to tail, still for 3rd, 4th, 5th place respectively. Ralphie Branscombe leads this race by around about half a second, having got down the inside of Ryan White as White slid wide round the first corner. Now it's Haase's turn to go down the inside of Bella Fairclough. Great move from Ashley Haase into the right-hander. It has opened up the gap though. Bradshaw has closed back in, I think, on Ryan White for 2nd place. Last lap board is out on the overhead gantry. 3-second penalty for the 96th of Ralphie Branscombe. He's got to open this gap up. 0.3 of a second, but Ralphie Branscombe at the moment is going to incur a 3-second penalty. Ryan White in 2nd place. This is effectively now a battle for the lead between Ryan White and Theo Bradshaw as they head towards the left-hander of St John's. Bradshaw nudging to the back of Ryan White. White trying to help along. Bradshaw down the inside, he goes on Ryan White. Ryan White's going to try and get back. Gets the cut back into the final chicane. If they battle, they could open up a gap here for Ralphie Branscombe of that 3 seconds that he needs. 4 karts battling it out for 2nd place here. There's contact between Bradshaw and Ryan White. Haase's coming down the inside as well. White's going to get hung out to dry on the outside. Holds on, I think, for 4th place here. Branscombe, what's the gap going to be for our race leader? Out of the final corner comes Ralphie Branscombe. White's down the inside. There's contact with Haase. Branscombe, on track at least, takes victory from Theo Bradshaw. 1.3 seconds. Ashley Haase, Ryan White, Bella Fairclough, Kevin Ivanov, Joshua Sullivan, Archie Loveridge, Jensen Hookey and Fenton Stoneman. Theo Bradshaw will inherit the victory here at Warden Law, with Ralphie Branscombe incurring a 3-second penalty shown on the overhead gantry during that race. Branscombe taking victory on track at least as the rest of the field make their way into Parc Fermé. Bradshaw very happy with 2nd, but I think that's because he knows, he's seen on the overhead gantry that he is going to be promoted into the race victory here. Ralphie Branscombe still sat in his kart with the disappointment. There's your top 4 karts with Theo Bradshaw and Ashley Haase. Bradshaw very happy. That's Haase's dad on the right-hand side. Bradshaw's mum on the left, congratulating each other as the field roll into Parc Fermé. So we have 2 more races for you then here today. We've got Coma C50 Bambino and Minimax. So first of all, we'll go into Coma. Penultimate race of round number 1 of the Kart Championship sees Rex Pooley on pole position from Ronnie Kempson, with Sebastian McCarthy and Harry Chapman on row 2. Toby Biggs and Joshua Bailey are on row number 3 in front of Henry Algar and Jack Daniels on row number 4. Then it's going to be Mason Hibbert and Noah Wicklow, Joshua Adate and Eli Scher on row number 6. Freddie Blackshaw will start in 13th place with Jamie Walsh alongside. Riley Aston Wilkins and Oliver Daniels, Arlo Atkinson and Henry Hales are on route number 9. Darcy Durnford and Ethan Pearson complete your 20 runners, because Brady Atkin and Logan Hodgetts haven't taken part in our racing here today. have a look as well. We've got comments coming in from Wreckfest and F1 videos for Go On Harry Warby and Minimax. He'll be out in around about 15 minutes time with a good luck to the house to go, and Ralphie Branscombe from Kaylee Rennie as well. There are our youngest of our runners here in the Kart Championship, the Bambinos of Arcoma C50, getting themselves ready to go out. We've got one kart there at the back just being placed down onto the ground. There's the bright helmet of Henry Algar there. As we make our way up the pole position side of the grid to the 31 of Rex Pooley. He starts from pole position. Kart just being rocked back and forth then. Try and get some heat into that engine as it goes. It's quite therapeutic actually, watching these Bambinos being rolled back and forth. Just waiting for the go-ahead to get them sent out onto track here. The lights still flashing over start finish. Our Arcoma C50 Bambinos are sent on their way out onto track. Having a look at some of the confirmed results as well in our iArmy Bambino. So Roots, Dimitrov and Farah, your top three, with a few runners actually being picked up for a jump start in that one, but I don't think it's changed the order towards the head of that field. My T Bambino has been classified in the expected results, and we're still waiting on Micro Max to have the button pressed as our cameraman joins in the race down the start-finish straight of our parents. The man in the cap is going to take victory in the Bambino parents race down the grid here. So Bambino's making their way round. Of course, we've got Rex Pooley on pole position. He's going to be on the right side of the grid. Effectively the non-racing line, of course, but does put him on the inside for the first corner. Down there at turn number 1. He rolls into position. Behind him is Sebastian McCarthy in the 56. He rolls in with Ronnie Kempson on the racing line side, on the outside in P number 2. There's Sebastian McCarthy in the 56, alongside the O-Plate winner Harry Chapman in 4th place. Toby Biggs, the 66, with Joshua Bailey pumping the throttle just to keep the engine revs going as the field is cleared of parent helpers. The last one off, of course, our cameraman. We are away and racing in the penultimate race of the day. Coma C50 Bambino. Kempson makes a good start. Not quite as good, though, as Harry Chapman, who's going to try and run all the way around the outside from 4th place. He's going to be second at least as they head into the first corner, turn 1. It's Rex Pooley, though, continuing to lead the way from that pole position berth, looking to move away and try and open up an early gap in this one. Chapman then in front of Sebastian McCarthy. Then it looks like it's Toby Biggs, is it coming through from 6th place potentially into 4th. We'll get confirmation as we try and pick out the number. It is the 66 of Biggs, as then he runs wide and opens the door for Henry Algar. 2 and 3 wide as they head towards the back chain. Ronnie Kempson off the front row. He's going to be down in 6th place, coming under pressure from the E-plate of Mason Hibbert, with Joshua Bailey as well, who was in 6th place, now down, it looks like in 8th place, being shuffled out at the first corner. Kempson looks like he was slow off the start, but doesn't look very slow anymore. He's very, very racy, trying to catch up on the back of Henry Algar, round the left-hander. And over start-finish we go. Chapman pulls out of the slipstream of Rex Pooley. Is he far enough alongside? Pooley has a look to the right-hand side. Will he turn in? He can't, because Harry Chapman in the O-plate is through and into the lead. Parks his car exactly where he needed to do it as they now head towards the right-hander at St John's. So the leading two opening up a bit of a gap here from Sebastian McCarthy, and then Henry Algar runs into the back of Toby Biggs. We've got a kart going very, very wide. That's the E-plate of Mason Hibbert as they go into the left-hander at Senna 1. Out onto this back straight. Sebastian McCarthy in third place, looking to break away from Henry Algar. Toby Biggs, Mason Hibbert as well in there. Ronnie Kempston in 13, unable to find a way past Biggs at the moment. Having to settle for 6th place as it stands. Chapman and Pooley opening up a gap now by another 0.7 of a second from the field behind. McCarthy under pressure now from Algar, who's closed right up on the back. Kempson as well. Mason Hibbert takes some curb on the outside, doesn't slow him down too much, as then Joshua Bailey is right there as well. Sebastian McCarthy comes to the inside, not sure whether that's a traditional line for him or whether he's defending third place. It looks like he could be on the receiving end of a cutback. Mason Hibbert has a spin in the middle of the centre 1-2 complex. That's going to lose him a position because Joshua Adate is going to try and sweep round the outside. He could be down in 9th place at the moment. There's a move now. This is Kempson down the inside of Toby Biggs into Gasworks. Good move. Biggs is going to try and run round the outside, but it's a long way round the outside in a kart that is around about 4 horsepower, and he's going to have to slot back in. He's not going to have enough drive round there to hold on to Ronnie Kempson. Two leaders still pushing away at the front. Rex Pooley with the fastest lap. Sebastian McCarthy tighter into the first corner, still defending off Henry Algar. Kempson as well. Just biding the time at the moment is Ronnie Kempson. He's been quick in the early phase of this race after that poor start where he wasn't able to get away as well as he wanted. Once again, Sebastian McCarthy going defensive to the inside. And this time Algar's going to go out wide, try and get the cutback back down the inside, but can't do it. Not enough power to get to the inside this time. And Sebastian McCarthy holds on once again to third place, keeping the 56 machine firm. This time Algar's going to try and sweep round the outside. The cutback though isn't going to work because it puts you on the outside for the next 3 corners, and you just cannot carry all the speed round the outside there. This battle though for third place is allowing the 2 leaders to move away. They were already over the line. There's a bit more of a gap this time though between Chapman and Pooley, as Chapman sets the fastest lap this time with a 1:09.4. That's likely to have set him the fastest lap. The only driver, in fact, to go sub 1:09.5. The 2 leaders, the only 2 to go sub 1:10. From third then down into 6th with McCarthy, Algar, Kempson and Biggs. Biggs a little bit further back. The 3 in front. Now it's Kempson's turn to come down the inside of Henry Algar. Then he's going to run wide. Will Algar have the position to get the cutback? I don't think he's going to. The cutback doesn't work quite so well with these Coma C50 Bambino karts. With them being a little bit slower, they're able to get it turned and hold on. And now could Biggs get to the inside as well, because Kempson has been slowed in his battle with Algar, and Biggs is going to come through from 6th place up into 4th. So the 66 machine is through. Can he do anything about Sebastian McCarthy in front? Henry Algar couldn't find a way through. Ronnie Kempson wasn't in 4th place long enough to have an opportunity. And now, moving to the inside, comes Toby Biggs. Biggs is to the inside of Sebastian McCarthy. Kempson's on the outside. They're 3 wide into the first corner here at Warden Law. McCarthy holds on for at least 1 place, but Biggs is through and up into 3rd place. McCarthy 4th. Then it's Kempson with Algar still in 6th place. Bailey behind. Then it's Jack Daniels, Mason Hibbert, and they're still battling it out as they head down towards St John's. And finally, Kempson is through and up into 4th place. Through as well comes the 5 of Henry Algar, Sebastian McCarthy dropping down into 6th place, allowing Joshua Bailey as well, I think, now to close right up on the back of this battle. There's some lap traffic in front that could well come into play here for our battle from 3rd down into 6th place. Kempson's going to try and get to the inside. He's run tight to the inside by Biggs as they sweep round the lap traffic. He is through, though, down the inside. Biggs gets on the power earlier, has to try and stick it out round the outside. Can't do it, and managing to slot himself back into position without losing a huge amount of time. And that's the most important thing here. Don't lose the time and keep yourself in a battle for the podium places here at Warden Law. Now it's Kempson's turn to be defensive to the inside. Toby Biggs in 4th place, Henry Algar in 5th place, with McCarthy a little further back, 0.8 of a second now, with Chapman still leading from Rex Pooley. That's your top 2. Into this back chicane. We are down to 4 minutes plus 1 lap. Harry Chapman, having led from lap number 2, still holding firm from Rex Pooley. Behind them, Kempson, Biggs and Algar, all nose to tail. Algar now in front of Biggs for 4th place. That's Sebastian McCarthy on screen. That's P6. He has a look over his shoulder. He's got 1.3 seconds is the gap between himself and Joshua Bailey. Leaders over start finish once again. Chapman coming to the inside, up with a new fastest lap, 109.317. Half a tenth quicker than Pooley behind. Pooley, though, still close enough to turn this one into a race and gets a good run around St John's as they head down towards Senna 1 into the left-hander. Chapman is slightly wide through there. Pooley, though, is wide through too, so evens itself out. Kempson coming under pressure from Henry Algar. Algar gets to the inside as they head towards the back straight chicane. Henry Algar then is through up into 3rd place with a great move on Ronnie Kempson. Gets the switch back out of the Senna 2. We said we don't often see that in Coma C50 because the power difference isn't too much that they're not going to be able to slide wide. But now it's Kempson back down the inside of Algar into the horseshoe. So Kempson, certainly on timing, it'll show that he's not even lost a single place. Had to battle for the 3rd though on that one. 2.5 minutes remaining for your leaders, who are currently lapping in the 109 marks. So they're going to get round for 3 more laps of action here in Coma C50 Bambino before our final of the day with Micromax. Also with our Minimax class. Left-hander coming up here at St John's. Kempson holding off Algar. Then there's a gap back now to Toby Biggs, who's been actually closed in, I think, by Sebastian McCarthy on the previous lap. Kempson once again going tight into Senna 2, allowing Algar to close right up on the back as they go into the back chicane. Chapman there, leading from Pooley. They head round Paddock Bend. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, so they'll come over the line. Still plenty to go here because they're lapping in the 109s, so they're going to get 3 laps in here in this final Fort Coma C50 Bambino. Harry Chapman, Rex Pooley have opened up a gap of 8.5 seconds from the rest of the field, and Rex Pooley happy at the moment just to push along. Harry Chapman not show his hand too early. The driver from Marsh and Cambridge, who won the 22 Rye House London Cup. He comes from a family of champions, is the best way to put it. His dad being a 9-time British Grand Prix world champion. Rex Pauly certainly has the DNA to take the victory, but at the moment he's got Harry Chapman sitting in front of him, the gap of around about 2.5 tenths of a second. So they make their way round Paddock Bend. Lap traffic in front of them. This is the important bit. Negotiate the lap traffic, bearing in mind that they're racing for position as well. That's Ethan Pearson and Darcy Durnford still battling for position as they make their way through, and they're going to have to go round the outside, and that's allowed Pauly to come through on Harry Chapman, and Rex Pauly will now lead this final from Harry Chapman. The kart length gap between them is around about 4 or 5. Harry Chapman will now try and close that one in. Time in the top left corner has elapsed. 1.5 laps remaining for Harry Chapman to try and get past Rex Pauly. He's led 90% of this race, but you don't get the winner's trophy based on percentages. It's whoever crosses that line first. Checkered flag. 1.5 laps remaining as they head down towards the Gasworks hairpin for the penultimate time. It's all about getting this complex of corners correct now for Chapman as he heads round the left-hander. Got to get the final corner correct at Paddock Bend as they're going to see the last lap board as they come over start-finish. Can he get a run down towards turn 1? Will Pauly defend to the inside? Chapman, is he alongside? Is he alongside far enough as they come towards the first corner? Chapman leads with a great move down the inside on Rex Pauly. Now he's got to hold on. Will he play defensive? Will he be confident enough in his own ability of where he can park that kart? The O-plate, having won at Wilton Mill in December. More lap traffic in front. They sweep through down the inside. Pauly's coming back at Chapman. Down the inside they go. Then he runs himself wide off the track. Will Chapman get the cutback as they head down towards the back chicane? He's on the inside. He's not close enough. Pauly is back through into the lead. A few more opportunities then for Chapman. I'm fairly sure Pauly's going to keep this one really tight to the inside. Chapman's going to try and sweep round and get the cutback. Don't think he's going to be close enough now, but can he chop to the inside in the middle of this complex of corners? Not close enough. One final opportunity into the final bend. Chapman's going to try and send a move down the inside. Pauly runs it wide round the outside. Run to the line. Pauly is going to take victory by a fraction of a second from Harry Chapman. That's your top two. With Kempson then still battling it out with Henry Algar for third place. Kempson takes third, Algar in fourth. With Biggs coming through, I think they're still racing to the line. Biggs holding off Sebastian McCarthy for 5th and 6th respectively. Joshua Bailey in P7, Jack Daniels in 8th. And then we await Mason Hibbert and Joshua Adate to round out your top 10. Rex Pauly then, your race winner with a superb move with Harry Chapman. Big fist pumps all the way down the line for our top 3 there in Coma C50 Bambino. But it's been a fantastic start to the season for Rex Pauly. He puts a marker down in Coma C50 Bambino as the rest of the field makes their way through to the checkered flag. Superb congratulations there for our drivers, and he's going down to speak to some of his friends as well down there on the grid. One more race for you then here today at Warden Law, the opening round of the Kart Championship, sponsored by the Junior Saloon Car Championship and in association with Optimum Motorsports, Circuit Watchers, Fibre King and KKC as well. The final race of the day is Minimax. Charlie Very and Oliver Fabricius are on the front row, Very on pole position. Harris Roberts starts in third, Ewan House alongside Braith Murdoch and Maya Simpson on row 3. Charlie Lomas starts in 7th place with Andrew Dixon alongside Ben Adrian and Daniel Hartley on row number 5. James Tate starts in 6th place, Leighton Kelly alongside in 12th. Then it's going to be Aston Brown and Charlie Kelso, Ben Robinson and Tyler Davis with Amy Peacock and Tom Drake on row number 9. Alex Lynn and Harry Friel, Ellis Dealey and Alfie McBain with Zach Kane and Harry Warby on row number 12. Then it's going to be Bella Brown in 25th place. That's your 1 minute board then, shown at the front. That's the cue for our runners to get their engines started. What this will also do is be one final opportunity for our drivers, not only in the final alone, but also to stake a claim for the driver of the day here at Warden Law for round 1 of the Kart Championship. The winner will pick up a superb prize from Circuit Watchers for the driver of the day. So we'll have to see if anybody out of this Minimax final can stake a claim for that one. I've got a few drivers in mind, so we'll keep an eye out as well to see if anybody can in the final effort can trump who I've got in mind for our driver of the day. Field making their way round, then Charlie Vary will dictate the pace from the pole position berth. One final dip into the live chat comments. But Jamie Crozier on saying the marshals up there, I'm assuming here at Warden Law, are mint. Best of the best. Shame I took the day off. Well, I hope you're enjoying watching the action nonetheless. Lincoln Bevan and Nicholas Ellis both on, wishing Harry Warby all the very best from the Isle of Man. Front row on the right hand side there, Charlie Vary off pole position, Oliver Fabricius on the left. Field coming through then. Looks like everyone is in position. Into the tram lines they come, and we are not all in position because we've got a false start and the final race of the day. We're going to have to wait another minute or so to get this one underway. Straight they go then. Drivers once again just trying to going back into single file format just to try and get some more temperature into their tyres. They'll come back to a dual format as they go onto the back straight. And one final check of the weather as the clouds still hang over us here at Warden Law. Doesn't look like we've got any incoming, which is wonderful. We're going to get through a full day of racing here dry in the northeast of England. Vary and Fabricius once again in front of Ewan House and Harris Roberts. Roberts in P3. Braith Murdoch and Maya Simpson rounding out your top 6. I'm going to make their way through. There's your final runner out of camera shot. Just been told to slow it down as they go round the final corner. Got to get into the tram lines. And we are going to have another go at this one. Once again, see there on the screen, the green flag with the yellow chevron on it, denoting the false start. So we're going to have another opportunity at getting this race underway. Charlie Vary from James Fabricius, then Fabricius and Fabricius at the front in this Minimax class. Still 12 minutes on the overhead timing. So none taken away for these two rolling up laps. Very in the yellow for Britius in the orange kart on the right hand side. Already seen his brother take a victory today in Micromax. And they're looking to add his name to the honours roll at the end of the day as well by taking victory here in Mini. Still weaving to try and get some heat into those tyres as they make their way round the horseshoe. Into the final corner, into the tram lines. Can we get going at the third time of asking here? The light on the overhead gantry is still being shown as a false start. The light's not extinguishing, but the timing did start going down. So, but it's now we're being shown as a red flag. So, I will assume we're going to just have a stoppage in the middle of the track here, just to sort this one out and then get us going in the get us going properly. So clerk of the course, race director, looks like he's going to stop the field in the on the start finish straight and just have a little education session with some of our runners as they get themselves into position. See there on the start line. So red flag being waved and at all the posts as well. As they so they'll be into position. Engines are being turned off. And I'm getting a feeling in a minute. I don't know whether it's because they need to sort out the order here or whether we're going to get all of the drivers out of the karts and bring them together for the for a confirmation. I'm not sure whether it's an order issue further down or whether it's a not being close enough issue. So we'll try and ascertain what it is as we just make sure at the moment. It was a 20 of James Tate who was just being spoken to briefly there by the race director. I think the instruction that I'm trying to understand there is that obviously they've got to go a lot further round the outside, which means they've then got to be carrying a little bit more speed as well as they head down towards the start-finish line. I think the indication is that the problem has been more from the tail of the field not quite being close enough towards the leaders rather than the leaders not going too quickly, which is often the case, but it looks like the leaders, no issue with them, and they're now going to be told to close up a little bit more. Looking at the overhead gantry, and the drivers are sent on their way, and we'll see if we can get this going at the third or fourth time of asking. Minimax then, the final race of the day, making their way round into the grid positions. Let's see if we can get this one finally underway. So it looked like we were okay with the front. It was the midfield which needed to be a little bit closer as the field make their way around that gasworks hairpin. Red light on the overhead gantry. Field in the middle of the pack, closing up. A lot closer and slower. Round they come this time. The lights extinguish and the Minimax final is underway. Charlie Very leads them over the line. Harris Roberts gets to the inside of Fabricius, and then there's contact. Braith Murdoch into Fabricius. Fabricius turned round at the first corner. Contact then with the 14 of Braith Murdoch as Fabricius turned in. Murdoch was there, and Oliver Fabricius is facing the wrong way. There he is at the back in the 90, making his way, trying to get back through the field and see how far he can come through in this 12-minute plus 1 lap race. Very then leading. The 45 is under investigation. That's Harris Roberts. He was in 3rd place, so I don't know whether that's for a jump start or not. As the field make their way around the horseshoe. Charlie Very then over the line in front of Harris Roberts, Braith Murdoch, Ewan House, Maya Simpson, Andrew Dixon, Charlie Lomas, Daniel Hartley, James Tate and Leighton Kelly. And then it's Tyler Davis, Charlie Kelso, Ben Adrian and Tom Drake in front of Aston Brown. That's your top 15 as Andrew Davis tries to get down the inside of Ewan House. And Ewan House is now forced wide. Davis has to slot back in. Down the inside comes Lomas on Maya Simpson. Simpson trying to run and keep the foot in. Daniel Hartley's going to try and get to the inside there in the 3. And behind them, that's the 20 of James Tate, trying to find his way through as well. That's Braith Murdoch down the inside of Harris Roberts. Up into 2nd place. Roberts then down into 3rd. Ewan House, Maya Simpson, Andrew Dixon on timing the last time round. Murdoch then up into 2nd. Dixon up into 5th. Hartley 7th. Lomas, Tate and Davis in front of Kelso. As the field stream round turn 1. The top 3 though have broken away. Very, Murdoch and Roberts have got a gap back before Ewan House and Andrew Dixon. That's Daniel Hartley trying to put the move down the inside of Maya Simpson. Has to back out. Simpson then closing the door into that left-hander of centre 1. Charlie Lomas behind as well with James Tate. And then the final runner that we can see on the screen there. Here's the 82 of Tyler Davis, who was quick in the previous heat, making his way through. There he sets the fastest lap on the as he comes over start finish once again into the slipstream. They go. Hartley now down the inside of Maya Simpson. Simpson closes the door once again. There's contact from Tyler Davis into the side of James Tate as they try and share the same piece of tarmac into turn number 1. 8 minutes and 45 remain, so we're not even at 1/3 race distance yet, and the 2 leaders already have a gap of almost 2 seconds, with Very leading Murdoch and Roberts. Then there's a gap of 1.3 back to House, Dixon, Simpson, Hartley, Lomas, Tate and Davis. Kelso looking here on screen, see the 97 of Ben Robinson with Ben Adrian and Amy Peacock in 15th, 16th and 17th respectively, just in front of Alex Lynn, and then the recovering Oliver Fabricius in 19th place. Braith Murdoch sets the fastest lap of the race as we've got a driver facing the wrong way there down at turn 1. Not sure what the number on that kart is, but it was in front of this battle for 15th, so we'll try and see who is dropping down the order. It's the 78 of Leighton Kelly, who was in 12th place. Now behind the 23 of Zach Kane, who's down in 25th, our final runner on track the previous lap. So Leighton Kelly dropping all the way down the order. There's Tyler Davis battling it out with Charlie Lomas around the double apex and into the triple left of the horseshoe. Out of the slipstream comes Davis on Lomas. Doesn't make the move though this time. Your leaders, the gap closing once again with Braith Murdoch setting the fastest lap. Charlie Vary in front, 0.3 of a second. Then they've got another 0.3 back to Harris Roberts. Simpson and Hartley on screen at the minute, 6th and 7th respectively. In front of them, Ewan House and Andrew Dixon. As now it looks like Davis has found a way past Charlie Lomas, moving up into 8th place. James Tate's right behind. Hartley comes to the inside on Maya Simpson, ducks back into the slipstream, then ducks out again. Simpson will once again close the door round the outside. This has been a great race for Maya Simpson, holding off Daniel Hartley. Hartley trying to put the move down the inside on Simpson into the right-hander for turn 1. Simpson holding firm though, closing the door. Hartley unable to find a way through. As we click through the half race distance, 6 minutes off the 12 in the bag. As they go round Gasworks, Simpson going wide, that could give Hartley the run, as Hartley will now try and put the move down the inside. Simpson closes the door. Hartley needs to line this one up round Paddock Bend to try and get the run, and Hartley once again comes to the inside very early rather than sitting in the slipstream that he's currently in now. Comes out of that corner, comes straight to the inside. Will definitely be scrubbing off some speed there, will Daniel Hartley, by coming a lot tighter than what Maya Simpson does. If he runs all the way around the outside and slots straight back in, now he's going to go down the inside of Maya Simpson into centre 1. Daniel Hartley through and up into 6th place. There's a gap there of 1.4 seconds to those in front. Make their way round the horseshoe. They seem to be fairly clear in terms of the gaps between them. Now we've got the 41 of Lomas coming under pressure from James Tate and Ben Adrian as they go down. Tate wants Adrian to push him along. Adrian comes straight out the slipstream and moves through. So Adrian clearly feels he's got the pace now to attack Charlie Lomas as they go round the dog leg. Tate trying to move back to the inside of Ben Adrian. Adrian looks like the kart's coming to him towards the end of this race, and he does go down the inside of Lomas into the left-hander. Ben Adrian with a great move, starting to move his way through inside the top 10. That's him up into 9th place for Ben Adrian. Set the fastest lap on lap number 7 as well with a 53.131 for Ben Adrian. So he's starting to make his way through. The gap though in front is around about 2 seconds. It's going to take a lot for him to close up on Tyler Dixon, but now he's managed to make a way through on Lomas and Tate. He's starting to move away. It's Simpson now, I think, in front of Ben Adrian as Tyler Davis has found a way through. Daniel Hartley with the fastest lap at 53.117. 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this Minimax final. There's Braith Murdoch just in front of Harris Roberts. Charlie Vary's now opened the gap up of 1.7 seconds. So Murdoch and Roberts. Roberts, who was under investigation in the early part of this race. Murdoch, who was involved in the opening lap incident with Fabricius that saw Fabricius on the grass and dropping down the order. He's recovered to 14th place thus far with 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining as they come over the start-finish line. The gap opening up even further, 0.6 of a second out for Vary, then Murdoch and Roberts. Ewan House, Andrew Dixon, Daniel Hartley, Tyler Davis, Maya Simpson, Ben Adrian and Charlie Lomas. Fastest lap for Ben Adrian has closed up on Maya Simpson on the previous lap to the tune of 1.5 seconds and is closing in on 8th place. Murdoch bouncing it up over the curbs, and then we'll go slightly defensive to the inside. Harris Roberts puts the move in down the inside on Murdoch. Murdoch's going to try and run all the way around the outside, but Harris Roberts is through into second place. 2 minutes and 8 remaining then in this one. I think we're going to get 4 more laps in because Vary's far enough down the road that he's going to get round in sufficient time. Roberts with a couple of checks over his shoulder. See where Braith Murdoch is. What they want to be worrying about is Ewan House and Andrew Dixon behind them because they're closing in as well. 0.6 of a second Ewan House took out of the battle in front of him on the previous lap, dragging Andrew Dixon along as well. Ben Adrian is through as there's a kart out there with only 3 wheels on the wagon. The marshal holding it. The kart, I think, is parked on the outside over there. So we'll have a quick look to who's dropped down. That's Daniel Hartley, who was running up inside the top 6, has retired. There's the kart on the outside. Left rear wheel missing on that one because the marshal is keen there to reunite the kart with its tyre. But Daniel Hartley retires from the final here at round number 1 of the kart championship. Vary continues to lead then from Harris Roberts and Braith Murdoch, Ewan House and Andrew Dixon, Tyler Davis and Ben Adrian. Once again, setting the fastest lap. 52.745 for Ben Adrian, making his way through the field here. Just having a quick look to remind myself where Ben Adrian started this race. Was in 9th place and then dropped all the way down the order at the start and is now starting to make his way through. Running now in 7th. This is the battle going on in front of him though. For second place between Roberts, Murdoch, House and Dixon. House and Dixon closed up a lot earlier as Ewan House takes a chunk of curb on the inside. Will now have to defend as they run down towards the first corner. Behind that's the battle for 6th place between Tyler Davis and Ben Adrian. Time has elapsed at the top of the screen, so when Charlie Vary comes round next time with a gap of 2.5 seconds, he will be seeing that last lap board on the overhead gantry. Harris Roberts and Braith Murdoch. Lead this battle for second place. Now Murdoch's going to go down the inside, forceful in his overtake on Harris Roberts. Side pod to side pod for Braith Murdoch, and he's through up into second place. Roberts then down into 3rd. Ewan House just behind in 4th place with Andrew Dixon in P number 5. Last lap board for Charlie Vary. Gap of 2.8 seconds. You'll see him flash through the screen further down the road as they go through the dogleg section. It's going to be comfortable for Charlie Vary at the moment, leading the way here in JKC in Minimax with Braith Murdoch in 2nd place. Harris Roberts in 3rd with Ewan House, Andrew Dixon, Tyler Davis and Ben Adrian as they bounce over the curb at the back straight. 5 more corners for Charlie Vary. Round Gasworks for the final time as the rest of the field streams through as well. Ewan House closer this time to Harris Roberts. Your race leader though, Charlie Vary, out of the final corner to take victory here at round 1 at Warden Law. From Braith Murdoch, Harris Roberts complete the top 3 with Ewan House and Andrew Dixon in front of Tyler Davis and Ben Adrian. And then we've got a gap back. Will it be Maya Simpson appearing? It is in front of Charlie Lomas and Amy Peacock coming through into 10th place, having started in 17th, with Oliver Fabricius recovering to 11th place. James Tate, Ben Robinson, Bella Brown, Harry Warby, Charlie Kelso, Tom Drake, Aston Brown in there as well. Great recovery from Oliver Fabricius from 25th up into 11th place. There's your top 2 though of Charlie Vary and Braith Murdoch. Very, very happy with the 2 of them. Harris Roberts having a quick look down there at his right side pod. I think that's his indication of checking how much rubber's down there from the overtake on that Murdoch put on him earlier on in that race. Murdoch though receiving the plaudits from his friends down there. Charlie Vary as well, your race winner in our Minimax class. The first round then of the Kart Championship comes to a close with the Bambino Kart Championship, Cadet Kart Championship and Junior Kart Championship all coming together for the first time for a full official season. I've got a driver of the day to pick, and I'm going to announce that one now. My driver of the day is a junior Rotax driver. It goes to the driver of the number 10, a final performance for Melissa Adrian where she made up 14 places and every single one of them superb. Melissa Adrian is our driver of the day here then at round number 1 of the Cadet Kart Championship here at Warden Law. We'll be back in a few weeks' time, of course, with round number 2. That one will be from Cumbria as we head to the picturesque track of Rowra for round number 2 of 6 of the Kart Championship. Thank you very much for spending your Sunday, your Mother's Day with us. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers karting and watching at home. I've been David Sullivan. We'll see you again in a few weeks' time at Rowra.